Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Seeing that Diwat's attack was unable to break Sylvian's defense, May immediately asked Duat to suspend the attack and ordered, "Duat, retreat first, then use sword dance." Taji, Duat quickly did a backflip to distance himself, and then a sharp sword appeared out of thin air and floated around him, spinning rapidly around him. Sylvian, fairy wind. Ash quickly ordered Sylvian to interrupt Duat and prevent the opponent's physical attack from continuing to increase. Beauty. After receiving Ash's order, Sylvian's eyes shone with light, and then a pink whirlwind blew out of thin air on the field, sweeping towards Duat. However, facing Sylvian's attack, May said calmly, "Duat, don't worry about it. Continue to use sword dance." Due to no countermeasures, Duat was hit by fairy wind, but from the outside, it seemed that he was not hurt at all, and the opponent didn't even blink. Fairy 13, use Moon Blast this time. Although Ash had some doubts, he just thought that Sylvian's attack power was low and could not cause much damage, so he didn't take it seriously. Since it didn't work once, then twice. Ash didn't believe that the opponent could hold back and not dodge. After all, Duat was not a Pokemon known for its defense. But the development of things was beyond his expectations. Sylvian launched 4 attacks in a row, all of which hit the target, but Duat held on. This feeling is like facing an indestructible cockroach. You think you can solve it with the next attack, but rival just won't fall. Seeing this, Ash couldn't help but fall into deep thought. No matter how weak Sylvian's attack power was, the opponent shouldn't still be standing. There must be something strange. At this moment, May suddenly smiled and said, "Ash, do you want to know why my Duat can hold on until now? Plus, that's because my Duat carries Evolution Pyroxene." May's tone was a little proud. Evolution Pyroxene can improve the defense and special defense of Pokemon, and it only works on non-final Pokemon. After that, she added, "Ash, you're a rookie trainer that I admire very much, so I told you this specially. Evolution Pyroxene is a very rare stone. So far, only cases have been found in Issue and Kalos. Ordinary people have never seen it, let alone heard of it. But May is obviously not a civilian trainer. After all, the quasi-god 3-headed dragon alone is not something that ordinary people can cultivate. You actually said such important information. Are you so confident that you can win?" Ash asked curiously. "Well, it doesn't matter. Anyway, Diwat's next move will decide the outcome." What May said was true. Through continuous sword dance amplification, Diwat's attack was increased to a terrifying level, and the momentum emanating from his body was also extremely amazing. "Bunny, Boony, boss, what should I do? I always feel that I will be killed in one move." Sylvian's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and the commentator shouted in fear of chaos, "It's over. Ash has completely fallen in a May's trap, and Sylvian is even shaken." In the audience, Lena and Sabrina were secretly anxious, but Ash was still very calm. "Don't worry, Sylvian. Use Spark to dodge and test it 10 times first." "Bunny, no way. Fighting a close combat with the opponent now is undoubtedly a suicidal act." But after meeting Ash's unquestionable eyes, Sylvian had to swallow his saliva and rushed forward. You dare to rush up?" May was a little surprised, but she didn't say much, just ordered, "Duat, use the water column tail." After receiving the order from the trainer, Diwat's long tail berry was immediately covered with a layer of water and turned around and hit Sylvian fiercely. Fortunately, Sylvian has the acceleration effect of quick attack. Seeing that the opponent's tail was about to hit him, he quickly made a sharp turn and dodged it narrowly. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, the water column tail hit the ground, and it actually smashed a big hole in the ground directly, which frightened the audience and made them sweat for Sylvian. If it was hit accidentally, Sylvian would most likely lose its combat ability. Sylvian was also frightened by the opponent's attack, but it had not forgotten its mission. Relying on the acceleration effect of quick attack, It bumped into Duat and then ran away before the opponent could react. Bunny, boss. Sylvian just breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help complaining. Bunny, are you playing a heartbeat? I was almost hit. You didn't get hit? Ash replied lightly, which immediately made Sylvian angry. However, this instruction is of course not meaningless, but the situation is urgent at the moment. Ash has no time to explain, and the next moment, a more urgent situation occurred. That is, Diwat's body suddenly began to emit blue light. This is the Riptide ability about to be activated. Oh my god, Ash has really finished this round. The commentator's voice was full of surprise and regret. With multiple sword dances and Riptide, can Sylvian still fight? Ash, hurry up and replace the fairy cloth. Lena shouted to the field, completely forgetting that Ash couldn't hear it at all in such a noisy environment. It's useless. Sabrina shook her head and denied. Even if Metagross with the strongest defense is replaced, I'm afraid he'll be hit hard by Duat at this time. What should I do then? Lena asked anxiously. The only way is to seize the initiative, but Rival should have prepared corresponding tricks. Sabrina was also anxious for Ash. Although the score on the field is 5-3, Charizard is actually almost out of combat ability. If Duat is not handled well, it is very likely to be reversed. Ash, don't lose. At this moment, Sabrina and Lena could only pray in their hearts. Just when everyone thought the winner had been decided, Ash smiled and said confidently, Sylvian, use ability to exchange. Everyone was stunned when they heard his words. Ability exchange? Is there such a trick in the world? Smart. Sabrina's eyes lit up. I didn't expect him to make such preparations. He is worthy of being the man who can defeat me. Sister Sabrina, does the trick of ability exchange mean that the abilities of both parties can be exchanged? Lena asked curiously. Yes, this is a psychic trick, but few Pokemon can comprehend it by themselves. As Sabrina said, even psychic Pokemon need to be taught to master many things, and for this reason, the popularity of these 10 tricks is pitifully low. On the field, there's a transparent ray connecting the bodies of Sylvian and Duat, and it seems that something is flowing in it, and then the line suddenly disappears. At first glance, the two Pokemon seem to have not changed much, except that Duat, which was originally emitting blue light, has now returned to its original state. Ash, I didn't expect you to be so well prepared. May was just stunned for a moment and seemed to be familiar with this trick. She smiled and said, even if you crack the rapids, Diwat's attack power is still terrifying. Even if it only relies on the increase of sword dance, the current Duat is still not something Sylvian can resist. After all, Sylvian only has high special defense, but extremely low defense. Although you are very good, you are still a little tender. Ash suddenly said, bang! Both sides used extremely fast moves, so in the blink of an eye, the bodies of the two Pokemon collided with each other, and then, after a muffled sound, they flew backwards at the same time. The referee hurried forward to check, and then announced loudly, Sylvian and Duat cannot fight at the same time. Please send the next Pokemon 2 trainers. Hearing the referee's announcement, there was an uproar and discussion on the field. Originally, everyone thought that Ash would lose, but they didn't expect that the final result would be to perish with Rival, which inevitably gave everyone a feeling of twists and turns. Even if they died together, for Ash, this result was still quite good. Thank you for your hard work. Ash took out the Pokeball and took back Sylvian. You performed very well, handsome Simba-chan. On the other side, May smiled bitterly and took back Duat. This result was a bit of a blow to her, even worse than the loss of the three-headed dragon. It's just a loss. May, don't worry. You still have a chance. May kept encouraging herself in her heart, and then patted her cheeks hard. The slight pain immediately made her feel much more energetic. It's time to go. Cell. May cheered up and sent out the next Pokemon. This time, she still sent out the Pokemon from the Isha region, but it looked a little weird, as if it was wrapped in a layer of green jelly. Pikachu, I'll leave this game to you, Ash said to Pikachu at his feet. Pikachu, Seeing that he finally had a chance to play, Pikachu jumped 3 feet high with joy and rushed to the field happily, looking at Rival with a fighting look in his eyes, and a little electricity burst out from the electric sac on his cheek from time to time. Obviously, he couldn't wait. Since the opening of the Indigo Plateau Conference, Pikachu has rarely had the opportunity to appear. Last time it was tricked. Now it is finally its turn to appear on the stage. How can it not be exciting? As soon as the referee announced the start of the game, Ash ordered, "Pikachu, Thunderbolt." After receiving Ash's order, Pikachu immediately burst out with strong electricity, which gathered into a golden spear and shot straight at Cell. But May was a little weird. Facing Pikachu's attack, she neither let Cell defend nor dodge, but silently endured it. Is she deliberately trying to play a backhand? There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Ash couldn't help but secretly raise his vigilance in his heart, but May said leisurely, "Cell, use ability to exchange." Now, Pikachu was completely stagnant, and even Ash smiled bitterly. It was rare to give Pikachu a chance to perform. It seems that he had to change people this time. There's just one thing that Ash cannot understand. Why does May do this? In the previous battle with Liline, Pikachu was repeatedly thunder-shocked, but not injured, and this scene was naturally noticed by many people. Although many people don't understand the reason, as long as one is interested, he can find out the reason. After all, the Pikachu group is too large. Even without the electric ball, there will always be 1 or 2 gifted ones with hidden abilities. Although rare, it is not a secret, but few people pay attention to it. According to May's personality and identity, she will definitely do a good job of intelligence work before the game, which is not surprising to Ash. What really makes him feel strange is, what is May's purpose in doing this? Logically speaking, Pikachu's electric tricks will indeed not work after the ability exchange. May is undoubtedly forcing him to change Pokemon, but Pikachu does not restrain Cell in terms of attributes, so this move is a bit unnecessary. Pikachu, come back first. Although Pikachu also has special moves other than electric, the power is not very strong. Not to mention that Ash has a more suitable Pokemon to use against Cell. 073, that is Metagross, a Steel and Psychic type. Its excellent resistance is enough to allow it to ignore all kinds of special moves of Cell. Although unwilling, Pikachu had no choice but to run back to the contestant stage with his head raised. However, just when Ash was about to send out Metagross, a data of Cell suddenly attracted his attention. Or to be more precise, the opponent's 10 special moves plan to not. The Grass Knot special move has a feature, that is, the heavier the weight of Rival, the higher the damage caused, and with Metagross's exaggerated weight, it is very likely that he will be severely injured with one hit. In an instant, Ash had a guess in his mind. Maybe May had already calculated that he would send out Metagross next. So, she deliberately forced Pikachu to leave the stage. Although Metagross has never appeared since the opening of the Indigo Plateau Conference, he is also one of the Pokemon in Ash's registered data, and these data can be checked by all contestants. However, these are just Zhiye's guesses. Maybe May didn't think so much at all, but in any case, the original plan seems to have to be changed. Because of this, Ash's hand that was originally reaching for the Pokeball containing Metagross moved to the side, and took out another Pokeball and threw it out. Go, Aerodactyl. Hoorah! With a flash of white light, Aerodactyl's figure suddenly appeared on the field, and seeing this scene, May's face clearly showed a hint of surprise. Although it was only a moment, it was still noticed by Ash, who had been secretly keeping her in mind, and this finally confirmed Ash's previous guess. For a moment, Ash was very grateful in his heart. Fortunately, he had a system to view Rival's data, otherwise he would really be in trouble. Cell, share the pain. However, May is not a pushover. Even though the first plan was detected, she actually had a backup plan, making Aerodactyl and Cell stamina are equal. Oh, May has a lot of tricks. In case some viewers don't understand, the commentator began to explain in detail. The trick of sharing pain allows the user and the target's stamina to be added and then divided equally, which means that Pikachu's Thunderbolt before did not cause any damage. No way. This trick is too shameless. Lena couldn't help complaining. In fact, it's not just this. She heard many tricks in this game for the first time. Pokemon's tricks are countless, and some of them are even unknown. Sabrina on the side whispered, and now is the time to test Trainer. On the field, Ash also felt a little headache about May's tricks. No wonder the opponent took Pikachu's attack so happily before. This preparation was too thorough. But at the moment, this result is better than Metagross being hit by a grass knot. At least he won't fall into a disadvantage as soon as he appears. Then, Ash quickly calmed down and began to issue an attack order. Aerodactyl Crunch. Roar! Aerodactyl immediately flapped its wings and flew into the sky, opening its mouth wide and biting the body of the floating Cell in the air tightly. Cell's face twisted suddenly, obviously hurt by Aerodactyl's powerful bite, but it was also tough and didn't say a word. However, May was not in a hurry when she saw this, but just shouted, confidently. Cell used Dizzy Punch to greet it. After receiving the order from the trainer, Cell immediately waved his two big fists and hit Aerodactyl's head hard, making a series of muffled bang-bang sounds. Don't think that this pair of arms is made of liquid and has no killing power. In fact, it is a big mistake. With the blessing of mental power, Cell's fist can even crush rock. However, Aerodactyl is a rock Pokemon after all, and with the ability of Stone Head, Cell's fist didn't cause much damage to its head. Therefore, Aerodactyl just held on tightly and refused to let go, waiting to see who would collapse first. Under ideal contest conditions, Cell would undoubtedly fall first. After all, Crunch is a Dark-type trick, which has a restraining effect on Psychic-type Cell. However, May refused to give up and continued to let Cell attack with Dizzy Punch. As the saying goes, hard work pays off, and Cell's unremitting efforts finally paid off. That is, the additional effect of Dizzy Punch was finally triggered. Now, due to the chaotic contest condition, Aerodactyl's mouth couldn't help but loosen, but Cell's physical strength was almost at the bottom. Cell used self-recovery. May quickly ordered Cell to heal herself, while Aerodactyl was confused. Upon hearing this, Ash's face changed slightly. If this continued, the situation on the field would undoubtedly be dominated by May, which was not what he wanted to see. Aerodactyl, use takedown, Ash ordered without hesitation. Although Aerodactyl was in a chaotic contest condition at this time and was likely to hurt itself, fortunately its ability was Stone Head, so there was no need to worry about this when using the takedown trick. At this time, a very funny scene appeared on the field. Aerodactyl was like a mad dog normal, rushing around and smashing big holes on the ground with its head. Fortunately, its ability is Stone Head. If it were any other Pokemon, it would have lost its combat effectiveness by the counterattack. Although Aerodactyl's attack was very fierce due to the chaos, its accuracy was inevitably a little too far off. Even a slow Pokemon like Cell could dodge it. However, Aerodactyl was not without any contribution. Because it was busy dodging the attack, Cell could not concentrate on self-recovery. In addition, it was too slow to distance itself from Aerodactyl. Moreover, as time went on, Aerodactyl gradually began to smelling salts and almost hit Cell several times. Relying on an iron head, Ash recklessly let Aerodactyl launch self-injury attacks, making May completely at a loss as to how to deal with it. It's over, what should I do now? Seeing that Cell was in trouble, May was so anxious that she turned around and around, but she couldn't think of a way to break it, so she could only worry there. Unfortunately, time waits for no one. After a while, Aerodactyl finally completely smelling salts over, and its takedown finally hit. Bang! With a muffled sound, Cell didn't have time to scream, and his whole body was knocked out by Aerodactyl. After drawing an arc in the air, he fell heavily to the ground and couldn't move. His eyes had already been swollen. The referee came forward to check on Cell's situation, raised the flag, and announced loudly, Cell can't fight. Aerodactyl wins. Cell was originally a card May specially prepared to deal with Ash's Metagross. It is only effective when fighting Metagross. In other cases, especially when fighting alone, its combat effectiveness is not very strong. Unfortunately, with the help of the system, Ash foresighted May's plan and made her return in vain. Thank you for your hard work. Take a good rest in the ball. May smiled bitterly and took back the cell boy. Then she was stunned for a while, and suddenly laughed and said to herself, "Sure enough, I am not the kind of person who is good at strategies. I know I won't be so clever. No, I think you are very good." Ash's words were not a compliment. May's ability to let Pokemon master so many strange and bizarre tricks is her ability, and Ash was able to crack them with the help of the system. If there was no system, he would not have seen most of these tricks. Even if he had seen them in the game before, he would not be able to react to them for a while. After all, it has been 10 years since he traveled through time, and it is impossible to remember such things. The commentator looked at the situation on the field and shouted with a little excitement. The finals have reached the most critical moment. May only has 1 Pokemon left, and Ash still has 4. It seems that May is in danger. Although the commentator's words were somewhat offensive to the players, they were understandable objectively. After all, the commentator was from Kanto region, and the Indigo Plateau Conference Championship was related to the reputation of Kanto region. Who in Kanto region would not care? However, May didn't care about these things at all. Instead, she warned him seriously, "Ash, you have to be careful with my next partner. It's the most powerful one of my team. Although your Aerodactyl is not bad, it's definitely not its rival." Hearing this, before Ash could speak, Aerodactyl roared in dissatisfaction. "Roar! Roar! What? You dare to say that I will lose? Ah, sorry, I was too proud of myself." Seeing that Aerodactyl looked very angry, May quickly bowed to it and apologized, but Aerodactyl didn't appreciate it and deliberately turned his face away from May. "Okay, don't worry about it. Send the next one quickly," Ash urged impatiently. "Okay." May nodded solemnly, and then took out a special Pokeball, which was engraved with red flame emblems. It seemed that the Pokemon inside should be Fire-type. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Then, the Pokeball drew a perfect arc in the air, and then there was a crisp bang. Suddenly, a white light appeared, and a moth-like creature appeared on the field. Its body looked very full, completely unlike the thin bodies of other Fire-type Pokemon. The most conspicuous thing was that it had 3 pairs of red moth wings on its back, which looked like the mythical Seraph Normal. X. At this moment, even Yolongdu, who had been watching the game silently in the VIP box, was slightly moved. She even has such a precious Pokemon. Is this girl really sent by those trash to show me a warning? But it's a pity. Yolongdu smiled disdainfully. She met the most talented trainer of the younger generation in the Kanto region, and failure is inevitable. Others may not understand, but since meeting Ash, Yolongdu has been secretly paying attention to his progress. Otherwise, it would not be that Ash just got into trouble in Akusha, and Yolongdu would not help him to deal with it immediately. On the field, the audience fell into discussion, and almost no one recognized what this new Pokemon was. Even the commentator did his homework before he figured it out. Dear audience, maybe everyone doesn't know the last Pokemon of May. In fact, it's not your fault, because the rarity of this Pokemon is comparable to that of a legendary beast. Hearing the commentator's words, the audience on the field was in an uproar. The legendary beast is a legendary existence. Many people have only heard of the name of the legendary beast in their lives, and have never had the opportunity to see what it looks like with their own eyes. However, a Pokemon comparable to a legendary beast appeared in front of them. How can this not make people excited? However, some smart audiences heard other meanings in the commentator's words. It sounds like this Pokemon is a legendary beast. Pokemon are indeed very rare, but they may not be comparable to the real mythical beasts in terms of strength. That is the legendary incarnation of the sun, the fire god Bug 9. The incarnation of the sun. This name sounds so noble that the audience started a heated discussion again. However, if you think about it carefully, it is probably just an exaggeration. After all, even the mythical beast of the Johto region, Ho-Oh, probably doesn't dare to compete with the energy of the sun. but exaggeration is exaggeration. From another perspective, the fire god bug must be very good at fire-related tricks. In fact, it is true. From the data provided by the system, May's fire god bug is obviously carefully cultivated. Not only has it reached the intermediate level of elite, but it also has many powerful tricks. Thank you for your hard work. Come back first. After thinking for a while, Ash decided to take back the fossilized Reina. Oh, Ash has started to replace Pokemon 4773. It seems that May's Vulcan bug has put a lot of pressure on him. Which one will he send to the field? Under the dull eyes of the crowd, Metagross's huge, silver-white body suddenly appeared on the field. The four steel-like claws rumbled on the ground, like thunder rollout, which made people's heartbeats speed up involuntarily. The wise and ruthless eyes made people feel even more chilling. However, humans are always curious creatures. Even if they are afraid from the bottom of their hearts, they're still very curious. Judging from the appearance and momentum alone, this Pokemon must be extraordinary, right? It's Metagross. The commentator's voice was extremely excited. Ash actually sent out the quasi-god Metagross of the Hoenn region, and it's a flash Pokemon that is 1 in a million. Quasi-god plus a different color. Where does this shit luck come from? Many trainers who came to watch the game were jealous to the point of red eyes. Even if it was a quasi-god of the Hoenn region, how could a trainer not know this? And which trainer didn't want to get a quasi-god Pokemon? However, just when many trainers were jealous, Gary, who was watching the live broadcast in front of the TV, couldn't help but slap the coffee table heavily and shouted, "What the hell is this guy doing?" He knew that the opponent was a fire Pokemon, but he still sent Metagross. Is he so eager to show off? Well, Gary, don't get excited yet. Maybe Ash has his own ideas. Professor Oak on the side quickly advised. That being said, Professor Oak himself couldn't figure out what Ash meant by this, and could only secretly hope that Ash was not confused for a moment. On the field, May looked at Metagross with a serious face. She would not let down her guard simply because she had an advantage in attributes. She clearly understood how terrible the quasi-god Pokemon was. If the three-headed dragon had not evolved on the spot, and its attributes were not quadrupled, the result of the game would still be unknown. Vulcan, use Heat Wave. May was very cautious and ordered the Vulcan to test it with a long-range attack first. After receiving the order from the trainer, the Vulcan immediately flapped the 3 pairs of red moth wings behind it, and a gust of wind suddenly blew on the field, and some spectators who were close to it clearly felt that the temperature around them rose a lot. The Orbiter body of Metagross is indeed very hard, but at the same time, its thermal conductivity is also very good. If it is swept by the heat wave, the damage it suffers may be unimaginable. What's more, Metagross is huge and not fast, and it is undoubtedly a fool's dream to avoid the extremely wide range of heat wave. But in the face of this dilemma, Ash seemed to be unconcerned and calmly ordered, "Metagross, light screen." Meitua, 4 transparent walls immediately rose around Metagross, enclosing it inside, and the next moment a scorching wind swept in, but due to the obstruction of the light screen, the damage was also reduced a lot. Intend to use a defensive counterattack tactic? May secretly guessed in her heart, and then waved her right hand. Move Foam ordered, "Godworm, rush up and use the dance." The fire Godworm immediately responded, and suddenly a strong flame appeared on its body, surrounding it, and then rushed towards Metagross at a high speed. From a distance, the body wrapped in flames looked like a small sun, and the surrounding air was even slightly twisted and trembling under the high temperature, which was daunting. Oh my god, this trick of the fire Godworm is too terrifying. This time what will Ash do to deal with it? While speaking, the commentator wiped the sweat from his forehead from time to time. It was not because he was nervous, but because the temperature of the entire venue was affected by the firebug. The temperature rose suddenly. The dance of flame is the exclusive trick of the firebug. It is because of this that it got the nickname, the incarnation of the sun. From this, we can also see how terrible this trick is. Metagross. Faced with such a terrifying trick, Ash's voice was still neither slow nor hurried. Aim at the ground in front of you. Arm punch. After receiving Ash's order, everyone present was stunned, but Metagross did not hesitate, waving his huge claws to smash a huge hole in the ground. What? What does Ash want to do? Everyone was confused by Ash's order, and at this moment, the Vulcan bug rushed to a place less than 5 meters away from Metagross. Seeing that the opponent's attack was about to come, Ash was unusually calm and said calmly, 2.2, next, mental interference. It's useless. May shouted, Fireworm, get out of here with all your strength. Mental interference uses confusion to imprison or control the opponent's actions, but the special defense of the Fireworm is not low, and May believes that the Fireworm will not be affected too much. However, the next moment, something unexpected happened to her. Metagross's mental interference was not directed at the Fireworm. The main effect of the mental interference was the gravel on the ground that was created before. Oh no, Fireworm, get out of the way. May was shocked, but it was too late. Countless large and small stones floated up out of thin air, and the surface of each stone emitted a faint blue light due to the confusion. With a slight sound of breaking through the air, it flew rapidly towards the Fireworm. Fist-sized stones hit the firebug, forcing it to retreat. At the same time, they also interrupted the Flame Dancer's attack, and the flames on the firebug dissipated. The firebug was indeed extremely powerful, but it also had a weakness. That is, its defense was very low and it could hardly withstand a few physical injuries. Although Metagross was good at physical attacks, the firebug was wrapped in high-temperature flames. If he rushed up to fight in that situation, it would undoubtedly be a foolish act that would only hurt the enemy 800 but hurt himself 1,000. Now was undoubtedly the best time to attack. Ash immediately ordered, Metagross, use Missile Fist. Rat. Metagross roared and circled up, charging at the firebug at a high speed, and at the same time, a faint white light appeared on his thick right claw. Firebug, keep your distance. May knew very well that the firebug, without the protection of fire, was extremely fragile. If the opponent got close to her, she would definitely die. Unfortunately, May understood this, so how could Ash not understand it? Therefore, he deliberately chose to launch a very fast missile punch, so that rival had no time to dodge. The situation on the field developed just as Ash expected. Even though Volcanus had an advantage in speed, it was still hit by Metagross's fast meteor punch. Although the power of the meteor punch was not strong, Volcanus, which originally wanted to retreat, could not help but stop under its influence. And then the real attack came. Seize the opportunity, Meteor Mash. Metagross raised his right claw again and slammed towards the firebug. This time, it was not a faint white light, but a colorful rainbow light, and its power was naturally extraordinary. Firebug, don't be afraid. Use Flame Wheel. Although May tried hard to launch a counterattack, the firebug without limbs was too weak in close combat. It was beaten by Metagross one after another, and it didn't matter even if it was injured in exchange for injury. After all, the firebug is good at special attacks, and it is really bad at physical attacks. Therefore, even if the fire-type trick restrains the steel-type Metagross, the damage it can cause is very limited. However, just when Metagross completely suppressed the opponent, it suddenly felt a burning sensation on its body. It turned out that the firebug's ability, Flame Body, was triggered. After discovering the situation, Ash immediately ordered, Metagross, use Zen Headbutt to hit it away. Meitua. In the blink of an eye, the light blue psychic light gathered above Metagross's head and then slammed towards the Vulcan bug, knocking its entire body away from the air and falling on the ground, leaving a long mark. The last blow to deal with it. Ash's voice was full of confidence, the most powerful destructive death ray. Hearing Ash's words, Metagross also began to show his power. A blue energy ball condensed at the cross pattern on his cheek, and then a ray of light was emitted from it, almost sweeping the entire venue. With a powerful destructive death ray passed, rocks flew everywhere, and a series of violent explosions sounded. The Vulcan bug, who had no time to dodge, was caught in the explosion, and his figure was soon shrouded in smoke. With all his strength, Metagross's destructive death ray was really earth-shattering. Is this the true strength of Metagross? In front of the TV, Gary swallowed hard. Many Pokemon can master the trick of Destruction Ray, and there are quite a few Pokemon in his team who can use it, but compared with Metagross, the power is really different. Thinking of this, Gary felt that the gap between himself and Ash was getting bigger and bigger, and he was inevitably a little eclipsed. Professor Oak beside him keenly noticed this and quickly comforted him. Gary, I know what you think, but you are still young and there is still a long way to go in the future. I know, Grandpa. Gary smiled bitterly in his heart. It was true that he was still young, but the problem was that Ash was the same age as him. At this rate, how long would it take for him to catch up? Grandpa, Gary suddenly made up his mind. Please help me prepare. I want to travel to Johto region now. What? So soon? You just came home a few days ago. Professor Oak wanted to dissuade him, but after seeing Gary's firm eyes, he finally nodded and acquiesced. Originally, Professor Oak was still troubled by Gary's arrogance, but now he was worried about Gary's overworking. It can only be said that the hearts of the elderly in the world are pitiful. On the other side, in the quartz venue, the extremely hard rock venue had already been destroyed, and the billowing smoke rose into the sky, making it impossible to see the situation inside. After waiting for the smoke to dissipate, people looked inside and saw Metagross still stood in the rubble. His face was neither happy nor surprised, as if everything that happened in front of him was taken for granted. On the other hand, the Fire God Bug fell in the chaos. His body was pitch black. The Fire God Bug cannot fight. Metagross won. So the final winner is Ash from Pallet Town. As the referee's flag fell, the scene suddenly fell into silence. But after a while, just like a volcano eruption, the audience's enthusiasm erupted all of a sudden, cheering 560 and shouting. Listening to the cheers in her ears, May was stunned for a moment, but her originally extremely nervous mood suddenly calmed down at this time. I lost. Well, I lost. May chuckled, took back the unconscious Fire God Bug, comforted the Pokeball a few words, and then walked towards the direction of Ash. Congratulations, Ash. May extended her right hand generously. I accept defeat this time, but there's one thing I don't understand. Can you tell me? Ash stepped forward and held her hand, nodded and said, Ask any questions. I will try my best to answer you. May is a pretty good person. At least she is willing to help Ash during the game. So, as long as it does not involve secrets, Ash does not mind telling her some tactical things. Originally, according to my expectation, you will definitely let Metagross play after being forced to replace Pikachu. But in the end, what was your idea to send Aerodactyl? May couldn't figure out this question no matter what, and she might never figure out the reason in her life. Hearing this, Ash was stunned at first, then smiled at her. You wanted to ask this, sorry. This is top secret. Although she didn't get the answer she wanted, May still generously expressed her understanding. After all, everyone has secrets that they don't want to tell. Even she herself is no exception. Everyone, the champion of this Indigo Plateau Conference, has been born. That is Ash from Pallet Town. Let's applaud and congratulate him. Accompanied by the excited words of the commentator, the entire venue once again broke out in a warm applause, cheering for the newly crowned champion. After it finally stopped, the commentator said again, The closing ceremony of this Indigo Plateau Conference will be held here in the afternoon. Please attend on time. The audience began to leave the venue one after another, and everyone's face was full of excitement. This championship competition not only featured several Pokemon that are rarely seen in normal times, but also various special moves and tactics are also strange and bizarre, which is eye-opening and worthwhile. After saying goodbye to May, Ash left the venue and reunited with Lena and Sabrina. In order to celebrate Ash's victory, the three of them specially booked a hotel room this time. And by the way, they also prevented those annoying reporters from interviewing. Cheers! At the table, everyone raised their glasses to 1,000, and Lena blushed and said, Ash, congratulations on becoming the champion. Your dream has finally come true. Thank you. Ash smiled slightly. But the Indigo Plateau Conference champion is nothing for me. This is just the beginning of my trainer career. Okay, I know you are the best. Lena smiled helplessly. The conference champion that ordinary people even have to fight for their whole lives is so understated in Ash's mouth. It's really frustrating to compare people. Then what are your plans next? Lena asked. I plan to go home and rest for a month before leaving. Ash replied. After all, he's been away for a year, and he should accompany his mother. What about Sister Sabrina? Lena turned her head and looked at Sabrina. Sabrina paused and replied calmly. I will go back to the gym in the afternoon. Go back in the afternoon? Lena frowned slightly. Too anxious, right? Aren't you going to watch Ash's awards ceremony? It's a waste of time. Anyway, I just want to see him win. Although Sabrina's thinking is a little different from that of ordinary people, Ash can still hear the concern in it, and can't help but thank her. Sabrina, thank you for coming to watch my game. You're welcome. Perhaps because she is rarely thanked, especially by Ash, Sabrina's expression seemed a little unnatural, but she immediately said, Next time, I will definitely beat you. Hee, I'm looking forward to it. Afterwards, everyone laughed again for a while, and Ash suddenly remembered something serious. Speaking of which, Lena, you haven't told me your plan yet? Me? Lena was stunned for a moment, and then quickly replied, that, I haven't thought about it yet. Oh, there's no rush anyway, so don't worry about me. Well, not thought about it. Seeing Lena talking evasively, Ash suddenly felt a little strange, looked at her suspiciously, and said, Wait, Lena, you've been acting a little strange lately. Huh? What's strange about that? Lena was startled, but still pretended to be calm. Of course it's strange. You haven't contacted your mother recently. When traveling in the past, as long as she stayed at the Pokemon Center, Lena would definitely report to her mother that she was safe, but during the days in Indigo Plateau, Ash never saw her call. It was just that because he was busy preparing for the competition, Ash forgot to ask about this for a while. Hey, is that so? Lena didn't expect Ash to pay so much attention to her, and she felt flattered and sweet in her heart. That's it. But Ash didn't know what she was thinking, so he just advised, Lena, since we are friends, don't you think you should tell us? Ash didn't like to force others, but Lena was still a little Stephanie, and it was inevitable that she would be confused about many things. As her friend, Ash felt that he had the responsibility to help her. Under the pressure of Ash's patient persuasion and Sabrina's silent gaze, Lena finally stammered out the reason. It turned out that she ran away from home. As soon as these words came out, Ash was stunned, and even Sabrina was no exception, with an incredible expression on her face. You know, in the minds of the two, Lena has always been a good girl, and running away from home has nothing to do with her. I don't want to do it either. Feeling the strange gazes of the two, Lena explained anxiously. But my mother not only forced me to do armored rhino riding training, but also didn't let me watch Ash's competition. Who can stand such a mother? Hearing this, Ash couldn't help but feel ashamed. He had heard Lena say that the armored rhino riding competition was a feature of Kalos, but Lena hated it very much. Because during training, not only will you sweat all over, but you may also fall to the ground and get covered in mud, which is unbearable for Lena, who likes cleanliness. But Lena's mother, Saki, is a retired rider of the armored rhino riding competition. She hopes that her daughter will inherit her career, so she has been training Lena since she was a child. However, Ash thinks that Lena herself is also responsible for this matter. Since she doesn't want to, she should just say no. Unfortunately, Lena just can't muster up the courage. Forget it. After dinner, I'll call your mom. Ash sighed. It felt like the teacher was going to meet the parents, Tian Li Xiaoyu. What? Lena stood up in shock. No. How can this be? Absolutely not. I'm not mentally prepared yet. What does this have to do with you? Ash looked at her inexplicably, and then said, I just want to persuade your mother to understand you. After all, you can't not contact her for the rest of your life, right? But, Lena was a little anxious, and hurriedly asked Sabrina for help. Shaking her arm, Charm said, Sister Sabrina, please help me talk. You should be able to understand me. Unfortunately, Sabrina just replied lightly, You are an ordinary person with an ordinary mother. I don't understand. Now Lena had to accept her fate. After dinner, the three of them came to the Pokemon Center. Lena dialed the phone at home with a trepidation. Soon, the video call was connected, and in front of Ash was a very young woman who looked about 24 or 25 years old with healthy, wheat-colored skin and looked like an athlete. Auntie, Ash was about to say hello, but Saki on the other side of the screen said first, "Are you the boy who bewitched my silly daughter, Topsy-Turvy? I think his name is Ash, right? Mom, what the hell are you talking about?" Lena, who wanted to be a turtle the whole time, immediately yelled at her with a red face when she heard this, and everyone around her looked over. "Go away, don't you see? I'm talking to Ash." It seems that Saki is still very angry and didn't look at her daughter well at all. Actually, running away from home is not a big deal in this world. After all, many trainers don't go home for several years. Just don't be stupid like a rich second-generation young master who runs away from home and becomes a soldier for an evil organization. Lena stomped the stomping tantrum in anger, but she was in the wrong after all, so she turned her face away and stopped talking. Ash thought that Saki was talking nonsense and said calmly, "Hello, Andy, I am Ash." Haha, what a polite child. Saki had a completely different attitude towards Ash. "I saw your performance at the Indigo Plateau Conference. It was really amazing. Congratulations on winning the championship." "Thank you." The conversation between the two was quite harmonious. After a few pleasantries, Ash talked about business, hoping that Saki could forgive Lena's willfulness and respect her ideas. Fortunately, Saki was also a very reasonable person. Moreover, she was his own daughter, so there was no reason to forgive or not forgive. As long as Lena was safe and sound, it was fine. However, then, Saki said with a distressed look on her face, "Ash, even if you ask me to respect Lena's ideas, I don't know what she thinks. And this girl never tells me her thoughts." Speaking of this, Ash was also stunned. Yes, what exactly is Lena's thought? Thinking carefully, Lena didn't seem to have any clear goals since the trip, but simply followed him to travel and do water sports. But Ash thought it was nothing. After all, Lena was still very young. Why rush to find a life goal? When Ash was this old in his previous life, he didn't think about these things at all. What's more, the so-called life goals are very easy to change, especially when they are young. Some people really have a different idea every day. Ash thinks that instead of changing a goal for a while, it is better to wait until he grows up and becomes mature and then make a careful decision. Unfortunately, it is the mother who is asking now, so Ash can't say these things directly. Fortunately, he got an idea and started to talk nonsense. In fact, Lena has always wanted to be a Pokemon breeder. Pokemon breeder? As soon as this was said, Lena's face suddenly became very strange, and Saki asked bluntly, "Are you serious, Ash? Don't lie." "Of course," Ash said calmly. "Let's not talk about anything else. You should have seen Lena's flaming fox, right? The fur is so beautiful. It is the result of Lena's careful raising." In fact, what Ash said is not a big lie. There is no threshold for the so-called trainer, breeder, and coordinator. As long as there are Pokemon, anyone can be one. Moreover, Lena is really taking good care of Pokemon, and she doesn't like to fight, so it's not too much to say that she is a breeder. "Yes, Mom, I have always wanted to be a breeder," Lena quickly agreed. "Really?" Saki looked at Ash and Lena with a suspicious look on her face. She wanted to say something, but she finally sighed. "Well, since Lena has a goal, I don't want to care too much, lest you say that I have reached menopause." Until the end, Saki still made a joke, but judging from the atmosphere, the result was not bad. After hanging up the phone, Lena said with a look of relief, "Great, Ash has passed this time." "No." Ash shook his head helplessly. "Your mother is not so easy to fool. Especially you. The expression on your face is completely exposed." "Huh? What should I do?" Lena was a little anxious again. "Cold dish." Ash complained unhappily, but seeing Lena's bitter face, he finally softened his heart. "At this point, you have to become a real breeder." "Then what should I do?" Lena had no objection to becoming a breeder because it sounded like it was no different from what she usually did. Preparing food for Pokemon, combing their fur, and talking to them were all things she had been doing. Come with me to Pallet Town. The Pokemon in Professor Oak's laboratory are great for you to practice with and expand your knowledge. The role of a breeder is not as simple as Lena thought. Not only must one have a certain understanding of one's own Pokemon, but also of other Pokemon, and one must have some reasoning knowledge, in case one is at a loss when encountering Pokemon that one has never seen before. Lena naturally agreed to Ash's invitation with great joy, and then said goodbye to Sabrina. After attending the closing ceremony, the two of them set off for Pallet Town the next day. After returning to Pallet Town, Ash did not rush to travel, but rested well at home for a few weeks and taught Lena how to take care of different Pokemon in Professor Oak's laboratory, popularizing various knowledge. That day, Ash accompanied Lena to train Flame Fox in the back mountain of Pallet Town. After all, eating without training is not enough. Even Pokemon will get fat. Flame Fox, Flame Jet. Sylveon, Step Down. Even though Flame Fox has been with Lena for more than a year, due to lack of training, the power of Spit-Up's flame is really limited, so Sylveon doesn't even bother to raise his eyelids and directly waves the ribbon to disperse the flame. Bunny, no, it's too weak. Just when Sylveon wanted to make a few routine taunts, he suddenly felt something in his heart and suddenly looked up at soaring in the sky in the distance. Ash saw it and followed its gaze, but there was a black shadow flying towards this side at high speed from far to near. When the other party got closer, everyone realized that it was a Dragonite acting as a messenger, and Ash's heart suddenly clicked. Could it be an invitation from Mutuo? Dragonite took out a letter from his bag and handed it to Ash. He opened it and found a disc inside. Then the disc projected a holographic image of a black-clad beauty and began to talk about general matters. Please forgive me for writing to you. You two are considered the most promising trainers, so I would like to invite you to the strongest trainer party held by my master. The location is New Island, Pokemon City. I wonder if you two are willing to come? Please tick the postcard. This is an invitation from the strongest Pokemon trainer. Please be sure to attend. After that, the holographic black-clad beauty bowed slightly and disappeared, while Dragonite on the side was eagerly waiting for Ash's reply. The strongest Pokemon trainer party? Is it true? Lena always felt that the other party was a bit of a braggart, but on second thought, the other party could even use a precious Pokemon like Dragonite as a messenger, so maybe he really has some skills. Ash, why don't we go and take a look? Lena suggested with some anticipation. No. Unfortunately, Ash refused and put the disc back into the envelope and gave it to Dragonite. Dragonite didn't seem to care about Ash's answer. He just put the envelope back into his bag and flew away. What? Lena was a little surprised. Ash, don't you want to go and see it? This is the party of the strongest trainer. Hearing this, Ash rolled his eyes at her unhappily. Do you think I'm a fool? Just follow a stranger when he asks you to go? Silly girl, be careful of being sold out. What? Who would follow a stranger? I just need to follow you. Lena said angrily, but then she realized that her words seemed ambiguous and her face flushed. Okay, don't mention this. It's almost time. Let's go back to the laboratory. Ash's previous remarks were naturally to evade. Lena, he clearly understood that this was an invitation from Mutuo, and he also understood what Mutuo wanted to do. But all this has nothing to do with Ash now. If Mutuo wants to counterattack, then go ahead. Anyway, the Alliance will support him if the sky falls, and it is not his turn to meddle in other people's business. What's more, in the original book, Ash risked his life to persuade Mutuo to change his mind, and the current Ash is neither so great nor willing to try how painful Pokemon's ultimate moves are. After all, this is a world of facts. If you are really hit by Mutuo's ultimate move, you may end up with nothing left. At this moment, the voice of the system suddenly sounded in his mind. Master, because you rejected Mutuo's invitation, you get 120 pieces of Destiny fragments. Hey, there are really a lot this time. Ash smiled nonchalantly. Perhaps the world will indeed change drastically because of this incident, but compared to the lives of those strangers, his own life is more important. At the same time, Giovanni was sitting in the office of the rocket team's secret base, listening to the report from his secretary, Petrol. Boss, Carve has been rescued by Archer and others and is rushing back from the Johto region. Archer, Ariana, Proton, and Petrol are the leaders of the rocket team's Johto region division, collectively known as the Four Generals, and they play an important role in the rocket team. Yeah. Giovanni didn't seem surprised by this result, but just asked, "How are Liline and Will? Is there any news about them?" "Not yet." Mantorai shook his head, but according to the news sent back by our informant in the Alliance, the two seem to have not been caught yet. "Really? Don't worry about them for now. How is the thing I asked you to investigate?" Upon hearing this, Managi quickly flipped through the information in his hand, and then replied, "According to the investigation, Mutwo used the machinery left in the new island laboratory to build a fortress. The new island laboratory is where Mutwo was created. Because Mutwo could not control his power when he first woke up, he accidentally destroyed the entire laboratory." "And what else?" Giovanni asked lazily. "And that," Managi paused, but still said with a stiff upper lip, "the more troublesome thing is that considering the reconstruction of the laboratory at that time, the cloning machine was not destroyed and remained in place. It is probably in the hands of Mutwo now, and it has been inviting powerful trainers to the island. Maybe it wants to form 10 clone armies. Since Mutwo defected, Team Rocket has never given up monitoring it, but it is just monitoring and there is no other action. Asterisk, 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 0. Haha, so that's it." Giovanni didn't seem to care about what Mutwo did, and even showed a disdainful smile, but Managi on the opposite side was puzzled. Logically speaking, Mutwo must have formed an army to take revenge on Team Rocket, but Chungshu was still smiling. However, Managi didn't dare to ask, so she could only analyze it silently in her heart, and at this moment, Giovanni suddenly called her name. "Midori, there is something I need you to do. Warn the team members in various places to keep quiet recently. Also, try to collect funds as much as possible. I will be very useful. The organization is about to make a big move." "Yes." Midori suppressed his excitement and whispered, "Boss, are you going to do something to Mutwo?" 0. Mutwo. Hearing this, Giovanni suddenly showed a helpless expression and sighed. "Midori, you have been with me for so many years. Do you think I am a fool?" "No, I dare not." Midori shuddered and shook his head to deny it. "Okay, there's no need to be so nervous. What does it look like to be so timid?" Giovanni taught dissatisfiedly, and at this moment, the door of the office was knocked and 3 heads sneaked in. It was the Rocket Trio. "What are you 3 doing? Can't you knock before coming in?" Midori scolded loudly. "These 3 idiots are always like this and don't listen to anything. It's like this. We got a treasure recently, so we came here to present it to the boss." Jesse explained quickly, and James and Meowth beside him also smiled and rubbed their hands. "Treasure?" Giovanni immediately became interested. "Show it to me. If it's really a treasure, I'll give you a reward." The Rocket Trio is equivalent to eating free food in the organization, but Jesse and James have a special status, so Giovanni has always tolerated them. A few minutes later, Giovanni's loud laughter suddenly came from the office. "Haha, good. This time you have done a great job." Looking at the yellow crystal stone in his hand, Giovanni's eyes were full of unprecedented eagerness, which made Jinyao a little bit unbelievable. "It's just a stone. Does the boss need to be so excited?" While Ash cleverly avoided Mutwo's trap and was enjoying his vacation in Pallet Town, several bigwigs gathered at the Kanto Alliance headquarters on the Indigo Plateau. Not only the Kanto Elite Four, but also several important counselors from Kanto and Johto region were present, which shows the seriousness of the matter. Seeing that almost everyone was there, Yolongdu spoke first. "I think you all know why I asked you to come here this time. Let's take a look at this first." As he spoke, Yolongdu pressed the remote control a few times, and then a special battle was shown on the huge electronic screen in the conference room. It was the battle between Mutwo and Banjara that Ash secretly filmed at the Tokiwa gym before, or it would be more appropriate to say that they were being ravaged. The levels of both sides were not even on the same level. Everyone was watching the screen quietly until the end of the screening. One of the counselors spoke up. Elite, we all know that Mutwo is very powerful. Why did you put this up to remind us? Humph. Yolongdu's face suddenly darkened. If you hadn't strongly opposed it at the beginning, how could such a terrifying creature be created by Team Rocket? In fact, Team Rocket's Mew cloning project had long been noticed by Alliance. After all, this was not a small research project. It almost exhausted all the wealth accumulated by Team Rocket since its establishment. How could such a big move be hidden from Alliance? Although Yolongdu wanted to lead people to stop it as soon as possible, Alliance was also very interested in this plan, so it rejected Yolongdu's proposal and chose to wait and see. Elite, why are you angry? Mutwo has already escaped. Team Rocket has suffered a great loss. Another congressman advised kindly. The news of Mutwo's defection could not be concealed at all. After all, it destroyed a base of Team Rocket at that time. Alliance is not blind. If they don't notice it, they will see it. That's right, but there's a bigger trouble. Yolongdu tried his best to suppress his anger and played a video again. This time, the picture shows a huge castle. Many Pokemon can be vaguely seen walking in it. If you look closely, you can find that these Pokemon seem to have a little difference in appearance compared with other Pokemon of the same kind. This is the picture taken by the satellite. Yolongdu's tone was a little heavy. After investigation, this castle was built by Mutwo, and many excellent trainers were tricked to the island. Mutwo's counterattack plan was launched before the opening of the Indigo Plateau Conference. If there were only 1 or 2 people, it would be nothing, but once there were more people and the time was long, it would naturally be discovered. Trick them to the island? Why? The congressman asked puzzledly. For the Pokemon in their hands. According to our experts, all the Pokemon in the picture are cloned, and the most obvious evidence is the unnatural scars on their bodies. Yolongdu replied. Nowadays, cloning technology has been very mature for a long time, but the genes of Pokemon are relatively complex, so there are inevitably some imperfections in appearance. Hearing this, the congressman present suddenly fell silent. A powerful Pokemon is nothing, but if it is a powerful Pokemon with human intelligence, plus it leads an army, then it will be a big problem. It must be stopped. It didn't take long for everyone present to reach a consensus. A dangerous creature like Mutwo could not be allowed to develop freely. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Those cloned Pokemon can be dealt with by my investigators, but the power of Mutwo is not something I can fight alone. As he said that, Yolongdu suddenly stood up and bowed solemnly to the other 3 elites. Lord Agatha, Bruno, Lorelei, please help me. Hey, look at what you said. Why are you so polite? Even in front of so many people, Bruno was still shirtless, not caring about other people's eyes at all, and everyone seemed to be accustomed to it and was no longer surprised. Compared to Bruno, the Ice-type elite Lorelei was much more elegant and said seriously, Please don't say that. As a member of the Elite Four, this is my responsibility. That's right. Such a terrifying Pokemon must be in the hands of the Alliance. We must not let Team Rocket take it back. Finally, Agatha also spoke. She is the oldest member of the Elite Four. Although she is old, her personality is still as hot-tempered as when she was young. She is a radical in the Alliance. But can we really capture Mutwo just like this? At this time, a congressman raised his concerns. I don't doubt your strength, but from the picture just now, Mutwo's strength may not be just this? That's right. Yolongdu nodded in agreement. And according to the report from our spy in Team Rocket, the armor is not used to enhance its power at all. In fact, it is the opposite. It was made by Giovanni to restrict Mutwo because he was worried that he could not control it. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was shocked. The congressman asked quickly, In this case, the elite must have a solution, right? Yes, that is to use the Master Ball. Yolongdu said word by word. Master Ball. Lorelei frowned slightly. This is indeed a good idea, but Mr. Zillifu may not agree. The so-called Master Ball is a special Pokeball developed by the Silph Group. It is specifically used to target the first-level legendary beasts. Only this kind of Pokeball can contain the energy in the body of the legendary beast. However, before capturing, it is necessary to weaken the power of the 2.2 target first. But even so, it is an item that is so precious that it cannot be measured. Humph, he dares not agree. Agatha snorted coldly, but everyone present was very tactful and did not answer. In fact, although Silif is a businessman, his influence in the Alliance is even stronger than that of the Elite Four, and he has a private army under his command, and he is not afraid of threats from others. What's more, the counselors present were unwilling to offend Silif, because those people more or less had business ties with the Silif group. It doesn't matter. I can ask a little friend for help. As long as he shows up, this matter will definitely succeed. Bruno and Agatha knew exactly what the little friend Yolande was talking about. Only Lorelei, who had just joined the reign, showed a puzzled look. On this day, when Ash and Lena were helping and studying in Professor Oak's laboratory, as usual, Professor Oak suddenly received a call. However, as a busy man, Professor Oak received more than a dozen calls almost every day, so Ash didn't care too much and just did his own thing. However, not long after, Professor Oak came over with a smile. "Well, Ash, I have something to ask of you." "What?" Ash frowned slightly when he saw this. As the saying goes, smiling people are not good things. Just seeing Professor Oak's smiling face, he knew that there must be trouble again. "It's like this." Professor Oak cleared his throat. "I hope you can go to Valencia Island in the Orange Islands and bring something back for me." "No, I don't have the time, and don't you know how to order a courier?" "At most, I'll pay for the courier fee." Ash refused unhappily. "Hey, listen to me first. Professor Achiki from Valencia Island called me just now and said that she got a mysterious pokeball and wanted me to study it. But this pokeball is very special and can't be sent through the 13 computers, so I want to trouble you to make a trip." Professor Oak explained. "Didn't I tell you? You called the courier." Ash knew that Professor Oak was talking about the GS ball, but he had no interest in the Orange Alliance and didn't want to waste time there. "How can this be? This is a very precious pokeball, so I can only ask a reliable trainer like you. Even if Gary is here, I will definitely ask you." Unfortunately, Professor Oak's flattery didn't work. Ash thought that there was no underground organization in the original book that was interested in the GS ball, and it was completely unnecessary for him to escort personally. "By the way, the Orange Alliance is holding the Winner's Cup. You can challenge it, by the way." Seeing that he couldn't convince Ash, Professor Oak immediately changed to other strategies. However, this trick still didn't work on Ash. "I'm not interested. The Orange Alliance is too small. There are not many powerful trainers who will challenge it. Instead of going there, I might as well go to Johto region early." This is not because Ash is arrogant. In fact, the gold content of the Victory Cup is really pitiful, and the so-called Orange Alliance is not an international alliance. Many people in other regions have never even heard of it. Seeing that Ash was not interested, Professor Oak felt a headache. Fortunately, he was smart and came up with another bad idea. "Lena, can you come over?" Hearing Professor Oak suddenly call Lena over, Ash's heart jumped immediately, but it was too late to stop it. Lena walked in from the courtyard after a while. "Professor, what's the matter?" Lena asked curiously. It's like this." Professor Oak glanced at Ash, then put on a serious face. "I've seen you and Ash working so hard in the laboratory recently, so I want to repay you by inviting you to travel to the Orange Islands in the south." "Really?" Hearing this, Lena was naturally very happy, but Ash was very depressed. Although Professor Oak looked like an honest man, he was actually full of bad intentions. "What do you mean by going on a trip?" "It's obviously to help him do something." "Okay." Unfortunately, Lena didn't know this. Her heart had already fallen in love with the beautiful southern country. The blue sky, the sea, and the beach were all what Stephanie longed for. "By the way, Ash, do you want to go?" Lena looked at Ash eagerly. She remembered that Ash didn't like the sea very much. Seeing Lena's look, how could Ash bear to refuse? He could only nod his head reluctantly. But he didn't forget who was the culprit. "I said, Professor Oak, you just said that you invited us to travel this time, right?" Yes. Professor Oak turned his head away, not daring to make eye contact with Ash. "Since you have agreed to go, then do me a small favor. I will help you if you are busy, but since you are treating me, You will have to pay for the expenses along the way. Ash said expressionlessly, and Professor Oak, feeling guilty, could only stiffly nod to buy. Of course, this was just talk. Ash was not the kind of person who would ask for a lot. At most, he would only buy a dozen of the most expensive potions. Just when Ash agreed to Professor Oak's request and was about to go home with Serena to pack his luggage, an uninvited guest came to the laboratory. It was Yu Longdu. "Hey, Xiaodu, why are you here?" Professor Oak asked curiously. Normally, Yu Longdu would not come to Pallet Town. "Professor, long time no see." In front of Professor Oak, Yu Longdu did not look like an elite at all. He said a little embarrassedly, "I came here specially this time because I actually wanted to ask Ash for 10 things. Are you here to see me?" Ash was a little surprised, but he still listened to Yu Longdu patiently. Then, Yolondu told Professor Oak and Lena everything about Mutuo, which shocked Professor Oak and Lena. Mutuo is not only a man-made beast created by humans, but also plans to form a clone army to retaliate to humans. Is this a movie? If they didn't know that Yolondu would never joke, both of them would doubt whether the other's brain was wrong. However, Ash knew that all this was true. In the original book, Mutuo did stop at the edge of the cliff, but now there's no one to persuade it, so no matter what crazy things it can do. Ash naturally had no objection to the Alliance's desire to capture Mutuo, but there was one thing he still didn't understand. "Elite, since the Master Ball is with Siliph, what's the point of you looking for me? I don't have much friendship with him." Ash did say a few words to Siliph, and the other party's attitude was indeed very polite, but this didn't mean anything, especially since it was a precious Master Ball. How could Siliph agree to give it to him? "No." Yolongdu shook his head. "In fact, I'm afraid I can only ask you, because your father once saved Silif's life." That cheap dad once saved Silif's life? When Ash heard this, his first reaction was to believe it. After all, Yolongdu would not lie, and thinking about Silif's attitude at the time, everything made sense. At that time, Ash felt that Siliph was a little too polite. Now he understands that there is such a relationship. Then, Yolongdu continued. At that time, the Siliph group was not a group, but just a small company. One day, Siliph, the president, was kidnapped by the rocket team. It happened to be seen by your father. Although he was limited in strength at the time, he still tried his best to save Siliph. It was at that time that he and the rocket team had a feud. Speaking of this, Yolongdu paused, his eyes full of emotion, and sighed. "Every time I see you, it's as if I see your father. Both of you don't like to talk much, and you're the kind of people who are not afraid of anything." 1. Although Yolongdu's story is a bit cliché, it doesn't sound like a big deal. The rocket team dares to do anything for money, and kidnapping is just a small matter. But, Elite, will Siliph give me the Master Ball just based on these? Ash asked with some doubt. Even though he saved my life, after so many years, Siliph may not necessarily repay him, and Ash believed that if he asks for money, the other party may agree without hesitation. But if it involves the only Master Ball in the world, that's not necessarily the case. However, Yolongdu said confidently, "Don't worry, he will definitely agree. If it were other businessmen, I can't guarantee it, but Siliph is not like Mikey." Why is it different? If he heard Siliph is a noble person from Yolongdu, Ash would probably want to curse. Fortunately, Yolongdu didn't say that, but sighed, because he is very poor, so poor that he only has money. Huh, what does that mean? Lena didn't understand immediately. Normal is a phrase used on forums to tease others or oneself. It feels inappropriate for Yolongdu to say it now. However, Ash's heart clicked, and he heard some clues. Although Siliph is rich enough to rival a country, he lost his only son in middle age, and now he is the only one left in the family. Hearing Yolongdu's words, Ash and Lena were both stunned, and then sighed in their hearts. Who would have thought that Siliph, who seemed to be so glorious on the surface, had such a story behind him? The biggest tragedy in life is that the old man sends the young man away. So, Siliph, who is alone, values old relationships very much. If you ask him, he will definitely agree. Since Yolongdu has made it so clear, Ash agreed after a little thought. Anyway, he won't lose anything. Not to mention that the dangerous element of Mutwo should be controlled as soon as possible. After all, if Mutwo really gets into trouble, it might cause harm to Ash and his family and friends. For this reason, he still has an obligation to help. Thank you. You have helped the entire alliance a lot. Seeing Ash's agreement, Yolongdu smiled slightly and then took out a Pokemon egg from his bag. I won't let you work for nothing. This is my little gift. Just accept it. Pokemon egg? Ash took it carefully, and Lena beside him asked curiously, Elite, what kind of Pokemon egg is this? I don't know. Yolongdu's expression suddenly became a little embarrassed. Actually, this is what my ancestor brought back. It was born from it and other female Pokemon outside. Huh? Elite's ancestor? Ash and Lena looked at each other, and seeing the expressions of the two, Yolongdu seemed even more embarrassed, and they were too embarrassed to continue. Finally, Professor Oak came forward to explain. You should all know that the Yulong clan that Xiaodu belongs to is a famous dragon messenger family, and the ancestor of the Yulong family is a dragonite who has lived for nearly 1,000 years. I see. The two nodded, and then Ash suddenly found something wrong. Wait, Professor Oak, how long did that ancestor live? Nearly 1,000 years. Professor Oak looked at him strangely. That's nothing. You should know that Pokemon are different from us humans, especially dragon Pokemon, which can easily live for hundreds of years. Long life and strong strength are the symbols of dragon-type Pokemon. Otherwise, they are not qualified to be called the strongest type. Dragonite is a lively Pokemon, and with its own strong strength, when it evolves into Dragonite, it will not stay in the Dragon Holy Land of the Dragon Clan all the time, but go out to travel and explore, living freely. If there is an emergency, or if they're tired of playing, they will rest in the Dragon Holy Land. However, Ash is not entangled with this, he said with a strange face. I mean, this ancestor is almost 1,000 years old, and he can still go out to mess around with female Pokemon. This kind of thing is just like an old man in his 70s and 80s messing around, and finally let the woman win the bid. Ash seriously doubted whether this ancestor was cuckolded. Ahem, that Ash, Pokemon's ideas are different from ours. Mikey, don't look at them with our human moral point of view. Dragonite said this rather awkwardly, but Ash felt that these words sounded familiar, as if a certain Pokemon had always been saying them. However, whether Dragonite's ancestor lived a decent life or not had nothing to do with Ash. He was more concerned about the Pokemon egg in front of him. Well, Elite, can you roughly guess what Pokemon egg this is? Ash was a little confused at this time. Although his father was an extremely powerful Dragonite, he was not sure about his mother. What if this ancestor had a unique taste and got a female Machamp or something and finally hatched a Machop? That would be a pitfall. Pokemon eggs born from Pokemon of different races do not follow the race of the stronger one, but most of them follow the race of the mother. As if he saw Ash's concerns, Yolongdu comforted him. Don't worry. Although the ancestor has no moral integrity, he is still quite taunting when it comes to mating. The object must be a dragon-type Pokemon. After hearing Yolongdu's words, Ash finally felt relieved, but even Yolongdu, his grandson, said that this ancestor has no moral integrity. I'm afraid he is really hopeless. Because of the Master Ball, Ash had to postpone his plan to go to the Orange Islands to help Professor Oak run errands, and went to Saffron City with Dragonite first. Fortunately, Dragonite also had Dragonite. Although this Pokemon is huge, its flying speed is quite fast. At full speed, it can fly around the Earth in about 16 hours. At this speed, it only takes a short time to get from Palatown to Saffron City. However, Dragonite had to slow down to take care of Dragonite and Ash on its back, but even so, it only took half a day. Because he was bored, Dragonite started to chat with Ash Solation and told him some information about Master Ball. In the game of Ash's previous life, Master Ball was an extremely powerful item that could capture any Pokemon with a 100% success rate. Even if the target was Arceus, he would be defeated by a ball and be captured. Unfortunately, in this real world, the role of Master Ball is extremely limited, and it is not an exaggeration to call it chicken ribs. First of all, the cost of a Master Ball is astronomical, which means that no one would use it on ordinary Pokemon. That would be a waste of resources. Secondly, the Master Ball can indeed contain the power of a level 1 legendary Pokemon, and it can indeed contain it. But before that, the opponent's power must be weakened, or at least a way must be found to throw the ball at the opponent. Finally, even if the legendary Pokemon is successfully contained in the ball, it does not mean that it has been conquered. To be precise, it is just imprisoning the legendary Pokemon, and it cannot be used as a combat force at all. Therefore, rather than saying that the Master Ball is a Pokeball, it is more appropriate to say that it is a portable prison for the legendary Pokemon. In fact, if someone can get the recognition of a legendary Pokemon and make it follow him, the Master Ball is also dispensable, because ordinary Pokeballs can contain the power of level 2 legendary Pokemon, that is, the champion level Pokemon, and as long as the level 1 legendary Pokemon can contain its power, it will definitely be no problem. Of course, the above are just theoretical statements. After all, so far, no one has been recognized by the first level beast, let alone being subdued by it. Based on the above reasons, Master Ball is indeed very precious, but no organization has the idea of playing with it. If it weren't from you, Dad, Dream's chaos this time, I'm afraid that Master Ball would not be thought of by Alliance at all. During the chat, Saffron City soon came into view. Yolondu asked Dragonite to stop directly in front of the Silph building, and then said to Ash, "Next, you go up alone, I'll wait for you downstairs." Ash almost thought he had heard it wrong. Logically speaking, since Yolondu asked him to help, there was no reason to ask him to go up alone. Elite, do you want me to go and ask Hyrif to give me the Master Ball? You should do it if you are so shameless. After being mocked by Ash, Yolondu did not blush, but used provocation. What? Are you afraid to be alone? Do you need an adult to accompany you? If that's the case, then I will accompany you. Okay, I'll go. Ash also saw that Yolondu probably didn't want to see Hyrif, but he was so evasive because he couldn't say it directly for some reasons. However, Ash did not let Yolondu go completely, and pulled him to the front desk to explain his purpose. Seeing that the other party was the Elite Four, the receptionist did not dare to be careless, and quickly contacted her boss. Not long after, a man dressed as a manager walked over quickly. Ash knew this man. It was Hyrif's assistant Sato. After learning the purpose of the visit, Sato immediately took Ash to the top of the group building by a special elevator and met Silph in an office. After almost a year, Silph still looked as energetic as before. He was very happy to see Ash. "Ash, congratulations. I watched your game at the Indigo Plateau Conference, and you performed very well," Silph said with a smile. "Thank you." Ash nodded in thanks. He didn't want to say any more nonsense and directly explained the purpose of the trip. And just as Yolondu expected, Silph ordered someone to bring the Master Ball without saying anything after listening. Actually, there's no need to do this for the Elite. Since it is to subdue the disobedient Pokemon, I should help unconditionally. Having said that, Ash would not be so naive as to believe Silph's words. I am afraid that only they themselves know what these old foxes think. However, Ash did not say much, but Solation echoed, and after a while, the Master Ball was brought in by Sato. From the outside, there is nothing strange about the Master Ball. It is just a different color, but in fact, there's a lot of things inside. Hyrif held the Master Ball in his right hand, stretched it in front of Ash, and said, "Come, put your hand on it." Yes. Although he didn't know what the other party wanted to do, Ash still did it as he was told. And then he only heard Hyrif say, "Authorization." Hearing this, Ash was slightly stunned, and then the Master Ball made a light beep sound, but it seemed that nothing happened. "It's like this." Hyrif took the initiative to explain. The Master Ball is equipped with fingerprint and voice recognition functions. Only authorized people can use it, and the authorization method must be carried out face-to-face like just now. No way. So troublesome. Ash couldn't help but complain in his heart. But then he thought, after all, it was used to imprison the beasts, so it was natural to be cautious. However, if he had known this earlier, he would definitely force Yolondu to come up, and he would not have to be the middleman. At this point, Ash was not happy to think about it anymore. After thanking Silph again and again, he immediately returned to the downstairs to meet Yolondu. "How is it, Ash? You must have got the things." Seeing Yolanda's confident look, Ash immediately felt unhappy and threw the Master Ball to him. Hey, be careful. Yolanda didn't expect Ash to do this and hurriedly caught it in a panic, almost falling to the ground. Why are you so nervous? If the Master Ball is so easy to break, how can it be used to collect the beasts? Ash said lightly. Yolanda thought about it carefully, and it seemed to be true, but he was just too worried and confused and didn't realize it for a while. Then, Ash stopped making trouble, followed Silif's example, and granted the authority to the Dragonite, and returned to Pallet Town on the Dragonite again. As Dragonite was very fast, Ash returned to Pallet Town near dusk. As Yolanda was busy preparing to deal with Mutwo, he did not stay for long. After saying goodbye to Ash, he left in a hurry. Early the next morning, Ash and Lena set out on a journey to the Orange Islands. Near noon, they arrived in Viridian City, but before boarding the ship, Lena wanted to go to the supermarket to buy some food. The two came to the door of the supermarket, but found that there was an event here. With the receipt, you could draw a lottery. The special prize is a spaceship trip to Valencia Island. It sounds good. Ash, let's try our luck later? Lena said excitedly. Although Ash didn't think he could win, he didn't want to spoil Lena's fun, so he just said perfunctorily, well, but we have to buy good things first. However, to Ash's surprise, Lena's luck was surprisingly good. She actually won the special prize and won 2 flying S.S tickets to Daishiang Island. However, this was not a happy event. Ash knew that this flying ship belonged to the rocket team and was an antique. It was not safe at all. Well, Lena, let's take the ship, Ash suggested hesitantly. For safety reasons, he thought it would be better to persuade Lena to give up. Lena said with a look of regret, but it's not easy to draw this, and the airship is fast. We're not in a hurry. Just take the boat and go slowly and enjoy the scenery along the way. Besides, don't you like the sea very much? Lena was very moved when she heard this. She thought Ash wanted her to enjoy the trip, but in fact it was not much different. This is entirely for her safety. If the airship really crashes, Ash is confident that he can escape. After all, he still has Charizard and Aerodactyl, but Lena is not sure at that time. So just in case, it is better to choose a safer way. The airship can go directly to the various islands in the Orange Islands, but the ship cannot. You must go to Tangelo Island first. Only there is a big harbor. If you want to go to other islands, you can only take a regular communication ship there. But these are not big things. Ash would rather spend more time than take unnecessary risks. The two came to the harbor of Tokiwa City, bought the S.S ticket, and boarded the ship. Tangelo the island is not far from here. They boarded the ship at noon and arrived before the sun set in the afternoon. After getting off the ship, Ash and Lena planned to stay at the Pokemon Center for a night and set off to Valencia Island tomorrow morning. However, when they passed by a beach, they found a Lapras lying there. Lapras is an endangered Pokemon. It is rarely seen at ordinary times. Once it is found, it will be protected by people. However, at this time, 3 gangsters were surrounding it. Ash immediately found something wrong. He bent down to pick up a few stones from the ground and jumped over the railing with Pikachu. The 3 gangsters didn't know that they were in big trouble. Hey, hurry up, go. Why don't you move? The 3 people seemed to want Lapras to carry them to swim, but no matter what they said, Lapras just lay there and refused to move, which immediately annoyed them. Be obedient. One of them raised the stick in his hand and was about to hit it. Lapras knocked down, but suddenly an unknown object flew over and hit him on the forehead. Wow! The man screamed, and blood immediately flowed from his forehead. The other 2 companions were shocked and ran to see him. At the same time, one of them cursed, hole. Who the hell did this? Stand up for me. Are you 3 blind? Didn't you see that the child was injured? At this moment, Ash walked over step by step with a gloomy face. Seeing that he was holding a few stones in his hand, the gangsters immediately knew that it was the man in front of them who attacked him just now. Who are you? Do you want to cause trouble? One of the bad guys yelled at Ash. Faced with this kind of garbage, Ash was too lazy to pay attention to them. He turned his head and said to Pikachu on his shoulder, Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pika. Hearing Ash's words, Pikachu didn't say anything and immediately hit him with a thunderbolt, which electrocuted the three gangsters so much that they trembled all over and foamed at the mouth. You are shameless. You can only sneak attack. As if the force was not enough, one of them still had the strength to intermittently accuse Ash. The villain died because of talking too much. Ash complained in his heart and didn't even want to look at them. At this time, Serena also took a detour to catch up and said with a worried face, "Ash, are you okay?" However, her worry was obviously unnecessary. Facing such a scum who only bullied the weak, it would be strange if Ash was injured. The two hurried to check on Lapras's condition, but because he had just been abused, Lapras's attitude was obviously somewhat resistant to humans. Serena took out the potion and wanted to feed it, but it was directly slapped on the head. "Ash, what should we do now?" Serena couldn't help but get anxious. Why doesn't Lapras want to drink the medicine? If it continues like this, it will be in danger. It may be afraid of bitterness. Ash guessed, after all, judging from its age, this Lapras is just a child. But we only have potions with us. Really, if we had known that we would have brought a few fruits. Lena was a little annoyed. In order to save space, they both carried various potions. The energy blocks were also made in advance before they set out. There were no tree fruits at all. "How about this? Lena, you go and inform Nurse Joy. I'll watch Lapras here and try to give it some first aid," Ash suggested. "Okay, I'll go right away." Lena nodded and ran away, while Ash looked at Lapras and began to think about countermeasures. Got it. Ash quickly came up with an idea, that is, the power of the King of the Sea. At the beginning, this power attracted countless water Pokemon, which should be able to eliminate Lapras's hostility. Ash spread the power of the Sea King, and Lapras seemed to sense something. His eyes, which were originally tightly closed, slowly opened and looked at Ash with curiosity. Seeing that Lapras had let go of his hostility, Ash took the opportunity to put the potion to its mouth and whispered, "Come on, drink this." "Woo!" Lapras cried out reluctantly, but after hesitating for a while, he still drank it obediently, and it was so bitter that it stuck out its tongue. "Good boy." Ash smiled and touched its head to show encouragement. In fact, this potion was not very bitter, but it just had a little taste song, but the Lapras in front of him was still a child. It is more appropriate to say that it is afraid of taking medicine than to say that it is afraid of bitterness. After all, children are like this. After drinking the medicine, Lapras began to act like a spoiled child with Ash, constantly rubbing his head against him, and it was obvious that he liked Ash very much. But this is also normal. After all, the power of the Sea King 13 can affect even Kyogre, let alone a little Lapras. Ash also had some thoughts about taming this Lapras. Through the information found in the system, Lapras had mastered the trick of freezing Ray at a young age. From this point of view, the potential of Onlong is really not small. After a while, Lena led Joy to rush over, and an ambulance took Lapras and the three gangsters lying on the ground to the Pokemon Center. Fortunately, Lapras's injuries were not serious, and Ash had fed it potion, so it only took a while for Joy to walk out of the emergency room. "Nurse Joy, is Lapras okay?" Lena asked quickly. "Lapras is fine. He will recover after a while of rest." Hearing this, Lena and Ash breathed a sigh of relief, but then Joy said, "But the other three were seriously injured. One of them even had a concussion. Do you know who hit them?" No, I don't know anything." Lena's expression suddenly became a little subtle, and then she shook her head desperately, and seeing her like this, Ash felt a little helpless. This girl really can't lie. Her expression and actions are all flaws, and there is something wrong at a glance. But it doesn't matter. Ash admitted openly, "Nurse Joy, I did it. I saw them bullying Lapras, so I bullied them." When Joy heard Ash say this, she was slightly stunned, and then she smiled bitterly. But she didn't say much, just told Ash to be careful in the future. It seems that even a kind person like Joy doesn't have a good impression of this group of hooligans who never change. Then, Ash and Lena went to the swimming pool in the backyard to visit Lapras. It happened that Lapras had woken up at this time. Seeing Ash's figure, he immediately swam over happily. "Hi, little Lapras. Are you feeling better?" Lena smiled and greeted, but Lapras showed a little fear. Seeing this, Ash approached Lapras and gently stroked it. "It's okay, Lapras, she won't hurt you." "Woo!" Lapras was very obedient and let Ash pet it, and it looked like it was enjoying it, which immediately made Lena feel a little jealous. Why? Why doesn't this child want to get close to me?" Lena pouted, looking dissatisfied. "This is normal. After all, it has just been bullied by us humans, so it is inevitable that it will be a little wary of you," Ash explained, but he ignored a big loophole in his words. "But Ash, you're also a human," Lena said in a puzzled tone, "but Lapra's attitude towards you is completely different from his attitude towards me. What's going on?" "Well, maybe I'm more handsome." The matter of the King of the Sea is more difficult to explain, so Ash simply used a more narcissistic excuse, causing Lena to roll her eyes at him. However, under Ash's persuasion, Lapras gradually let down his guard, not only allowing Lena to approach, but also letting the two sit on his back and swim around in the swimming pool, having a lot of fun. "Ash, since Lapras likes you so much, why don't you subdue it? And if you want to go to other islands in the future, we can ride Lapras, which is also very convenient." Lena's suggestion was exactly what Ash wanted, but he had to listen to Lapras' opinion first. He gently asked, "Lapras, are you willing to take us on a trip?" "Woo!" Lapras shouted happily, then lowered his head and rubbed Ash's face, obviously agreeing. "Well, let's get into the Pokeball first." Seeing that Lapras agreed, Ash took out the Pokeball and was about to touch Lapras' body, but suddenly a rocket flew out from the bushes next to him and landed in the swimming pool, exploding a large cloud of smoke. Although this rocket did not have any lethality, it also made people cough repeatedly. Lena subconsciously asked, "What's going on?" "Since you are asking sincerely, we will 147 tell you mercifully. It was the Rocket Team trio who did this." But before they finished their opening remarks, Ash interrupted with a little surprise. "Wait, have you changed your uniforms?" At this time, Jesse and James were no longer wearing the white uniforms they used to wear, but black, which looked a little handsome. "That's right." Hearing Ash's question, the two of them immediately became very excited. This kind of uniform is only qualified to be worn by senior team members. "The three of us have finally been promoted." "Oh, did you make any great contributions? How did you get promoted suddenly?" Ash asked calmly. James seemed to be overwhelmed by joy, and he explained proudly. "It's like this, we went to Professor Oak's laboratory before and got a treasure from there and presented it to the boss, so we were appreciated by the boss and promoted. When it comes to this, the trio felt incredible. Before, they just saw that the stone was beautiful, so they wanted to try their luck, but they didn't expect Giovanni to be so happy. Not only did they forgive their previous debts, but they were also promoted several levels, which made the trio almost think they had arrived in heaven. Now, Ash finally understood that the three idiots were the ones who stole from Professor Oak's laboratory. He said with a gloomy face, "Let me guess, the treasure you presented to your boss should be a yellow crystal with a circle pattern on it." "Huh? How did you know that, little brat?" The three looked at each other, but ignored Ash's increasingly cold face. "Because the stone was originally mine," Ash said expressionlessly. "Tell me, how do you want to die this time?" Although Beedrillite had been given to Professor Oak by Ash, it shouldn't matter to him whether it was stolen or not, but he just couldn't swallow this breath. If it was stolen by some brilliant thief, it would be fine, but it was stolen by these three idiots. Ash suddenly felt that the people in Professor Oak's laboratory were just a bunch of idiots. Could it be that they were so obsessed with research that their brains went crazy? What? Jessie was shocked by Ash's words at first, but then she said confidently, "Humph, little brat, don't be so power trip. We are different now. That's right. We will defeat you here today. Avenge our previous shame. Not only this Lapras, you also have all the Pokemon on that little girl. We will take them away." James and Meowth also echoed confidently, and Ash was almost laughed at by them. Where did this confidence come from? Even if they're the spokespersons of the word blind confidence, there must be a limit to their response. Lena was even more amused by them, laughing and saying, "Ha! Team Rocket, what are you going to rely on to defeat? Ash, did he get a heat stroke because of the hot weather?" Little girl, don't laugh. Jessie gritted her teeth and threw out a pokeball. I'll show you how powerful I am next. Come out. Charizard. It's up to you. Agron. James also threw out a pokeball. Roar. Asterisk 2. As soon as the two Pokemon appeared, they roared with great power, which frightened Lena. She looked at the two huge figures with incredible eyes. How could these two idiots from Team Rocket have such powerful Pokemon? Similarly, Ash finally understood why these two guys were so confident. It turned out that they got new Pokemon, and it seemed that the level was not low. However, such a powerful Pokemon was obviously not something that Jessie and James could cultivate. But if it was stolen, it would seem too obedient, which made Ash confused for a while. But soon, Jessie took the initiative to tell the reason. She boasted proudly. These two powerful Pokemon were given to us by the boss. This just shows how important our position is in the boss's mind. Oh, so that's it. Ash agreed without commenting. There was nothing wrong with Jessie's words. With the strength of Team Rocket, giving them a few powerful Pokemon is really nothing, not to mention that the two in front of them are not particularly powerful. But Ash always felt that rather than saying that Giovanni valued them, it would be better to say that Giovanni thought of them and made great contributions by accident, so he just gave them two Pokemon casually. After all, merit should be rewarded. Although the trio relied entirely on luck, as the saying goes, luck is also a part of strength. Interesting. Ash smiled slightly. In that case, let's have a doubles battle. Originally, Ash was thinking about taking Lapras to fight with other Pokemon a few times so that it could regain its confidence as soon as possible, but he didn't expect such a good opportunity to come to him. Although Lapras was not as good as the other party in terms of level, in terms of the comparison between the two trainers, Ash was confident that he could beat Jessie and James by several roads, and he didn't take them seriously at all. Lapras, is it okay? Believe me, we will definitely win. Ash assured Lapras. QS-. Originally, Lapras was still a little scared, but after seeing Ash's firm eyes, he finally nodded heavily and chose to believe Ash. Come on, send another one out. Jessie and James pointed their fingers at Ash with a power trip on their faces. Obviously, the two new Pokemon they got had overwhelmed their minds and made them think they were invincible, but Meowth was a little more cautious than them. Did I say, little brat, since it's a doubles match, there should be 4 trainers, right? Meow. You have the guts to let that little girl be your teammate, Meow. Huh? Me? Lena pointed at herself in surprise, then waved her hands desperately. No, I can't. And I'm a breeder, not a trainer. Hee hee, do you think you're a drag, Meow? Maybe that little brat over there thinks so too, Meow. Meowth was also smart for once, and actually used the method of provoking. Although what Meow said was indeed correct, if Lena teamed up with Ash, she would definitely be a drag, but Ash didn't want her to be talked about like that. It's okay, Lena, just send out your Pokemon to fight together. But, Lena was still a little hesitant. Since the travel time was not short, she knew her own strength very well, Mama Zhao, and she was afraid of holding Ash back. But Ash was determined to slap the 3 idiots in the face, and he persuaded again and again, and Lena finally couldn't beat him, so she had to make up her mind to take out the Pokeball. Understand. Lena glanced at Ash, and then said solemnly, Please, Flame Fox. Flame Fox is the strongest Pokemon in Lena's team, but the gap with rival is obviously still very large, and it is about the same level as Lapras. Looking at the 2 weak Pokemon of the other side, the 3 members of Team Rocket felt for the first time in their lives that they were going to win today. What a great feeling. If the battle hadn't started yet, Jessie would definitely shout the above sentence, but now she couldn't wait and immediately ordered an attack. Charizard, use Flamethrower. Flame Fox, let's use Flamethrower here too. Lena quickly ordered Flame Fox to counterattack, and 2 pillars of fire were fired almost at the same time, colliding violently in midair. However, Flame Fox's strength was obviously inferior to Charizard's, and the opponent's flames gradually pressed over. Seeing this, Ash immediately ordered, Lapras, use Water Gun. Woo! Lapras responded and spit up a thin stream of water gun from his mouth, which not only dispersed Charizard's flames, but also hit its body, making Charizard extremely uncomfortable. Jessie was immediately anxious when she saw this, and yelled at James. "What are you doing? Come and help." I know," James replied weakly. "Agron, use Water Pulse." After receiving the order, Agron immediately condensed a cyanwood-colored energy ball in his mouth, and then slapped the ground hard, and it instantly turned into a big wave, rushing towards Lapras and Flame-Eared Fox. "Lapras, stand in front." Ash calmly ordered Lapras to stand in front of Flame-Eared Fox to block the attack, and Lapras did as he was told, and quickly moved forward, and all the water waves hit him. "Ash, is this okay?" Lena asked worriedly. "Of course it doesn't matter. Doubles battles are like this. You just need to follow my rhythm." Hearing Ash's confident tone, Lena felt relieved. Lapras, who was attacked by the water wave, didn't look hurt at all, and even looked very happy. This Lapras' ability is to store water. Unless the difference in strength between the two sides is too big, it will be immune to all water-based tricks, and it can also restore physical strength. Unfortunately, Jessie didn't know this, and complained to her companions. "James, what's going on? This attack has no effect at all. You should recognize Drew." "I'm serious. It's Jessie who is useless." This time, James didn't choose to swallow his anger. He felt that he had endured enough. "What did you say?" "I said you are useless." "You two stop quarreling, Meow," Meowth on the side hurriedly advised. "Now the most urgent task is to deal with the little devil and the little girl, Meow. Be careful, they're attacking Meow." Just when Jessie and James were in conflict, Ash would not miss this opportunity and took the opportunity to order, "Lapras, use Water Gun on Agron." "Flame Fox, let's go too, Flamethrower." Lena immediately followed without hesitation. Suddenly, the two attacks, one water and one fire, made Agron scream. James was shocked and pushed Jessie beside him, shouting, "What are you still standing there for? Help!" Charizard, use the Vortex of Fire to attack them. Although she was a little unhappy, Jessie still ordered Charizard to rescue Agron, and now Lapras and Flamethrower were finally forced to stop attacking. "Okay, it's our turn to fight back." James excitedly waved his right hand. "Agron, use the Million-Ton Punch." Agron immediately rushed up, his heavy body rumbling on the ground, and his clenched right fist began to glow white. "Lapras, block it." Hearing Ash order Lapras to block again, Lena was shocked and quickly advised, "Ash, is this okay? Always let Lapras act as a meat shield. Don't worry, just focus on ordering Flame Fox to attack." Although Lapras' defense is not very good, it is at least stronger than Flame Fox. Ash will not be selfish enough to ignore the overall situation just because Lapras is his Pokemon. After hearing Ash's words, Lena stopped talking and could only be anxious in her heart. Fortunately, she had an idea at this moment. "Flame Fox, use Will-O-Wisp on Agron." Kinku, after receiving the order from the trainer, Flame Fox immediately released a strange purple flame from its mouth, surrounding Agron. "Agron!" James was shocked when he saw this, but after a closer look, Agron did not seem to be hurt, so he quickly put his mind at ease. "Don't worry about it. Agron, keep going." But what James didn't know was that due to the Will-O-Wisp, Agron had fallen into the burn contest condition. Not only was his physical strength continuously consumed, but the damage of his physical moves was also reduced a lot. Because of this, when Agron's fist hit Lapras, it couldn't cause much damage to Lapras at all, but made Lapras stare at it with wide eyes and innocent face. "Ming, why doesn't it hurt?" Lapras' words immediately D Agron off, and Jessie saw that the attack didn't work and shouted anxiously, "What a useless guy! Charizard, use his flame spray." However, Jessie overlooked one thing. That is, Agron was still standing in front of Lapras at this time. That is, Charizard's flame spray completely hit Agron's back. James immediately got angry and yelled at Jessie, "Can you see clearly before attacking? You are the one getting in the way." Jessie immediately responded. It was lively now. Not only Jessie and James were arguing, but Charizard and Agron were also arguing. The two sides were arguing so hard that no matter how Meowth 263 tried to persuade them, it was useless. Enough, these two idiots. Ash was speechless. Although he knew that the three idiots of Team Rocket were useless, he didn't expect them to be so useless that they would actually quarrel in the battle. Lena, come with me to deal with them. Ash's voice became a little impatient. Lapras used brine. Lapras raised his head and spit up a water ball towards soaring in the sky. And then the water ball exploded above Charizard and Agron, and the water immediately sprinkled all over them. Duh. The two Pokémon screamed immediately, especially Agron, because it was seriously injured, which triggered the additional effect of Brine's trick. When the rival was insufficient, the power doubled, and it fell directly to the ground. James, you useless idiot. Jessie couldn't help but curse. Charizard, fly up and use Flamethrower. Flamethrower, use Light Screen. Lena seemed to have entered the contest condition, and almost at the same time ordered Flamethrower to hold up the Light Screen, and the first mate reduced Charizard's attack. Afterwards, Ash ordered Lapras to use Water Gun on Charizard again. After a few times, Charizard couldn't hold on, and finally ended this farce. How could this happen? Jessie and James fell to their knees together. They couldn't believe that they would lose, and they lost in this situation. If Ash had sent Pikachu or other powerful Pokémon, the two would have accepted it. After all, they had been taught a lesson by Pikachu. But the problem was that this time, Ash sent Lapras, who had just been captured, and his partner was Lena, who never participated in battles. This failure made the two begin to doubt their lives. Forget it, you go. Seeing the two people's lost souls, Ash was not in the mood to settle accounts with them anymore. And this time they hadn't had time to do anything bad, so he decided to let them go. What's more, Ash had always sent these three idiots of 650 to the police station, but the laws of the Alliance could not do anything to them at all. They would be released in a few days, which was completely useless. After the trio left, Lena immediately shouted excitedly, "Yeah, great. We won. Ash, I didn't hold you back, did I?" Although it was just a rival of the level of the three idiots, she was still very happy to win the game, especially fighting with Ash. Of course not. Ash smiled slightly, and you performed very well. I told you that you can do it. Hearing this, Lena touched her head and said modestly with an embarrassed look, "Hee, actually, that's all your credit. I just help a little." Having said that, Lena's face was even happier. Obviously, Ash's praise made her happier than the victory. After resting for a night at the Pokémon Center, early the next morning, Ash and Lena set off in Lapras toward Valencia Island. Lapras itself is a Pokémon that likes to carry people to sail. In addition, because of winning the game yesterday, its spirits have improved a lot. Its eyes are not as timid as before. It carries the two people forward quickly with its head held high. Valencia Island is not far from Tangelo Island. According to Joy, if there are water Pokémon, it will take less than half a day to arrive. However, Ash's Lapras is faster and successfully arrived at the destination before noon, while riding the convenience of Pokémon was immediately apparent. There was no need for a dock. You could just find a shore to dock. Thank you for your hard work, Lapras. Go back to the Pokeball and have a good rest. Ash first took back Lapras, then took Serena to the residential area in the center of the island. With the guidance of a kind uncle, the two soon found a white villa built on the cliff. It was the destination of the two people's trip, the Nemo Laboratory. However, after the two entered the laboratory, they found that it was empty. After Serena tried to shout a few times, a secret door suddenly appeared on the floor, and three round-faced girls wearing Hawaiian shirts and glasses appeared from it. They looked like triplets. Are you a guest? What can I do for you? Probably because of the triplets, the three girls spoke very interestingly, and a sentence had to be divided into 3 parts, and each person spoke a part. Hello, we are here to find Professor Nemu at the request of Professor Oak. Ash replied. After learning the purpose of the visit, the 3 girls immediately led Ash and Lena to the lobby of the laboratory, where they met the rare female Pokemon researcher, Professor Ichiki. Nice to meet you. I am Professor Ichiki. Professor Ichiki is a mature woman. Her eyes are always slightly narrowed, and her gestures give people a lazy feeling. She doesn't look like a researcher. After the two sides introduced themselves, Professor Uchiki immediately led Ash and others to a transmission device, on which was placed a gold and white pokeball. This pokeball, Lena looked at it curiously. It is made of gold and silver. This is the first time I've seen this type. It's incredible, I got it by chance, and if you look carefully, there are words on it. Following the direction pointed by Professor Uchiki, Lena carefully observed and found that there are indeed two patterns on the upper part of this pokeball, which looks like the English letter GS. I guess this is the origin of the name of GS ball. Then, Professor Uchiki gave a detailed introduction. Not only can this GS ball not be transported by the teleportation device, but it is also impossible to open it to look inside. No matter using electric saws, hammers, crowbars, wire saws, electric drills, or laser guns, none of them work. In order to prove what Professor Uchiki said, the triplets personally used various tools to destroy the GS ball in front of Ash and Lena, which made the two frown. Unfortunately, until the triplets sat on the ground panting with exhaustion, the GS ball was not even damaged. Not even a piece of paint fell off. Alas, you have seen it too. Professor Uchiki sighed. So I have no choice but to hand it over to Professor Oak, an authority in the Pokemon world, to see if he can solve the mystery of this Pokeball. As he spoke, Professor Uchiki handed the GS ball to Ash and said solemnly, "This is why I asked you all to come here, please. Don't worry, I will hand it over safely to Professor Oak." Ash took the GS ball and promised. Then Ash called Professor Oak 5.7 to report that he was safe, and then Professor Uchiki took the microphone. The two began to have academic discussions on various research reports on the phone. Judging from the situation, it is estimated that they will not stop for several hours. And Ash did not want to disturb them. In fact, he was also very interested in the GS ball. After all, in the original animation, the GS ball has always been an unsolved mystery, and even Professor Oak could not solve it. Fortunately, Ash still has the Destiny system. There must be an answer to the GS ball in the Destiny database, and the system's answer did not disappoint him or completely scare him. Master, basic data shows that the GS ball is not actually a Pokeball. It does not have the ability to capture Pokemon. GS ball does not have the function of catching Pokemon. After hearing what the system said, Ash was a little surprised. Doesn't this mean that GS ball is not Pokeball? Then how can it be made to look like Pokeball? But Ash thought again. After all, GS ball just looks like Pokeball. No one stipulates that things that look like Pokeball must be Pokeball. Considering things, we should not be trapped by inherent thinking. Moreover, this can also explain why the transmission device does not work on GS ball, because it is not Pokeball at all. So system, what is this thing? How many fragments are needed to unlock the detailed information? Ash asked curiously. It takes 200 pieces of Destiny fragments. The system's answer immediately made Ash's heart cold. He has been saving for so long, and he only has 245 pieces on him. Most of them will be gone at once. But Ash really couldn't suppress his curiosity, so after hesitating for a moment, he finally chose to unlock the information. Master, according to the Destiny database, the material of the GS ball is made of feathers of Zhiye and Ho-Oh, and it was manufactured 3 years from now and sent here through a time machine. Is this true? If there is a time machine in 3 years, Ash would not be surprised. After all, the development of science and technology is uncertain, not to mention that the current level of science and technology is extremely advanced. Maybe the time machine has been secretly developed. What really surprised Ash was that the material of the GS ball was actually the feathers of Zhiye and Ho-Oh. You know, these two Pokemon are first-level beasts. Who has the ability to pluck feathers from them? Then why was the GS ball sent here from the future? Ash asked again. Unfortunately, the system replied, this involves another secret of the future, which requires 300 pieces of Destiny fragments. 300. Ash was stunned. I say, your fee seems a bit expensive. Sorry, Master. This is not decided by me. If you want to unlock the information, you must supply enough energy to the Destiny database. The system explained. Forget it. Ash was just complaining casually, and he didn't expect this old-fashioned system to give him any discounts. At this moment, Professor Ichiki suddenly called him. Ash, please come over here. Professor Oak wants to see you. What is it? Ash walked over and saw Professor Oak on the screen with an excited look. I suddenly thought of a good idea. Professor Oak said excitedly. Since this GS ball can't be opened, Ash, you could try to use the waveguide to detect what's inside. Oh, right, why didn't I think of it? After being reminded by Professor Oak, Ash remembered that there was such a method. Although it might not be successful, it doesn't matter if you try. Ash immediately closed his eyes and slowly stretched out his own waveguide power. Fortunately, the material of the GS ball could not hinder the penetration of the waveguide, and he successfully felt what was inside the ball. How about it, Ash? Can you feel what's inside? Seeing that Ash had not moved for a long time, just standing there with his eyes closed without saying a word, Professor Oak couldn't help but ask softly. It's a ball of energy. Ash opened his eyes when he heard the voice, and there was unstoppable shock in his eyes. Endless energy, the life energy of the sea. The energy of the GS ball is much stronger than the energy of the legendary beasts that Ash had felt before. Whether it is Kyogre or Mutwo, they are far inferior to it. It can even be said that the level is not on the same level. You mean energy? Is it the power of the sea? Professor Oak asked hurriedly. He thought that there would be a rare Pokemon or something in the GS ball, but he didn't expect it to be a ball of energy. This is an amazing discovery. I'm not sure. It seems similar, but also seems a little different. Ash answered hesitantly. Is that so? Professor Oak touched his chin in distress. But since it is energy, it will be very troublesome even if we find a way to open the GS ball. We have to be careful that the energy inside does not leak out. Asterisk, 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 0. That being said, Professor Oak still didn't mention one thing. That is, in case of explosion or accident, after all, humans still know nothing about the energy of the sea. It seems that safety measures must be taken before research. Anyway, Ash, come back early. I'll go prepare some things first. After that, Professor Oak hung up the phone in a hurry without even saying hello, but Ash was used to his appearance, and Professor Ichiki was even more so. At this time, the female professor was completely attracted by another thing. Ash, so you are the legendary child with the power of waveguide. Professor Ichiki's eyes were shining, looking like a big bad wolf. Sure enough, this woman and Professor Oak are of the same type. Even though they are of different genders and have such a big age difference, they are actually both fanatical researchers in nature. Ash has seen this kind of look on Professor Oak countless times. You will cover all our expenses on the island. Ash thought that if he didn't let this woman do a few experiments, she would definitely not let him go easily, so he simply agreed. Moreover, he could take this opportunity to experience the scenery of the southern island. No problem, Professor Ichiki said without hesitation. You can buy whatever you want. I will pay for all the expenses. Just cooperate with me in the experiment. Professor Ichiki, how can this be embarrassing? Actually, Ash is joking. Lena was thin-skinned after all, and hurriedly refused, but Professor Ichiki smiled and shook his head. It doesn't matter. This is just my personal request. You can have fun on the island. However, seeing that Professor Ichiki was so generous, Ash suddenly felt a little bad. I always feel that this woman is too generous. On the other side, the three members of Team Rocket who lost to Ash and Lena walked down the street dejectedly, especially Jesse and James, who looked like living dead. Don't be like that, Meow. Meowth couldn't help it and yelled. It's just a loss. Haven't we lost before? Meow. Cheer up, Meow. But this time we had Pokemon given by the boss, but we still lost. Are we not suitable to be bad guys? It has to be said that what Jesse and James said is really right. If they continue to reflect on themselves like this, maybe the trio can get on the right path, and it is not impossible for them to become CEOs in the future. Unfortunately, these three guys are idiots. How is it possible? Meow. We are born bad guys. The reason you lost is because the Pokemon given by the boss are not suitable for you. In other words, Your personalities are not compatible. Meowth said such a ridiculous thing with a matter-of-fact expression. What's more terrifying is that Jesse and James actually believed it. I see. No wonder we lost. No wonder I couldn't give orders before. It turns out that the problem lies here. Or is it my wheezing is better? The three idiots found the answer in this way, and immediately turned on the communication equipment they carried with them, contacted Giovanni, and asked him to take back Charizard and Agron. I know. I will send Delibird to get it later. Giovanni's mouth twitched very secretly. He really couldn't stand these three idiots. He really didn't know what they were thinking. Or nothing. At this time, Giovanni regretted it very much. If he had known, he would not promote these three idiots to elite team members. It was almost a loss of face for Team Rocket. By the way, you should be in the Orange Islands now, right? Bamu suddenly came up with an idea. Yes. The trio nodded quickly. We heard that there are some very precious pink Pokemon in the Orange Islands, so we plan to find them and present them to you, the boss. Put that matter aside for now. I have an important task for the Orange Islands to give to you. Giovanni had heard of pink Pokemon and knew that these species could be sold at a high price on the black market, but he didn't think the trio could succeed, as that was a key protected area of the Alliance. A task issued by Boss Giovanni himself? The trio looked at each other. Then they suppressed their excitement and shouted in unison, "Please give me your instructions." On Asia Island in the Orange Islands, there's a legend about the god of fire, god of thunder, god of ice, and god of the sea, and their true forms are Moltres, Zapdos, Articuno, and Lugia, all of which are legendary Pokemon. Hearing Giovanni's words, Jesse immediately shouted excitedly, "I understand. Boss, you want us to catch these Pokemon. Don't worry, we promise to complete the task." Idiot, how is it possible? Giovanni resisted the urge to curse and said expressionlessly, "Listen to me first. Recently, a guy who claims to be a collector seems to have set his sights on these mythical beasts. He has a flying fortress as a weapon and a vehicle." As Giovanni spoke, a picture appeared on the screen of the communicator, showing a strange-looking flying device. This amazing Orbur creation immediately caused the host group to swallow their saliva. Boss, you don't want us to take over this fortress, do you?" Meowth asked cautiously. They didn't know how powerful those legendary Pokemon were, but the Orbur fortress on the screen was not easy to mess with. "No, you just need to sneak in and copy the system data in the fortress. I will let Delibird deliver the disc required for the mission to you later." Although Giovanni said this lightly, the difficulty is quite great. Let's not talk about how to steal the data without anyone noticing. Just sneaking into the fortress is a big problem. Please rest assured, we promise to complete the mission. Even if it means going through fire and water, we will not hesitate. Unfortunately, the trio is notoriously brainless. Not only do they not think of an excuse to refuse, they even took the opportunity to show their loyalty. They really don't know how to write the word death. Yeah, Giovanni smiled. This mission is very important. I will only give it to reliable and loyal players like you. If you succeed, I may promote you to executive. Thank you, boss. We will not let you down. The trio was so moved that they burst into tears. They secretly vowed that they would die for the boss. Unfortunately, Giovanni thought so too. You three idiots will die there. After hanging up the video call, Giovanni gently rubbed Persian's head while sipping red wine. It is indeed very important to obtain the information of Flying Fortress, but it is not indispensable. If it were not for the lack of manpower at this time, Giovanni would definitely not send the trio to execute it. But even if it failed, it would not matter, and it would just make those three annoying guys disappear. No matter how to calculate this deal, Giovanni felt that he would not suffer a loss, because this was a no-cost deal. While the trio was thinking hard about how to complete the task, Ash and Lena had been in the Ichiki laboratory for almost a week. The waveguide experiment was almost over, and it was time to say goodbye and leave. However, Ash was a little unhappy because he found that he had been completely fooled by Professor Ichiki. Although he agreed to take care of all the expenses, and Professor Ichiki did it, the problem was that there was nothing to spend money on this broken island. Sure enough, The researchers were full of bad intentions. Unfortunately, this can only be blamed on Ash himself for not thinking about it in advance. And Lena was having a lot of fun, so Ash was too lazy to care about anything. After saying goodbye to Professor Ichiki and others, he got on the Lapras and continued his journey. The next destination Ash and Lena planned to go to Seven Grapefruit Island because they heard that the fruits there were very famous, and they planned to buy some back for Delia and others to taste. However, during the voyage, Pikachu, who was lying on Lapra's head, suddenly stood up and pointed to the sky and screamed, "Pikapi, Pika?" Ash looked. Hearing this, Ash looked in the direction Pikachu pointed and frowned immediately, because above soaring in the sky, there was actually a huge Orberg fortress floating. What on earth is that? The scene in front of her almost stunned Lena. When had she ever seen such an exaggerated Orberg creation? It seemed to be born for war. As if to confirm Lena's idea, a tower was extended from the core of the sphere under the Orberg fortress, revealing a circle of circular rotating turrets, aiming at a volcano-shaped island below, and began to bombard fiercely. Ash's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly took out the Pokédex to check the map. After finding out the name of the island, his heart sank immediately. That was the habitat of Moltres, Fire Island. The shells fired by the Orberg fortress were not ordinary shells. After landing on the island, these shells did not explode, but formed thick layers of ice. The firing frequency of the rotating turret was very terrifying, almost reaching 1 per second. Under such frequent and continuous bombing, soon more than half of the area of Fire Island turned into ice and snow, almost turning into an iceberg. Not long after, a thick column of fire began to spray out from a cave halfway up the mountain, and then a big bird with blazing flames all over its body flew out from it, spraying flames from its mouth and whining loudly. It was obviously in a bad mood at this time. "What is that?" Lena quickly took out the Pokédex and pointed it at the big bird. The Pokédex immediately began to introduce. Ding! Moltres, a fire Pokémon, is famous for the legendary Firebird. When it flaps its wings, its feathers will burn brightly, which is very beautiful. It's Moltres. Lena couldn't help but be surprised. Isn't this the legendary Pokémon? What on earth is that fortress trying to do? Ash looked at her helplessly and replied, "You can tell by looking at it. It's trying to catch a bird." As soon as the voice fell, the Orberg fortress began to attack Moltres. The rotating turret was running at high speed, and it smashed the freezing shells one after another. Fortunately, these attacks did not have much effect. Moltres dodged flexibly in the air so that most of the shells missed. Occasionally, a few shells hit him, and it didn't seem to be a big deal. However, because the attack of the freezing shells would not stop, Moltres could not get close to the Orberg fortress. And what was more fatal was that its physical strength gradually began to run out. Bang! Bang! Inadvertently, Moltres was hit by 2 freezing shells in a row, and the owner of the Orberg fortress also saw this opportunity. The bottom of the tower opened up, and a dozen mechanical rings flew out from it, flying towards Moltres in groups of 2. "Moltres! Be careful!" Lena couldn't help but screamed, but no matter what whether Moltres could hear or not, the result was inevitable. These mechanical rings were not only fast, but also small in size, so Moltres' counterattack could not hit them at all. In addition, there were many of them, so although Moltres tried to dodge, he was eventually caught by 2 mechanical rings. Then, a large amount of electricity burst out from the mechanical rings, and a circular energy shield was formed immediately, trapping Moltres firmly inside. With Moltres' unwilling growl, all the mechanical rings flew back to the tower, and then the Orberg fortress began to climb in height and slowly disappeared into the clouds. Human technology is really amazing. Just as Ash was sighing, Lena next to him seemed to be shocked and speechless for a long time. After a long time, she shouted, "Ash, what happened just now? What's going on? Didn't you see it all?" Ash looked at her strangely. "Just because I saw it, I asked you." Lena was a little incoherent. "That's the legendary Pokémon. How could it be caught like this?" "That's nothing, BD. Even the legendary Pokémon have strong and weak ones, and the one just now is not very strong. that said, "The Molters is not an ordinary third-level beast, but a divine position, and has been called the god of fire since ancient times. However, such a god of fire was easily caught by the various weapons of the Orber fortress like an ordinary bird, which is really sad. Then, what should we do now?" Lena seemed very anxious. "What should we do?" Ash was a little puzzled. "Of course we should continue to 7 Grapefruit Island, by the present and return to Pallet Town, and then we will set off to practice in Johto region. But we will not care about Molters?" Lena asked in surprise. How to care? Ash's question immediately made Lena speechless. Yes, how to care? The Orber fortress is not only of unknown origin, but those weapons can't even deal with Molters. What can they do? Okay, don't think too much. Alliance will send the Elite Four to deal with this kind of thing. We just need to do our own thing. Ash comforted softly. In his opinion, with such a big commotion, Yolongdu and the others would definitely not sit idly by. After all, the Yangtze Islands are under the jurisdiction of the Kanto Alliance. After thinking carefully, Lena found that this was indeed the case. So, although she was still a little entangled in her heart, she did not mention it again. Just when the two were about to set off again, a black shadow approached them on the sea. When the black shadow got closer, the two were surprised to find that the person coming was Mei, and the Pokemon under her feet was Samurott, which seemed to be the evolution of the previous Duat. Mei also discovered the two, and after a slight pause, she waved her hands and shouted, "Ashcoin, Lena, why are you here?" Ash immediately asked Lapras to swim over, only to see that Mei was not wearing casual clothes like during the Indigo Plateau Conference, but a set of black uniforms, which looked like work clothes of the Search Bureau. "Ash and I are here to travel to the Orange Islands." Lena replied, "What about Mei? Why are you here? I thought you had returned to Issue." "Well, I did return to Issue, but was sent out again for work." Mei touched her head, looking embarrassed, as if she had something to hide. However, Ash and Lena were very tactful and did not ask, but just nodded to show that they knew. Then Mei asked nervously, "Did you see anything just now?" The two looked at each other, and then told each other everything they saw. After listening, Mei was dumbfounded. "It's over, this is bad." Seeing Mei bending forward in frustration, Serena asked worriedly, "Sister Mei, what happened to you?" Mei smiled bitterly and said, "The flying fortress you just saw is owned by Gil Yuta, the young president of Gil Heavy Industries in our Issue region." Gil Heavy Industries? Ash and Serena both said they had never heard of this name, but this was normal. First, neither of them was from the Issue region, and second, they had never cared about this matter. However, it is not a small company. After all, such an exaggerated war machine cannot be built without sufficient economy and technology. That guy has no other hobbies. He just likes to collect various rare Pokemon and use the Flying Fortress to illegally capture and imprison Pokemon. Mei's tone was full of anger, and she was obviously very annoyed by Galuta's actions, and Serena asked curiously, "Then Alliance doesn't care about him?" Just like the engine broke down, Mei suddenly stopped working and hesitated for a long time before saying, "I don't know much about this. Maybe it was negligence." After listening to Mei's words, Ash wanted to laugh in his heart. Could such a huge flying fortress be neglected during its construction? The only possibility is nothing more than those dirty deeds of the upper class. Even if the Alliance law explicitly prohibits the illegal capture of Pokemon, so what? The law itself serves the rich and powerful. This will not change in any world. Okay, don't ask these questions. Ash stopped Lena, who wanted to ask more questions. He didn't want the child to know these things too early. "Oh," Lena responded, and then asked, "So, Mei, are you here to stop that guy?" "That's right. This matter is under the jurisdiction of our Issue Investigation Bureau, so the director gave me this task." Mei puffed out her chest, looking very honored. But Ash heard something wrong and asked quickly, "Your bureau only sent you? No reinforcements or anything?" "Yeah, what's wrong?" Mei didn't understand. "What's wrong?" Ash was almost defeated. "Do you think you can stop that guy by yourself? Or do you have a secret weapon?" Although Mei is quite capable, she is only a reserve investigator. Even if she sends out the Elite Four, she may not succeed in dealing with such a big guy. "Of course I am. Ah, it seems a little difficult. May realized that something was wrong and was stunned. Seeing her reaction, Ash immediately understood that this silly girl was sold out and didn't know it. However, it might be a bit exaggerated to say that she was sold out. It is obvious that the Issue Investigation Bureau does not want to deal with this matter, so they only sent May and planned to do it just for show. May's head is stubborn, and it was not until this time that Ash woke her up. Impossible. May shook her head desperately. Our investigation bureau is the most fair department of Alliance. How could it be bought by someone? Although May has become a reserve investigator, she's only a 13-year-old girl after all. Her performance is completely like a police rookie who has just entered the society. However, Ash didn't say anything more. Some things can only be understood after experiencing more. No matter what outsiders say, it's useless. Okay, forget about it. Let's find an island to dock first. During the conversation, soaring in the sky was already covered with dark clouds. Gust storms seemed to be coming at any time on the sea. Therefore, Ash's proposal was immediately adopted. The two Pokemon quickly swam towards the nearest island. The group found an island to dock at random, and as soon as the three of them stepped on the ground, they were suddenly surrounded by a group of people wearing bird-headed monster clothes. Wow! Lena was startled and quickly hid behind Ash. Who are these people? Ash was about to explain when one of the bird-headed monsters suddenly asked, "What are your occupations?" "Flowers, please. 032510213 Falu1013222480. Lena found that it seemed to be a woman's voice, and the tone was quite friendly, so she answered boldly. "Well, my name is Lena. I am a Pokemon breeder. This is Ash, a Pokemon trainer, and the other one is May. She is an investigator." Originally, Lena wanted to bring up May's identity as an investigator so that the weirdos in front of her would not do anything strange. But she didn't expect that these people had no reaction to the investigators, but had a special liking for the trainers. Pokemon trainer. The weirdos suddenly shouted in unison, and then they started dancing inexplicably, which scared Lena and May. Although Ash had expected it in his heart, he still felt a headache. Legend has it that with the destruction of the world, the sea god will appear and work with an excellent commander to quell the rage of the gods. Along with these words, a blue bird-headed monster stood in front of Ash, took off the mask on his head to reveal an old man's face, and then said in a serious tone, "The commander is the trainer, and you are that commander. Sorry, one of the gods you mentioned has been caught." Although Ash wanted to complain, he thought about it and held back. The old man misunderstood and suddenly smiled. "Don't be too nervous. Relax, this is a routine. Seeing that this group of people had no ill intentions, he asked curiously, "Excuse me, what is going on?" "It's like this." The first person who spoke also took off the mask. She was a young woman. She explained, "This is Asia Island. My name is Xiaoyu, and this is my grandfather. There's a festival on the island now, but a Pokemon trainer is needed to assist, so I would like to ask you to help." Hearing this, Lena and May suddenly realized that it was a festival, but the costumes of these people were really strange. At first glance, they thought they were residents of a primal tribe. As everyone was talking, a fashionable Stephanie wearing sunglasses came to Ash's side and began to look at him. "Oh, you are the Pokemon trainer. Everyone, this is my sister Flora. She is the Stephanie of this festival." Xiaoyu immediately introduced. However, Flora seemed very dissatisfied with these words and complained, "Is the Stephanie of the festival. I am your sister's sister. It's really unfortunate." "Flora, don't talk nonsense." Xiaoyu scolded softly. "And what's wrong with your dress? Wear the clothes for the festival." "Hey, I don't want to wear such tacky clothes. Not to mention that the festival will not start until the evening anyway." To be fair, Flora's words are not too much. If it was Lena, no, even if it was Ash, I'm afraid he would not want to wear such weird clothes. It's too ugly. Really, you can be a priestess like this and the protagonist of the festival. Times have really changed. Xiaoyu seemed to have no way to deal with this sister and could only shake her head and sigh. "Oh, right." Flora seemed to think of something. "I almost forgot the convention. Come, give me a kiss." As she said that, Flora suddenly approached Ash's face, And when she stood on tiptoe and was about to kiss him, she was suddenly blocked by a figure. "Hey, what are you going to do?" This person was undoubtedly Lena. Seeing that Ash was about to be molested, she suddenly burst out with unprecedented speed and reaction and stopped Flora in time. "What do you mean?" Flora looked confused. "This is the custom of the festival. The priestess has to give the commander a welcome kiss. What's the fuss about it?" I don't care about any conventions. Anyway, it's not okay." Lena refused to give in at all, or it would be a pity to give in on such a thing. Fortunately, at this moment, Ash spoke up to save the situation. "If you want to find a trainer, May is also a trainer." "Huh." Before May could react, Flora said firmly, "Okay. It doesn't matter whether it's a boy or a girl." As soon as she finished speaking, Flora approached May at lightning speed and kissed her without saying a word, which made May stunned for a moment. But both of them were girls, and it was just a kiss on the face, so May was stunned for a short while before returning to normal, and she was really in a dilemma. This is really a hot-tempered Stephanie. "Oh, come to think of it, you are really old-fashioned." Flora began to laugh at Lena. "It's just a kiss. What's the big deal? Even if he's your boyfriend, you don't need to be so nervous." What's it got to do with you?" Lena turned her head away and didn't look at her, and Flora just smiled, didn't continue to joke, and then turned around and left. "Okay, let's start the celebration," Xiaoyo's grandfather announced loudly, and everyone sang and danced as Ash and the other two came to the residential area on the island. Since the dinner had not started yet, the three of them wandered around the island for a while and watched various performances at Xiaoyo's suggestion. However, except for Lena, who was very excited, Ash and May were a little absent-minded, but their reasons were different. May was depressed because the mission could not be completed, while Ash was thinking about how to save the Orange Islands. Although in the original book, Professor Oak said that the whole world would be destroyed because of this was only Professor Oak's one-sided statement. In fact, if you think about it carefully, there are big loopholes in it. Not to mention, if the world is really going to be destroyed, those first-level beasts will definitely not intervene. After all, they have the responsibility to protect their respective areas, and nature does not give them divine duties for nothing. Because he inherited the power of the King of the Sea, Ash can predict the next climate change to a certain extent. According to his estimation, this time, at most, the Orange Islands will enter the Theo period. However, Ash did not intend to ignore it. If he wanted to rescue the three sacred birds from Gilyuda, the difficulty coefficient would be quite high, but if he just wanted to stop the disaster, it would not be that difficult. As long as he could get the 3 beads and put them somewhere, he could only let them wish for the best. Ash said he really couldn't help. Moreover, the 3 priesthoods of the god of fire, the god of ice, and the god of thunder were not necessarily for them to take up. Once they failed to fulfill their responsibilities, nature would reselect them, just like the King of the Sea. After strolling around the festival, the dinner time soon arrived. The 3 of them came to the conference hall and sat down to enjoy the food. However, not long after, a very beautiful flute sound suddenly reached their ears. The 3 of them turned their heads and saw a girl wearing a wreath and a tulle on the stage. She was dancing gracefully and playing a flute that looked like a conch. Her body was as beautiful as a fairy. No way. Could that person be Flora? Lena and May were a little surprised. They didn't expect that the carefree Flora would dress up so beautifully. This really confirmed the old saying, Buddha relies on gold and people rely on clothes. At the end of the song, Flora came with light steps. In front of Ash, she chanted, "Heaven and earth rage. The world is about to perish." The god of the sea appears and calms the rage of the gods together with the excellent commander. Flora knelt on the ground, looking pleading, and said, "Lord Ash, if you are really the excellent commander, please show us the evidence." Although Ash knew it a long time ago, he still cooperated with her acting, but Flora seemed to be tired of acting and actually sat next to him and picked up 10 fruits and started eating shit. It's actually very simple. You just need to go to the 3 small islands around to get 3 treasures. The things are in the small temples on each island. There are stairs to directly reach. It's very easy. Seeing that she was speaking so bluntly, Xiaoyu winked at her, but Flora waved her hand nonchalantly and said perfunctorily, "Oh, sister, it's just a routine. It's performed every year. What's the big deal?" "I see, I'll go there now." In order to avoid any more trouble, Ash decided to go there first, in case Gil Yuta destroyed the island too badly and couldn't find anything. That would be troublesome. "You don't have to be so anxious. The festival won't end until tomorrow. You could go tomorrow morning." Flora waved her hand to persuade. "No, I like to finish today's work today." Ash gave a reason that was not really a reason. "Okay, you have ambition." Xiaoyu suddenly stood up. "Then I'll take you on the boat. Let's go to Fire Island first." "No, since I'm an excellent commander, of course I have to rely on the power of Pokemon." As he said that, Ash said hello to Lena and May, then ran directly to the beach to release Lapras and rode it to ride the wind and waves. However, not long after he set off, hurricane rain suddenly came. Ash frowned slightly. He didn't expect the climate to change faster than he expected. It seems that executing the plan as soon as possible is indeed the right choice. "Lapras, is it okay?" Ash was a little worried about Lapras. In such a hurricane rain, even water Pokemon would be very dangerous. "Woo!" Perhaps because he didn't want to give up, Lapras said he was fine even though he swam very hard, but Ash was still worried. After hesitating for a while, Ash took Lapras back to the Pokeball. Then he hugged Pikachu tightly, used the power of the Sea King to sail directly in the sea, and rushed to Fire Island. Relying on the power of the Sea King, Ash's speed was much faster than Lapras. He was wrapped in cyanwood-colored light, just like a torpedo quickly shuttling in the sea, and reached the destination in a few minutes. Although Fire Island was attacked by freezing bombs, fortunately the place attacked was on the other side. At least the stairs leading to the temple were still intact. Ash rushed up the stairs with Pikachu and ran directly to the temple at the top, where he saw a strange stone statue, which seemed to be Moltres, but the shape was really abstract and could not be seen at all without careful observation. There was a red stone stuck in the mouth of the statue. Ash hesitated for a moment, then reached out to take it and pulled it out with a sudden force. "This is the stone of the god of fire." Ash carefully examined the stone in his hand, then activated the wave guide power to feel it carefully. But he was a little disappointed that although the stone looked magical on the outside, the pattern was like a burning flame, but in fact it did not contain much energy. It seems that this stone only plays a role like a key. Just like the crown of the sea, the crown itself has no power. What can really give the priesthood is nature or the will of this planet. These props are just a medium. But even so, this stone is still worth studying. If it is not necessary to save the Orange Islands, Ash really wants to keep the stone, and maybe he can get in touch with some deeper power. Forget it. Let's go to the next island first. Ash put the stone into his backpack and was about to leave with Pikachu, but suddenly a familiar voice came to his mind, not far away. "That little brat over there. Put the treasure down for me." Ash was stunned at first, and then his expression suddenly became gloomy. "Why are you three idiots here again? Can you stop pestering me all the time?" On the other side, on Asia Island, a group of people were worried about Ash. "What should I do? Will Ash be in danger?" Seeing the strong wind on the sea, Lena felt uneasy and walked around anxiously, while May beside her comforted her softly. However, she suddenly thought of something, and quickly pulled Lena, whispering, "Lena, do you think the sudden abnormal weather is related to Moltres' capture?" Lena was stunned for a moment. Then she shook her head. "I don't know, but even if it is a legendary Pokemon, it may not necessarily affect the weather, right?" "No. Didn't you hear the legend of the island? Moltres seems to be called the god of fire." Mei Kong retorted. "Then, what should we do now?" As she was used to hearing Ash's words, Lena became a little confused when he was not there. "I think we could try to contact the Kanto Elite Four and ask them for help." If there was really no other way, Mei really didn't want to do this. After all, she was the investigator of issue, and she actually had to ask for help from the Kanto Elite Four. That was really embarrassing. But Mei still knew to consider the overall situation, not to mention that this incident happened in the Orange Islands, so it was not abrupt to ask for help from the Kanto Alliance, which was the closest to here. But the problem was that Yolangdu and the others were busy preparing to deal with Mutwo at this time, and they could not spare any time at all. Lena also knew about this matter, and she told May immediately. May was dumbfounded, but at this moment, Flora suddenly murmured, "Just now I said it was not difficult, but it happened to encounter this kind of hurricane. Sister, lend me the boat. What do you want to do in this storm?" Xiaoyu said with a worried look on her face. She vaguely guessed what Flora wanted to do. "It's a boring routine to put others in danger, and I asked for it. It's my responsibility." Looking at Flora's serious expression, Xiaoyu knew that he could not persuade his sister, so he could only sigh helplessly and handed her the boat key. "You mean you want to save Ash?" Hearing Flora's words, Lena hurried over to ask her. "Don't you want to?" Flora asked back with a smile. "Of course I want to," Lena answered loudly. "No matter what kind of danger Ash encounters, I will do everything to save him. I will go with you. Also, count me in. After all, I am also an investigator, and it is my responsibility to protect the citizens." May next to her also volunteered. Flora glanced at the two of them, then smiled and said, "Okay, then we will go together." If that kid knew that 3 beautiful women risked their lives to save him, he would definitely be moved to tears. However, the fact is that if Ash really knew this, he would not be happy, but would ask them not to come. Among all the people present, only Ash would not be drowned. If the King of the Sea drowned, wouldn't it be a huge joke? Therefore, it would be more appropriate to say that Lena and the others went to cause trouble rather than to help. On Fire Island, Ash unexpectedly ran into the Rocket Trio again and was blocked by these 3 funny guys in the Fire Temple. "Treasure? Are you talking about that stone? That thing is not worth much." Indeed, the Fire God Stone has extraordinary uses for molters, and it is a way to obtain a priesthood, but for humans or other Pokemon, it is just a stone. Huh, little brat. Who cares if that thing is valuable or not? Anyway, as long as it falls into your hands, we must grab it, Jessie shouted loudly, looking completely unreasonable. In fact, this time Ash was shot while lying down. In fact, the trio did not intend to trouble him. They were seriously carrying out the task assigned by Giovanni. But the problem is that this mission is too difficult. The trio can't find a way to enter the Flying Fortress, so they just follow along the way. They just happened to come to this Fire Island. When they saw Ash, the 3 idiots couldn't control their emotions and jumped out directly, completely forgetting the mission. Seeing these 3 guys taunting him inexplicably, Ash was annoyed and a little irritated. If it was normal, he might have a mind to play with them, but now the Orange Islands are about to fall into a disaster, so he has no time to care about these minions. However, just when Ash was about to let Pikachu deal with them, he suddenly saw a speedboat rushing towards him in front. He didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly shouted, "Get out of the way!" The trio was stunned, and then turned their heads to look over following Ash's gaze, and then they realized what kind of crisis they were about to face. Wow! Fortunately, although they were stupid, they reacted quickly. They dodged and jumped to the side, and thus they barely escaped the fate of being crushed into a meat paste by the speedboat. "Lena? May? Why are you here?" "Oh, and Flora." Ash looked at the 3 Stephanies on the speedboat with surprise. He didn't expect Lena and the others to follow him, and he didn't expect them to drive the speedboat to the island, which was very dangerous. But seeing that the driver was Flora, everything was explained. The crazy girl dared to do anything. "You are really a person," Flora shouted dissatisfiedly. "Why do you sound like I am completely redundant? In your eyes, except for your girlfriend, you are indifferent to everyone else." "I don't understand where you came to this conclusion," Ash said calmly. "Jessie. James. Ash 25. Ash. Meowth. Jessie James, soaring in the SKY. Zapdos. Zapdos ignored Ash and the others. It seemed very excited. It kept circling in the Fire Island sky, and from time to time it released electric currents towards a mountain, which scared everyone to hide under the speedboat. "Is this Zapdos?" May looked at soaring in the sky with an uneasy look on her face. "But isn't this Fire Island? And what is it doing?" "It should be here to seize territory," Ash explained. "Just like dogs use urine to mark everywhere to divide the territory of normal. Zapdos is probably using electricity to mark Fire Island as its territory. In fact, there's one thing Ash didn't say. That is, Zapdos did this not only to take this island, but its real purpose was to take away Moltres' position as a god. Don't think that the god of fire must be a fire-type beast to serve as a god. Just like Zhiye, it is a psychic and flying Pokemon, but it still became the god of the sea. In the final analysis, attributes are just categorized by humans for the convenience of understanding and studying Pokemon, and it is very likely that new attributes will be discovered in the future. For example, the fairy type was only discovered in recent years, and when Professor Oak was young, not to mention the fairy type, even the steel type and the dark type had not been discovered. What should we do now? Lena asked nervously. At this moment, Pikachu suddenly sent a tiny electric current to Zapdos, which attracted the other party's attention. Although Pikachu's attack did not cause any damage at all, this Zapdos seemed to feel that its dignity was offended and sent an electric current back without hesitation. However, considering that Pikachu is also a Pokemon, Zapdos still restrained a little bit of power, but even so, this power should not be underestimated. After all, it is the power of the God of Thunder. Fortunately, because Pikachu was transformed by the power of the light ball, it was able to take the current, but it looked a bit painful, and it was obviously not feeling well. Pikachu, don't mind your own business. Ash naturally knew what this kid wanted to do, but Zapdos wanted to fight for power, which was a matter between the three birds, and it was not their business. However, the next moment, another thing instantly attracted his attention. That was that in the attribute panel of Pikachu displayed by the system, a data quietly changed. Ash has always been very concerned about the progress of the light ball fusion. No matter how much electricity is absorbed, the progress has not moved at all, and it remains at 10%. Now Pikachu has increased by 1% by just absorbing a small amount of electricity from Zapdos. How can Ash not be excited? It seems that the electricity containing divine power is indeed extraordinary. Suddenly, his mind became active. On the other hand, Pikachu did not listen to Ash's advice and continued to send Thundershock to try to communicate with Zapdos. And Zapdos seemed to be in a good mood and began to respond. Pikachu, what are you doing? This kind of attack has no chance of success. Jesse and James thought Pikachu was attacking Zapdos and tried to persuade him, but Meowth explained, "It's not an attack, it's trying to talk to it, Meow." Everyone except Ash was stunned when they heard this, and then Meowth took the initiative to translate. 13 Pikachu said that this is obviously Moltres Island. Why did he come here? And Zapdos said that the owner of this island has disappeared. Since the owner is gone, it's my turn to rule this place, Meow. After listening to Meowth's translation, everyone suddenly realized that when Ash said Zapdos was coming to grab territory, they thought he was joking, but they didn't expect it to be true. However, the next moment, Zapdos' body suddenly emitted golden light, and endless electric currents gushed out of its body and went straight into the sky. Wow, it's going to get mad. Jesse and James hugged each other in fear, and Lena also grabbed the corner of Ash's clothes with a frightened face, and her whole body almost stuck to his back. But Ash didn't care about all this. He didn't even look at Zapdos, but just stared at the thick clouds and soaring in the sky. Not long after, the flying fortress appeared from the clouds, and Zapdos let out a wail, and the speed of the sprayed electric current seemed to be faster. What's more terrifying is that all these electric currents were absorbed by the flying fortress. Seeing this scene, Ash naturally understood that Gilu was going to start capturing Zapdos. According to the original plan, he should have taken Lena and others to escape as soon as possible to avoid being implicated. But at this time, due to the light ball, Ash had some ideas about the current of Zapdos. So after hesitating for a moment, he decided to follow the original plot. Moreover, according to the original book, Gilyuda was quite polite to people, just a little bit of a collector, and there would not be much danger. Just as Ash thought, a series of mechanical square rings whizzed out from the flying fortress, easily capturing the already exhausted Zapdos. And the recognition system of those machines seemed to have some problems, and Ash and others were also captured in a swarm and taken into the flying fortress together with Zapdos. Fortunately, these mechanical square rings would not hurt people, but Lena seemed a little frightened. Seeing this, Ash hurriedly comforted her. "Don't be afraid. I'm here and nothing will happen." "Yeah," Lena responded softly and leaned towards Ash, as if this would make her feel at ease. But May said nothing. Her expression was full of solemnity. Perhaps this is a good opportunity. After the initial panic, the three members of Team Rocket also thought of the key to the problem and couldn't help but smile with a conspiracy. The three parties had different goals. Ash aimed at the electric current containing divine power in Zapdos. May wanted to arrest Gilyuda, and the three wanted the system information of Flying Fortress. Unfortunately, Gilyuda didn't know that he had let the wolf into the house at this time, and was still happy to successfully capture Zapdos, until the artificial intelligence of Flying Fortress reminded him, "I'm very sorry, I caught something extra when capturing Zapdos." Hearing this, Gilyuda was slightly stunned, but after listening to the explanation, he didn't care too much, but went to the museum at the bottom to meet Ash and the others in person. "Hey, Uncle, why did you capture us?" Flora yelled as soon as she saw Gilyuda. "Believe me, this is just an accident." Gilyuda smiled softly. "You are the first group of people who came here without receiving an invitation letter. What do you think of my new collection? Moltres, the god of fire, and Zapdos, the god of thunder." "What do you mean by what?" "Gilyuda, if you want Pokemon, use Poke Balls to capture them. If you do this, the Alliance will not let you go." May couldn't help but loudly accuse. Gilyuda first looked at her for a while, then smiled and said, "Looking at your uniform, you should be from the Issue Search Bureau, right? I didn't expect you to chase me here from so far away. I'm going to treat you. You are such a person." May was almost speechless because of him, but Gilyuda didn't care at all and continued, "What's more, I'm not a trainer. I'm a collector. The treasures that I can see with my eyes are called collections." What kind of nonsense is this? Everyone couldn't understand what this man was thinking, and Gilyuda didn't care about their thoughts. He just waved his hand, and the one trapped the cage of Ash and others 390 opened automatically. "Since you are here, you are guests. Enjoy my collection, but don't touch it. That's polite." After saying this elegantly, Gilyuda returned to the command platform again, and May and others looked at him with confusion. Just let them go? Although Gilyuda is a bit crazy, it must be admitted that he is indeed a very friendly person, and he is too friendly to be careless. If it were Ash, he would never dare to let anyone out. After all, even the most solid fortress is extremely fragile inside, and Troy is a good example. However, what to do specifically is still a problem. However, just when Ash was thinking about countermeasures, Moltres suddenly called out to him, "Zhiye, are you the current king of the sea?" "One." Hearing this, Ash was slightly stunned and then nodded gently. It was not surprising that Moltres could recognize him as the king of the sea. After all, the power of the priesthood is very special. But Moltres' next words, however, irritated him. "Humble human, quickly find a way to rescue me, or I will burn you to ashes." DB? Ash believed that there was nothing wrong with his hearing, which meant that the problem must be with the head of the stupid bird in front of him. How dare it taunt him, even though it was locked in a cage? When Moltres saw that Ash was slow to respond, he immediately shouted in dissatisfaction, "Zhiye, humble Sea King, judging from your reaction, you should be able to understand our language. Why don't you reply to me quickly? You mixed-haired bird, shut your beak." Ash couldn't help but cursed with the wave guide. "Zhiye, how dare you talk to me like this?" Hearing this, Moltres was stunned at first, and then he let out a loud cry, and raging flames gushed out from his body, covering the entire cage in an instant. Wow! Seeing Moltres suddenly explode, Lena, Mei, and the three people who were doing something sneakily were immediately startled. Fortunately, the flames did not rush out and were blocked by the energy shield on the cage. Haha, Lord Fire God is really amazing. He was trapped by a machine invented by lowly humans. Ash sneered and said sarcastically, not only because Moltres threatened him. In the original book, Moltres and Zapdos escaped with Ash's help, but these two guys were not grateful and directly destroyed the Flying Fortress. You should know that Ash and others were still in the fortress at that time. Fortunately, they were lucky to escape. This also proves that these guys don't care about human lives at all. They treat their saviors with such an attitude, not to mention other irrelevant humans. However, this is also easy to understand. The tribe of the three sacred birds is not as powerful as other sacred beasts. Therefore, once they obtain the priesthood and have far more power than before, it is inevitable that their mentality will be unbalanced and they will regard humans as ants. Gah! Molter snorted coldly. Gaga. Wait, when I get out, I will turn you and your friends into ashes. Really? The premise is that you can come out, or you are waiting for your old sea god to save you. To be honest, Ash is not optimistic about whether Zhiye can succeed, mainly because it is too soft-hearted. In the original book, the three sacred birds attacked it like that, but it didn't have the heart to do it. What's more, the flying fortress is still fully functional at this time and has not been damaged. Zhiye might be captured instead. However, at this moment, Zapdos, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke. Gah, you mean that Zhiye? Humph, that guy is no longer qualified to lead us. Huh. Ash was slightly stunned. Why? Logically speaking, you should be Zhiye's subordinates. Gaga, because that guy is actually like you humans, falling into boring love and starting to reproduce. It is no longer qualified to be called a god. I will replace it one day. Ash didn't expect these guys to have such prejudices. Indeed, after obtaining the priesthood, the beast will have an endless lifespan, so there is naturally no need to reproduce. But this matter is a private matter after all, and it is not the turn of the three birds to judge. However, this can also explain why the three birds in the original book attacked Zhiye so crazily. It seems that it is not just because of rage, it seems that they also want to seize its priesthood. However, Ash did not want to interfere in their affairs, so he simply ignored their callers. He thought for a while, took out the Pokédex, and released the 3D dragon. 3D dragon, try to invade the system of this fortress. Unfortunately, with the current ability of the 3D dragon, it is impossible to break through the firewall here. After all, the computer system here is not ordinary and has a high degree of artificial intelligence. However, just when Ash was at a loss, the 3D dragon gave him a message on the screen. Other data sources are detected to be invading the fortress system. Ash was slightly stunned, and then he subconsciously looked at the trio who had been hiding quietly in the corner from beginning to end. Ash had doubted before, how could these three guys suddenly become so honest? But at that time he was busy communicating with the stupid birds and had no time to think about those things. Could it be really them? Thinking of this, Ash decided to go over and take a look. He tiptoed and quietly walked behind the trio and began to watch. In James's hand, he was holding a small handheld computer with rows of data rolling out on the screen. Although Ash couldn't understand it at all, he knew that the other data source must be them. Ash rolled his eyes and immediately had an idea in his mind. He took a deep breath and suddenly shouted, "What are you three doing?" Wow! The trio was already guilty, afraid that what they did would be discovered by Gilyuda, and they were almost scared to urinate when Ash yelled at them. Ash took this opportunity to snatch the PDA from James and asked loudly, "Tell me, what is this?" James was about to answer when Jesse kicked him hard and cursed. "You idiot! Why should we answer him?" And, "Little brat, this is our stuff. Give it back." Alas, Ash felt very sorry. It seems that you three idiots have become quicker in reaction. I thought you would be fooled. Stop talking nonsense and give us the stuff back, Meow. Meowth shouted. Unfortunately, Ash ignored the noisy trio and ordered Pikachu. "Pikachu! Tell them to shut up. Pikachu here." After a flash of lightning, the world finally became quiet. Meowth was spewing black smoke from his mouth, looking like he wanted to cry but couldn't. "Meow, I can't figure out who is the bad guy, Meow." Ash chuckled and patted its head. "The reason you don't understand is because you are still young. Keep learning." As for the trio, although Ash didn't intend to kill them, he didn't intend to be polite to them. He would not steal Team Rocket's things without permission. Even if you take that thing away, you won't be able to use it." Jesse yelled in frustration. In fact, even they themselves couldn't use it. Giovanni took into account the level of the trio, so he told them that they only needed to press a few buttons, according to the instructions, and finally just bring the machine back. In addition, in order to prevent leaks, the data on the machine is specially encrypted, and it is difficult for outsiders to decrypt it by conventional means. Ash did not refute Jesse's words. He was not a hacker, and he couldn't understand these things. But fortunately, someone could understand it, or he had a Pokemon who could understand it. That was, of course, 3D Dragon. 3D Dragon. Ash put the machine in front of the 3D Dragon. Can you see what's inside? The 3D Dragon's eyes emitted a laser and scanned the machine for a while. Then, after a while, it nodded, and a slot appeared on its body, obviously for Ash to put something in. Ash did as he said, and then the 3D Dragon was like a frozen machine, and even its eyes that were originally full of spirituality became dull. Could it be a virus? Fortunately, after a few seconds, Pokédex suddenly beeped, and a line of words appeared on the screen. Unlocking data with all efforts. Please wait. Seeing this line of words, Ash finally felt relieved. It seemed that the 3D Dragon was mobilizing all its resources, so the body's functions were temporarily stopped. In this case, Ash waited peacefully. After all, there would be no danger in this flying fortress, and there were quite a lot of collections here, not just Pokemon, but also many strange and bizarre works of art. Just as Ash was wandering around bored, Lena stood in front of the French window and called him, "Ash, look outside." Ash looked over and saw that a sudden snowstorm had begun to fall in this sea area, and a thin layer of ice had begun to form on the sea surface. This climate is abnormal. May's face was filled with deep worry. The Orange Islands are tropical islands. How could it snow in this month? Is it because Moltres and Zapdos were captured? Although May didn't quite understand the principle, she guessed it was almost right. Then, Flora pointed to a stone tablet and explained solemnly, "The god of fire, the god of thunder, and the god of ice cannot be touched without permission. Otherwise, the anger of heaven and earth will lead to the destruction of the world." World destruction? Hearing this, Lena and May hurried over. The three Stephanies looked at each other, feeling at a loss. A few hours ago, they were still happily participating in the festival, but now they are facing the crisis of world destruction. The magnitude of this jump is too big, so big that they're a little confused. "No, we have to do something." May was the first to come to her senses and immediately went to ask Ash, who seemed the most reliable, for help. "Ash, let's work together to rescue Moltres and Zapdos." "DB." Ash scratched his head with an embarrassed look. To be honest, he didn't want to save these three shameless birds at all, and even wanted to find a chance to kill them. Admittedly, Ash loves Pokemon very much, but that also depends on the object, just like a cute little white rabbit and a man-eating wolf. Can they be treated the same by others? In Ash's eyes, the three sacred birds were undoubtedly man-eating wolves. And what was even more terrifying was that once they went crazy, countless people would be implicated. However, May misunderstood Ash's behavior. She thought that Ash was not sure of breaking the cage, so he was embarrassed. Just when May was about to persuade him again, a new cage suddenly appeared in the hall, and the one locked inside was a big ice blue bird, which was undoubtedly Articuno. Even Articuno. The situation in front of them made everyone more anxious, but Ash mocked heartlessly. "Now that the three stupid birds are all here, I think you don't usually interact with each other, so take this opportunity to have a good chat." The three birds glared at Ash, wishing they could peel off his skin, and Lena sighed helplessly. It was already this late, and she still had the heart to say these things. Suddenly, there was a roar outside, and everyone ran to the French window and saw a thick waterspout rising from the sea, and a large silver-white bird appeared in the air from the tornado. "What is this?" May's pupils suddenly dilated. Zhiye, could it be the god of the sea? Finally appeared. When the world is heading for destruction, the god of the sea will appear, and together with the excellent commander, he will calm the rage of the gods. Flora murmured softly, with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. If it is the legendary god of the sea, he will definitely be able to save the three birds. It's finally about to begin, the collision of modern technology and supernatural power. Ash stared at the silver-white figure and was also very excited. He had always been very worried about one thing because of the influence of the memories of the previous Sea Kings. That is the destruction of human civilization, which will be repeated in his generation. And now, it is undoubtedly the best practical example. If Gilyuda can really capture Zhiye successfully, it means that with the current human technology, it is more than enough to deal with the first-level beast. Perhaps it is for this reason that some alliance bosses turn a blind eye to Gilyuda's actions, because they also want to see how powerful the first-level beast is. This may sound incredible, but it is not difficult to understand if you think about it carefully. After all, the beast is different from the normal Pokemon. The gap between the two in power is really too big. Alliance is committed to protecting Pokemon because ordinary Pokemon cannot endanger the stability of human society, but can help human development, so it is naturally necessary to protect it. But the power of the first-level beast can easily destroy a city. Faced with such a dangerous creature, Alliance naturally cannot and dare not take it lightly. Otherwise, it will bring disaster to mankind. At this time, near the waters of Asia Island, a Hollywood blockbuster was staged, The God of the Sea Zhiye vs. the floating fortress of Gil Heavy Industries. The only pity is that there are very few spectators present, but everyone's eyes are firmly attracted by this great battle. Zhiye roared, and a hurricane shock wave spit up from his mouth, whistling towards the flying fortress. The power of this hurricane was so great that it even caused a series of roars in the air, just like thunder in the sky. This is Zhiye's special move, air explosion. Faced with such a terrifying trick, Lena, Flora, and Mei in the fortress were all scared to death, and the three members of Team Rocket were even more unbearable, shivering and hugging each other. Even Ash had the idea of retreating, thinking whether it would be better to retreat first. However, Gilyuda was not in a hurry. He sat on the command platform and quickly issued one command after another to the artificial intelligence. I saw that on the top of the floating fortress, more than a dozen laser cannons were opened at the same time, emitting dense, freezing rays, freezing the hurricane in an instant. This is possible. Ash's eyebrows jumped when he saw this. Although he had known that this fortress was not simple, he did not expect that even Zhiye's attack could be easily resolved. This power was already comparable to that of the Earth God. Then, piles of mechanical rings flew out from the bottom of the fortress, divided into small teams, and attacked Zhiye from different directions. It seems that Gilyuda intends to use the same trick again and capture Zhiye in this way. However, Ash does not think this is a good idea. In the original book, Zhiye was first attacked by the three sacred birds for a while, and then was trapped by these mechanical rings. Even so, Zhiye was still able to emit a destructive death beam to completely destroy the stranded flying fortress. You can imagine how abnormal its strength is. Although the flying fortress was not destroyed at this time, Zhiye was not hurt either. The result is still really unpredictable. No, I can't stay here anymore. The more Ash thought about it, the better it would be to leave as soon as possible. If he stayed here, he would probably be caught in the crossfire and cry without a place to go. However, just as he was about to call Sarah, Lena, and the other two to leave, the Pokédex sounded a reminder, and a new line of words appeared on the screen. Data unlocking has been completed. 3D Dragon Unit 01's AI has been perfected, and it has begun to evolve autonomously. Before Ash could react, he saw that the 3D dragon, which had been standing still, suddenly glowed with white light, and its appearance began to gradually change. When the white light faded, the 3D dragon that appeared in front of everyone had completely changed. Not only was its size reduced, but the original sharp edges on its body surface also disappeared, all replaced by arcs. It actually evolved into 3D Dragon 2 under such circumstances. For Ash, this was really a pleasant surprise. He didn't expect that the system data of this flying fortress could actually improve the 3D Dragon's AI, allowing it to evolve autonomously. However, after thinking about it carefully, it seemed reasonable. After all, This artificial intelligence was developed by the leading company in the Isha region. So how could it be a simple product? Little brat, Jesse yelled. That guy can evolve. It must be because of the machine of our rocket team. We won't ask you for compensation. Just give us the things back. Ash, what machine? Lena asked puzzledly. She didn't see the scene when Ash robbed the trio before, because she was strolling with May at that time. Flora saw it, but she didn't have a good impression of the rocket team. In addition, she was also a rebellious girl, so she just watched the fun. It's nothing, don't worry about it. Ash Solation evaded. And compared to this, I think it's better to leave quickly. If Lugia blows up this fortress, we will be buried with it. As soon as the voice fell, there was an explosion on one side of the hall. The billowing smoke made everyone unable to open their eyes. After waiting for the smoke to dissipate, they saw a big hole in front of them. Please give me flowers. It turned out that after Lugia was accidentally trapped by the mechanical ring, it was furious and sent out a destructive death beam. Fortunately, Flying Fortress dodged in time, so it was only slightly touched, otherwise it would have been directly pierced. However, everyone was still scared and broke into a cold sweat. At this time, they were at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, and there was a thick layer of ice below. If they fell down, they would definitely die. Okay, let's go. Ash urged hurriedly, and then released Charizard, and May also released the three-headed dragon when she saw this. Lena, follow me. Flora, follow May. Ash quickly arranged seats for the two, and the trio heard it and shouted, Wait, there are us. You guys? Ash glanced at them, and after a moment he said, Forget it. Since you helped 3D Dragon evolve, I will save your lives. As he said that, Ash released Aerodactyl again, pointed at the trio, and said, Aerodactyl, you grab them and follow me. If you think they are too heavy, just throw them down. Catch. The trio looked at each other, but soon Aerodactyl cleared their doubts with action, stretching out its claws and grabbing them directly flying. Wait, this is too dangerous and uncomfortable. How about we get on your back? James negotiated with Aerodactyl. Jesse and Meowth kept nodding, but Aerodactyl smiled at them, and then suddenly loosened its claws. Wow, TSK, it seems this guy's EQ is still not high enough. Ash cursed inwardly, and quickly ordered Aerodactyl, Hurry up, fly down, and catch them. Aerodactyl scratched his head, not understanding why he was asked to throw it away and then catch it, but he still obeyed Ash's command and dived down immediately. Team Rocket, you're on your own. At this time, Ash didn't care about these three guys because the battle between Lugia and the floating fortress had entered a white-hot stage, and Lugia was completely suppressed. The rotating turrets of the flying fortress continuously fired freezing bullets, and those laser cannons also continued to fire freezing rays. Under this double freezing attack, Lugia's movements became very inconvenient. What was even more deadly to 890 was the mechanical rings following Lugia, which kept trying to imprison its body. Although Lugia destroyed them again and again, there were too many of them. If this continues, it will only be a matter of time before Lugia is captured. However, as if knowing his future fate, a flash of determination suddenly flashed across Lugia's eyes, and then a powerful energy burst out from his body. What is this? Ash's eyes flashed with horror. It was about to use Dragon God Dive. Quick, land on the island. In fact, Ash didn't need to order. Charizard and the three-headed dragon had already charged towards the opposite side at the first time. When Lugia used Dragon God Dive, the terrifying murderous aura released was noticeable even to humans, let alone Pokemon. With a cry of rage, a giant dark blue phantom dragon suddenly appeared above, soaring in the sky. This was formed when Lugia used Dragon God Dive. The terrifying energy released even shattered all the surrounding mechanical rings. Then, the dark blue dragon opened its huge mouth with the momentum of destroying everything and bit the flying fortress in the sky. Boom! After such a terrifying blow, the flying fortress actually exploded. At a glance, soaring in the sky was almost full of debris, falling down in pieces. If this was sold as scrap metal, it would probably be worth at least a few million. Ash couldn't help but think wildly, but now was obviously not a good time, because three big troubles were about to come out. That was naturally the three magical birds Moltres, Zapdos, and Articuno. However, what Ash expected to happen did not happen. The three magical birds did not come to settle accounts with him at all, but attacked Lugia instead. What's going on? Lena, May, and Flora all looked at the scene happening and soaring in the sky with disbelief. The three magical birds were madly pouring flamethrower, freezing ray, and thunderbolt at Lugia, and it seemed that they wanted to kill it. But the problem was that it was Lugia who saved them just now. Why did the three magical birds repay kindness with hatred? Among the people present, only Ash knew the reason. The three magical birds wanted to take the opportunity to kill Lugia. Lugia, take away its priesthood. Like humans, Pokemon are not all pure and kind, especially those mythical beasts whose wisdom is no less than that of humans, and they also have their own ambitions. King of the Sea, please help me for the sake of being a citizen of the sea. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Ash's mind, sounding like a gentle man, but Ash knew that it was Lugia contacting him. You are doing this in vain. Ash responded with a wave guide. Although you have suffered a lot of injuries, it should be no problem to deal with them. If it really doesn't work, I will come to help you. No, you should know that I don't want that kind of result. There was a hint of sadness in Lugia's voice, but more of it was firmness. It was determined to do this, but Ash only felt a headache. This guy, even if he wants to be a good guy, there must be a limit. Lugia is a first-level beast of the same level as Ho-Oh. It doesn't take much effort to defeat the three birds, but because of its kind character, the three birds dared to ride on its head. If it were Ash, he would skin these three stinky birds. Even if it is a first-level beast, the character and way of doing things are very different. According to the memory of the kings of the sea god Lugia is an extremely friendly god. It not only protects Pokemon, but also protects humans. It even helped build the Sea Temple Akusha. Originally, Ash didn't want to care about these. After all, Lugia's love of fighting is its own business and has nothing to do with Ash, but the scene in front of him still made Ash feel very uncomfortable. Forget it, just run a trip. Just when Ash was about to agree to Lugia's request and help it run errands, the battle situation in soaring in the sky changed. Lugia failed to dodge in time and was hit by three attacks at the same time. This is no joke. The attacks of the three divine birds are different from ordinary tricks. They contain powerful divine power. In addition, the three divine positions of the god of fire, the god of ice, and the god of thunder are complementary to each other. Their combined attack hit Lugia and immediately triggered a shocking explosion. The shock wave generated rushed countless seawater directly to soaring in the sky, just like a hurricane rain. Lugia screamed and fell from soaring in the sky to the ground, smashing a big hole in the thick ice layer, and its chest was already charred. Logically, Lugia shouldn't be defeated so easily, but just now, in order to save the three birds, it had a big fight with the flying fortress, which consumed a lot of its physical strength. Especially the last one, the explosion of the flying fortress also caused it a lot of damage, and many parts of its body were hit by the wreckage. Because of this, facing the attack of the three birds, it was difficult for Lugia to make a decent evasive action, and his body was hit from time to time until the final defeat. However, facing their savior, the eyes of the three birds did not reveal a trace of hesitation and shame, but were full of desire for strength. The god of the sea is right in front of us. However, just as the three birds were about to give Lugia the final blow, a crack suddenly appeared on the white ice field, and then more than a dozen ferocious Gyarados jumped out of it. What was even more incredible was that these Gyarados actually used the destruction and death light at the three birds in soaring in the sky together. According to common sense, wild Pokemon would not dare to attack the beasts unless their lives were in danger. Due to the abnormal climate, almost all the Pokemon in the Orange Islands gathered here at this time, but they all dared not approach and just stood in the distance and watched. But this group of Garridos not only approached, but also attacked the three birds without hesitation, which was simply desperate. But soon, Ash knew the reason. On the head of one of the Garridos, there was a small blue figure. Mana. After more than a week of not seeing each other, Manaphy obviously missed Ash very much and kept waving his little hand at him. But Ash was completely dumbfounded. Why is this guy here? Manaphy, what's going on? Ash asked it quickly with the wave guide. Of course I'm here to save Zhiye, Mom. Come and help. Manaphy replied with a smile. Hearing this, Ash felt helpless. Manaphy didn't answer the point at all. He was about to ask again, but the three birds soaring in the sky cried out together. Gah! The three birds cried out, and suddenly a violent breath emanated from them, and in the blink of an eye it spread to the entire sea area of Asia Island. Obviously, they were warning others not to meddle in other people's business. Affected by this, all Pokemon were trembling, even the most violent Gyarados. Mana. Seeing this situation, Manaphy knew it was time for him to take action. He jumped down from Gyarados' head and began to sing in the water. The melodious singing immediately calmed the hearts of all Pokemon. This is exactly Manaphy's special ability, exchanging minds. Through spiritual communication, it can even influence the other party's behavior and thoughts to a certain extent. However, this trick is only effective against water Pokemon. If the opponent is Kyogre, perhaps Manaphy can convince it to stop, but the three birds obviously don't buy it. Seeing that the deterrence didn't work, the three birds looked at each other and then started to attack without warning. And Manaphy was not to be outdone and immediately commanded the Supreme Songshui Steam Pokemon to counterattack. For a while, soaring in the sky was filled with various Pokemon's special moves, colliding with each other in midair, causing bursts of explosions. Although the three birds were much stronger, they could not gain much advantage because they were outnumbered. More importantly, under Manaphy's mind exchange, these wild Pokemon turned into death squads, and their fear of the legendary beasts had long gone. What was going on? How could wild Pokemon fight with the legendary gods? The scene in front of them stunned everyone, especially Flora and other residents on the island, who could not believe their eyes. That was a god. Who dared to offend the majesty of the god? Alas, I always feel that things seem to be getting more and more troublesome. Ash sighed. He had hoped that Zhiye could hold on for a while until he collected all the stones, but he didn't expect this guy to be so weak. In order to save it, Manaphy even triggered a Pokemon war. At this moment, a propeller sound suddenly came from soaring in the sky. Ash and others looked up and saw that a helicopter had landed on the island. The people who came out of the plane later gave Ash a headache. That is, Delia, Professor Oak, Professor Naki, and some reporters. Ash! Ash! Delia shouted and ran over. How are you? Are you injured? Mom, I'm fine. Delia still insisted on checking it out, and after finding that there was nothing serious, she immediately frowned. Really? You kid never let me worry. Why do you always do something dangerous? But I haven't done anything yet. Ash felt like he was shot, even when he was lying down. Flora said, You are Ash's mother, right? Ash is the one who will save the world according to the prophecy, and now he is the only one who can stop the three birds. I don't care about that. My son is just a 10-year-old child. Why should he save the world? Are all the people in the Alliance dead? When it comes to Ash, even the gentle and virtuous Delia will become excited, and her words do make sense, which makes Flora speechless. Mom, don't be like this, and I'm already 11 years old this year. Ash felt very embarrassed, especially when the hateful reporter chose this time to interview him. Excuse me, are you Mr. Zhiye, the champion of this Indigo Plateau Conference? What do you think of your mother's words? Sorry, I'm not convenient to be interviewed now. But the reporter ignored Ash's words and asked, Can you talk about your opinion on the matter at hand? What role did you play in this matter? I role-play your uncle. Ash suppressed his anger. No matter which world, these reporters are so annoying. Is it time to interview now? And the reporter saw that Ash did not reply and continued to be aggressive. Mr. Ash, please say a few words. The people have the right to know the truth. Okay. Now is not the time for an interview. I will give you an exclusive interview opportunity after the matter is over. Just when Ash wanted to hit someone, Professor Oak stood up and blocked in front of him, which made the reporter quiet down. Ash. Professor Oak looked at him seriously. I don't know what you want to do next, but I will definitely support you, and everyone here is the same. 1. As he said, Professor Oak took out a stone from his pocket and put it in Ash's hand. This is what we agreed before, Charizardite X. I hope you can use it. After a moment of silence, Ash walked to Charizard, replaced the stone for it, and then patted it gently. How about dare to teach that stupid bird Lord's song 10 times with me? Hearing this, Charizard was stunned for a moment, then nodded firmly, and Pikachu jumped onto Ash's shoulder without Ash saying anything. Very good. Ash smiled softly. Let's do it in a big way. Let those 3 stupid birds' heads smell salt a little, Mom. Don't persuade me this time. But, okay, be careful. Delia was worried, but she also knew that once Ash made a decision, no one could persuade him. Flora didn't know this and advised, Ash, don't mess around. According to the legend, we should collect 3 treasures first, and then the witch will blow it. I don't care about the legend. Ash interrupted her impatiently. Instead of trying to calm down the rage of these stupid birds, it's better to beat them up directly. Flora wanted to persuade again, but May next to her pulled her back. Okay, don't say anything more. I agree with Ash, and I want to go with him. This surprised Ash. He didn't expect May to offer to help. After all, in his opinion, the kind May would choose Flora's plan. Ash, May, do you really want to fight against the god of fire, the god of thunder, and the god of ice? Lena was quite worried. That's right. May nodded solemnly. Whether they are gods or not, I will not allow them to continue to hurt Lugia. It seems that even May can't stand what the 3 birds did, and she has to teach them a lesson. Just then, Ash's Aerodactyl flew back, but the Rocket Trio was nowhere to be seen. Could it be? Ash suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. After asking Aerodactyl, he learned that the trio disappeared after falling into the sea and did not float up for a long time. Really? Thank you for your hard work. Although the trio's fate is uncertain, Ash thinks that these 3 guys are so strong that they shouldn't die like this. If they really die, it can only be blamed on their bad luck, and now is not the time to worry about these things. Let's go. Ash rode on Aerodactyl, called Charizard and Pikachu, and flew quickly towards the direction of the 3 birds, while May followed closely on the 3-headed dragon. When approaching, Ash used the wave guide to send a message to Manaphy. Manaphy, find a way to separate the 3 stupid birds. Yes, sir. Manaphy saluted mischievously, and then commanded the water Pokemon to use the Hydro Pump trick at the same time. The huge power forced the 3 birds to dodge and disperse. May, hold Zapdos first. Manaphy, hold Articuno first. I'll come to help you after I kill Moltres. Ash quickly assigned tasks to everyone. May and Manaphy both said they had no objection, but Moltres on the opposite side was annoyed. Gah, you are just the king of the sea. You want to kill me, turn me into ashes. While roaring, Moltres used Flamethrower, and the blazing fire mixed with endless rage swept towards Ash. But Ash was not in a hurry. He turned the wave guide to the maximum, strengthened the mental connection between himself and Charizard, and shouted, Charizard, Mega Evolution! Duh. Before he finished speaking, Charizard and Ash's wristbands simultaneously emitted dazzling white light, and then Charizard's appearance began to change. Not only did the color change to black, but even the flames on his body turned into dark blue, looking very domineering. Very good, it succeeded. Ash felt a little happy. This was the first time Charizard had performed a Mega Evolution in X form, but succeeded in one go. It seemed that the method Sabrina taught was really effective. Charizard, don't worry about its flames. Just charge forward. Zhiye. After receiving Ash's order, Mega Charizard X roared, then flapped its wings, and rushed into the flames ejected by Moltres without hesitation with Pikachu. When Moltres saw that the other party did not dodge its attack, a trace of anger flashed in his eyes, and he immediately increased the intensity of the flames. Under such high temperatures, Molters was confident that no creature would be spared, and seeing that the other party had not moved for a long time in the flames, it was even more convinced of its idea. Humph, it seems that the guy has been burned to ashes. Molters smiled coldly, and just when it wanted to deal with ash again, a figure of black suddenly jumped out of the flames. Before Molters could react, he heard Ash shouting, Charizard, use Dragon Claw. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Roar. Pikachu. Mega Charizard X's claws glowed, and under Molters' horrified gaze, it slapped it hard, and then Pikachu's powerful lightning gun followed. This time, Molters became horrible. His body was charred all over, and he looked like a chicken. Gah! Assholes! You really d me off. Molters felt that he had never been so rageful before. His feathers were his pride, but now they were turned into this by a mere human and Pokemon. It secretly decided in its heart that it would not stop until it burned these guys in front of it to ashes. However, before Molters could take action, there was a burst of explosions from below, as if something was trying to break out from under the ice. Molters instinctively felt a sense of uneasiness, but before he could figure it out, dozens of thick water columns suddenly broke through the ice and rushed towards him. Gah! King of the Sea! You! Fly! Before Molters could curse, the water columns had already rushed to him, so he had to dodge, but those water columns seemed to be alive, twisting in the air, staring at Molters. Gah! 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 King of the Sea! You be D. You dare to use the power of the sea to deal with me. Aren't you afraid of being punished? You are not qualified to be the Lord of the Sea. While dodging, Molters did not forget to curse so much, and Ash just took out the stone of the God of Fire from his backpack. Whether I'm qualified or not is not up to me or you. I only know that you, the God of Fire, are destined to end today, and I will deprive you of your priesthood. Gah! Gah! Umph! I don't believe you would do that. Molters sneered at Ash's words. It's not that he didn't believe Ash couldn't do it, but he thought he wouldn't do it at all. The King of the Sea is a blessing given to humans by nature to suppress the beasts. One of his abilities is to deprive the priesthood through a medium. But this is not without cost. In exchange, the King of the Sea must contribute all his power, and it will never be restored. That's why Molters thought Ash was just scaring him. After all, in his opinion, humans are obsessed with power. Unlike Pokemon, humans are still very fragile in comparison, no matter how much they exercise. Only fools would do such a thing. At least in Molters' lifetime, I have never heard of any generation of the Sea King doing such a thing. Of course, this is also because the medium of the priesthood is difficult to find. Usually, the sacred beasts will hide this thing in their own nests, and outsiders are absolutely not allowed to approach. Unfortunately, the three sacred birds are all a group of arrogant people. In addition, Molters had been captured by Gilyuda at that time, so the medium fell into Ash's hands. However, in order to prevent Ash from going all out, Molters decided to take a step back and find a way to trick the medium back. However, before it could say anything soft, it only heard Ash shouting, Charizard, chase it and shoot it down for me. Zhiye, Zhiye, wait, I have something to say. Molters hurriedly called for a stop, but Mega Charizard X ignored it and just stared at it, and Pikachu also released thunder from time to time. Shock, try and knock it down. But Molters was too fast, and Mega Charizard X couldn't catch up for a while, and the situation with May and Manaphy didn't seem to be good. Seeing this, Ash immediately stopped hesitating and ordered Pikachu. Pikachu, use a large-scale thunder. Pikachu was startled and shook his head quickly, because if he did so, he would be fine, but Charizard would definitely be hurt. However, Mega Charizard X didn't care at all, and even Dab gave Pikachu a thumbs up, indicating that it didn't need to worry too much. Pikachu was stunned for a while, and finally decided to obey the order. Endless electricity gushed out of its body and hit the clouds directly. These guys are really crazy. Molters cursed inwardly. The other party actually used this kind of attack method that hurt both sides, which gave it a headache and hurriedly accelerated its speed. Unfortunately, by the water column controlled by Ash kept following it, and even spread into a water net in the air, rushing towards Molters. Although in this way, the water column has no attack power at all. It is just equivalent to giving Molters a bath, but the problem is that Ash did not intend to hurt it with this trick. Boom! The next second, endless lightning fell from the sky, completely covering the area where Molters, Pikachu, and Mega Charizard X were located, and the three Pokémon were hit at the same time. Zhiye. The worst was undoubtedly Molters, whose body was wet with water, and most of the lightning ran towards it. Even though Molters was a divine beast, it was a little overwhelmed. And to Pikachu's surprise, Charizard was still fine, just shaking a little uncomfortably, and the rest was nothing. How is this possible? However, what Pikachu didn't know was that after Mega evolved into X form, Charizard Dragon Bloodline would awaken, thus making Dragon-type replace the original Flying type. In this way, Mega Charizard X has a strong resistance to Fire and Electric-type moves, and is not even particularly afraid of Water-type rope moves. Charizard used Seismic Toss. Roar! After receiving Ash's order, Mega Charizard X immediately roared, ignoring the flames on Molters, hugged him in his arms, and then swooped down, while Pikachu held him tightly, fearing that he would be thrown off. Boom! Molters was thrown down by Mega Charizard X, creating a big hole in the ice field, and it was so painful that it couldn't move at all for a while. Gah! Gah! Sea King! You wait! I won't let you go. Even so, Molters was still stubborn and kept cursing, but Ash ignored it, just let Aerodactyl fall to the ground and walk to it. Molters looked at Ash and cursed with disdain. Gah! Gah! What? Aren't you going to deprive me of my divine position? Come on. Of course I'm not that stupid. Ash said lightly. That will exhaust all my power. I have other uses for that power, and I can't waste it on guys like you. Gah! Tisk hypocrisy. Molters was very disgusted with Ash's words. In its opinion, the other party was just reluctant to give up these powers. However, Ash ignored it and just whispered, "You should know that it is not necessary to use tough methods to deprive the priesthood." A trace of uneasiness flashed through Molter's heart, but it was quickly suppressed by it, and he kept comforting himself. There is nothing to worry about. This kid is just swagger. In fact, Molters really has nothing to fear. Divine beasts like it who have priesthood do not need to worry about death at all, because they are immortal. If you rely on tough means, it is possible to destroy their bodies, but as time goes by, they can be resurrected somewhere in the world. This is the law of every priesthood. Just like Manaphy, it died once, but in the end it turned into a Pokemon egg, regained life, and its strength quickly recovered to its heyday. However, there is only one exception. That is, once the divine beast or the fantasy beast has offspring, then this rule will no longer be effective. For this reason, the three sacred birds dare to Lugia attacked it, and even despised it deeply. Nature is always fair, and the divine beast itself is an existence beyond ordinary creatures. If it wants to reproduce, it can only return to the ranks of ordinary creatures. Ash didn't care what Molters was thinking. He first lifted Charizard's Mega Evolution Contest condition because he was running out of energy. Then, Ash told Aerodactyl, "Torture it. Remember, keep it alive." Aerodactyl nodded, showing no aversion. It had once joined the Imperial Army and was a soldier who tortured prisoners of war. Although it had calmed down a lot after waking up in this era, it didn't mind looking back occasionally. What's more, it had long wanted to try what it felt like to step on the high-ranking beasts. However, considering the limited time, Ash asked Charizard to help, and Charizard was eager to help and readily agreed. Charizard couldn't stand what the three birds did. Lugia had tried her best to save them, but they were ungrateful. It hated such guys from the bottom of its heart. Thus, an extremely bizarre performance began to unfold on the ice field. The legendary god of fire was pressed to the ground by two Asian dragons and ravaged. The sharp screams could even be heard by the residents of the island. At this time, Molters was ashamed and hateful. He had never been humiliated like this in his hundreds of years of life. Zapdos and Articuno not only did not come to help him, but also took the time to take a look at him from time to time. Especially the faint mockery on their faces made Molters so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. At this moment, Lugia's voice suddenly came over. "That's enough, King of the Sea. Please stop." Ash looked over and saw Lugia lying on the ground not far away, looking at him with pleading eyes, trying to plead for Molters. They were just blinded by anger for a while, so they acted impulsively. As long as their anger can be calmed down, they can return in normal. Unfortunately, Ash did not agree with this statement. He retorted, "Rage is just an inducement. You should know what their nature is." The three divine duties of the three sacred birds should have complemented each other and helped each other, but their companions were captured, and they only wanted to grab territory to strengthen their own strength. "Alas, I know," Lugia sighed, "but we have known each other for hundreds of years, and it was me who guided them to become members of the divine beasts." Ash shook his head and did not continue. The sea god was attacked by the three divine birds, and the part was the heart. There was no hope for him, but he was still thinking about others before he died. Ash really couldn't understand its thoughts. After a while, Molters was tortured to death, almost only exhaling but not inhaling. Ash asked Charizard and Aerodactyl to stop and squatted down to look at it expressionlessly. How is it? How does it taste? If you're willing to give up your priesthood, then I can let you go." Originally, Ash didn't want to waste time talking to it, but for Lugia's sake, he decided to give a chance. Unfortunately, Molters didn't appreciate it, and a jet of flames shot out of his mouth. Fortunately, Ash was well prepared and immediately urged the seawater to block in front of him, thus avoiding the fate of being scorched. He had already guessed this result. "Then, let's start." Ash took out the medium of the god of fire and placed it in front of Molters, then urged the power of the King of the Sea and began to recite a difficult spell. The kings of the sea in all generations came from different civilizations, one of which was a magical civilization, and the powerful monsters that were causing trouble could be imprisoned through the imprison technique. But before imprison, two things need to be done. Prepare a prop that can accommodate the power of the monster, and wear down the will of the monster. This is also the reason why Ash asked Aerodactyl and Charizard to torture and humiliate it. As for the props, there is no need to say much. The medium of the god of fire is the best prop. In fact, this sounds magical, but the effect is similar to that of the Master Ball. It seems that even if the direction of civilization development is different, human ideas are similar. Molters looked at Ash with a sneer on his face. He had lived for a short time, so he naturally didn't know some things about human civilization in the past. He just thought Ash was playing tricks. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. But Lugia was shocked and tried to stop Ash, but found that his physical strength was almost exhausted and he couldn't even mobilize a little strength. In desperation, Lugia could only watch the medium suck the terrified Molters in and completely imprisoned. Ash looked at the red stone in his hand quietly, without any guilt in his heart. It was all Molters' fault, and he couldn't blame others. "It's so hot." Suddenly, the stone started to heat up. Ash was shocked and threw it to the ground. The hot stone touched the ice layer and immediately sizzled and emitted bursts of white smoke. "Damn it, you're imprisoned and you're still not quiet." Ash gritted his teeth and cursed, feeling a burning pain in his hand. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, otherwise he would definitely be burned. Although Molters was still trying to make trouble, Ash had plenty of ways to deal with him. He activated the power of the Sea King and completely wrapped the stone. Fight me." Ash chuckled, put the stone in his pocket, and then turned his attention to soaring in the sky. There were still two stupid birds that hadn't been dealt with. However, Ash's method obviously scared them. They saw Molters being taken in by imprison with their own eyes, and his breath completely disappeared. What a fight! Zapdos and Articuno wanted to run away immediately, but May and Manaphy held them tightly, especially Manaphy. Seeing that Lugia was about to die, it was so anxious that its eyes turned red. Seeing that rival was in a posture of fighting to the death, the hot-tempered Zapdos immediately let out a long cry of rage, and the bird clouds in the sky suddenly surged. May saw that the situation was not good and wanted the three-headed dragon to fly low to avoid it, but she couldn't just watch it. Zapdos escaped and was in a dilemma. Unfortunately, she overlooked one point, that is, the battlefield was changing rapidly, so there was no time for her to hesitate. After just a few seconds, thunder rolled down from the sky. This move of thunder almost exhausted all the remaining power of Zapdos, and its power was naturally extraordinary, covering a large area of soaring in the sky. Although the three-headed dragon was not slow, it could not escape. Just as it was about to be hit, a shout suddenly came from the side. "Jump down!" Hearing this, May turned over and jumped off the three-headed dragon without thinking, and the lightning hit the three-headed dragon almost immediately after. It was also thanks to May's quick reaction. If she was half a beat slower, she would probably die directly. However, although the three-headed dragon was not seriously injured, it was in a paralyzed contest condition, and its speed was affected. May was not falling down quickly at all. Seeing that May was about to fall into a meat pie, fortunately, Ash rushed over on Aerodactyl and caught her. 760. Are you okay? Ash looked at her worriedly. This Stephanie seemed to be overly astonished, and her eyes were completely stagnant. After a while, May came back to her senses. She looked around blankly, then patted her chest with a look of relief. "Great, I'm still alive. I thought I was dead this time." "Don't worry, Alliance will help you become a martyr." Ash made a joke. May pouted her lips in dissatisfaction. Just when she was about to refute, she let out a cry of surprise, and then her face suddenly swelled red, and her heart was pounding. She found that she was actually held in Ash's arms. This made May dizzy. It was the first time she was held by a man, and it was in a princess hug. It was too embarrassing. Although Ash was 2 years younger than her, he was half a head taller than her, and his behavior was mature, so May never regarded Ash as a child in her heart. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Ash didn't know what May was thinking. Seeing that she was abnormal again, he felt very helpless. She is an investigator, but she can't stand even a little bit of astonish. She is really useless. If May knew what Ash was thinking, she would be mad to death. Fortunately, Ash is not mean to his friends. At most, he would criticize him in his heart. Ash, can you put me down?" May asked shyly. "Oh, okay." Seeing that Ash put her down without hesitation, May felt a flash of disappointment for no reason, but soon she suddenly shuddered in her heart and slapped her face hard to make herself smelling salt. "Charizard, catch up." Ash commanded Charizard and Pikachu on the other side to catch up with Zapdos, and May also asked the three-headed dragon to catch up. The two of them sat on Aerodactyl and followed far behind. Because the previous attack consumed too much of Zapdos' energy, and because he had fought with May for a long time before, he had little strength left, so he couldn't fly fast at all, and was caught up by Charizard in a short while. Zapdos didn't seem to want to surrender, and tried his best to release thunderbolts one after another, trying to force the opponent back. But unexpectedly, all the electricity was absorbed by Pikachu. Looking at Pikachu's attribute panel, the fusion degree of Light Ball continued to rise. Ash couldn't help but be ecstatic in his heart, but on the surface he didn't show any expression, pretending to observe the battle with a serious face. But he secretly used wave guides to let Charizard and Pikachu not rush to attack, and wait until Zapdos was drained. As for the three-headed dragon, because it was paralyzed, not only did its speed slow down, but it also twitched from time to time, causing it to fall on Aerodactyl. May was in a state of confusion at this moment. If she could calm down, she would naturally see that the situation was not right. Ash was just stalling for time, but it didn't matter. Zapdos' defeat was already a foregone conclusion. After the last bit of energy was squeezed out, Charizard slapped it away with one claw, making a big hole in the ice. Thanks to it, the fusion rate of Light Ball also rose to 20%. As long as Pikachu was given some time to adapt, its strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. On the other side, Manaphy also relied on the army of water Pokemon to finally take down Articuno. A circle of water Pokemon surrounded it. If it weren't for the fierce faces of these Pokemon, people who didn't know would think that this was a pilgrimage to Articuno. "Mate, Please go to Lightning Island and Ice Island and get the treasures there. I'll watch these two guys here. Ash planned to repeat the same trick and imprison these two guys like molters. Since they can't perform their duties, nature will reselect the successor. By that time, the Orange Islands will be restored to their original state. Ash just hopes that the new three birds will not be as stupid as these three. And his words obviously scared Zapdos and Articuno. Although they didn't want to bow to humans, they didn't want to end up like molters. After hesitating for a moment, they immediately begged for mercy. If you can take the initiative to disperse the duties, then I can let you go. Ash and the three birds don't have any deep hatred, but what they have done is no longer worthy of the duties of the gods. It is reasonable to ask for the guardian of the Orange Islands. After hesitating for a while, Zapdos and Articuno finally nodded in agreement and reluctantly dispersed their own divine duties. Although it seemed that nothing was discovered on the surface, Ash could clearly feel through the waveguide that more than half of their energy had disappeared, especially the divine power contained in it had completely disappeared. Since these two guys were so sensible, Ash would not go back on his word, and at this moment, Manaphy hurried over to find him. Mana! Mana! Mom 2.5 Mom, it's not good. Go see Lugia. Hearing this, Ash's face sank, and he hurried over, only to see Lugia lying on the ground motionless with his eyes closed. If it weren't for the slightly rising and falling chest, this miserable appearance would definitely make people mistake it for death. However, it was indeed not far from death. Manaphy. Ash gently touched its head. It's useless. Lugia is already beyond saving. The attack of the three birds hit its heart. No one can save it. This is not to say that the three birds are very powerful, but that their three divine duties complement each other. If they attack together, their power is far more than 1 + 1 + 1. Even a first-level beast can be severely damaged. Unfortunately, they refused to unite, so they were defeated one by Ash. Mana. No, it can still be saved. Manaphy refused to give up. Ash looked at it for a while, but just shook his head helplessly. Death is something that every creature must experience. If you want to avoid it, you have to pay an unimaginable price. Lugia chose to give up, so it can't be blamed on others. And looking at its sentimental character, it is not difficult to understand why it chose love. Perhaps immortality is a torture for Lugia. Mana. It really can be done. Manaphy was a little anxious. Mana. Mana. As long as the three sacred birds' priesthood is brought back through the medium, and my mother and I sacrifice the power of the sea to force these three priesthoods into Lugia's body, maybe we can save it. Normally, each sacred beast has only one priesthood. It's not that it can't have multiple priesthoods, but there will be conflicts between different priesthoods. However, the sea has a heart of tolerance for everything. Manaphy's proposal is not impossible, but the consequences are unpredictable. Ash 13 was silent for a while and asked, Manaphy, why do you have to save Lugia? Mana. I don't know, but I just want to save it. Manaphy hesitated to answer, not daring to look up at Ash. It felt that it was really a bit nonsensical. However, Ash was not surprised. Just like when he was looking for a Kusha, Manaphy had no memory and acted completely on instinct. Maybe a long time ago, Lugia had done it a favor, and this favor was deeply engraved in its soul, so that even if it lost its memory in reincarnation, Manaphy still remembered it. Okay, let's do it. I'll go get the other two media first, and you stay here and find a way to save Lugia's life. Ash is not a person who is easily moved, but he appreciates Return's behavior. In the world of his previous life, let alone Return, it was good enough to not repay kindness with hatred. Moreover, the power of the King of the Sea was originally obtained from the sea. If it can be used in the right place, Ash will not feel bad even if it is lost. Mana. Thank you, Mom. There were tears in Manaphy's eyes. Although it called Ash Mom, it was a mythical beast and much smarter than other Pokemon. It slowly realized that there was no special relationship between them. But even so, Ash still responded to its request and decided to sacrifice his own power, which touched Manaphy. Don't cry, you are a man. Ash patted its head with some dissatisfaction, If you really want to thank me, just call me Dad. Mana. Yes, Mom. Manaphy burst into laughter and saluted mischievously. Ash went to Lightning Island and Ice Island to find a remaining 2 media, and Manaphy commanded the Pokemon to carry Lugia to Asia Island so that it could be more comfortable. Is this the legendary sea god? Lugia? Professor Oak's eyes were full of amazement. He wanted to go forward and study it immediately. Fortunately, he knew that things had priorities, so he just watched quietly like everyone else. A few minutes later, Ash took back the medium and placed it in the flame bead next to Lugia. Then he and Manaphy closed their eyes and prayed silently in their hearts. Mother, please respond to my request. Ash just made a request to the sea, and suddenly felt a suction force coming from his body, as if to pull out his soul, and the same was true for Manaphy. However, Ash did not panic. He understood that this was the price of fusion. The sea was draining his power, so he just closed his eyes and supported it silently. Don't be in trouble. Lena and others didn't know what Ash was doing, but they didn't have time to ask in detail. They only knew that he was saving Lugia. They couldn't do anything, so they could only pray in their hearts. Soon, Ash felt 3 huge energies approaching this side, which were the duties of the god of fire, the god of ice, and the god of thunder. It was not surprising that Lugia could be recognized by these 3 priesthoods. It was the god of the sea, and its level was much higher. The difficulty was how to make these 4 priesthoods coexist peacefully. These 3 forces drilled into Lugia's body, rushed around in it, and fought with each other, which made Lugia roar, and even the expression on his face was distorted by pain. Fortunately, at this moment, a wave of sea water suddenly spread up and wrapped Lugia completely, and Lugia not only did not feel uncomfortable, but his expression gradually softened. Ash did not know how long the ceremony would take, and he waited until the suction on his body disappeared before he opened his eyes. At this time, due to the imbalance of power and abnormal climate, it was raining heavily in the sky, but Ash's back was full of sweat, as if he had just taken a sauna. However, the next moment, the dark clouds that had been gathering and soaring in the sky suddenly began to slowly dissipate, and a ray of sunlight projected from the gaps in the dark clouds, and the frozen sea surface thawed at a very fast speed. It seems that it succeeded. Ash was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. The scene in front of him clearly indicated that the power had been restored to balance again. Lugia successfully merged the 4 priesthoods. Then, Lugia slowly stood up, but his appearance became very different. His originally white body turned black, but he did not look evil, but gave people a sense of solemnity. Ash did not know the reason, but thought it was a side effect of the fusion of priesthoods, or perhaps it was due to the transformation of the sea, or perhaps some unknown reason. But these are not important. With the revival of Lugia, the dark clouds and soaring the sky also dissipated, and the long-lost sunshine once again shone on Asia Island. Everyone couldn't help but feel like they had survived a disaster. Thank you, King of the Sea. I owe you a life. Even though it turned into a dark Lugia, its voice was still so gentle and its attitude was extremely friendly. It seemed that its personality was not affected at all. Ash was about to speak, but Dark Lugia spoke first. I won't say more. I swear on my soul, as long as I am alive, you and your descendants will always be blessed and protected by me. Although Ash has sacrificed the power of the Sea King, it does not mean that he has lost his status as the Sea King. He can feel that he still maintains an inexplicable connection with the sea and can still control some water flows. However, compared with the past, the power now is very small, and at most it can only fill the kettle with water. By the way, Ash suddenly remembered something. Lugia, what is the use of your blessing to me? Dark Lugia is a first-level beast, and its blessing is naturally not like that of humans, which is just verbal. When I was just the god of the sea, it could protect you from being attacked by water Pokemon. Dark Lugia replied. This was completely useless to Ash. He was the king of the sea, and the remaining power was enough for him to swim freely in the sea. As for being attacked by water Pokemon, that was even more impossible. However, Dark Ligia's next words immediately aroused his interest. But now that I am the god of fire and Celeste the god of ice, the blessing has also been improved accordingly. Fire, freezing, and thundershock will not be able to hurt you. Ash was stunned at first, and then hurriedly walked behind Charizard and carefully touched the flame on its tail with his right hand. However, even if he put his palm on the blazing flame, he could not feel any temperature, let alone burns. Thank you. Ash retracted his palm and gave Dark Ligia a hand. Ligia thanked him solemnly. This is really a pleasant surprise. You deserve it. Dark Ligia shook his head, then turned his gaze to Manaphy. After a moment of silence, he sighed slightly. Alas, why are you doing this again? It was the same last time. Mana. Manaphy obviously didn't know what Dark Ligia was talking about, but seeing that the other party had recovered, it was happy from the bottom of its heart and hugged Dark Ligia's neck. Dark Ligia shook his head helplessly, as if he had long been accustomed to it. After a while of playing with Manaphy, it looked at Ash and asked, By the way, how are the 3 children? Ash knew in his heart that it was talking about the 3 sacred birds, and replied, Moltres was imprisoned by me, and the other 2 were let go. A trace of sadness and nostalgia flowed through Ligia's eyes, but all of this turned into a sigh. Really? Thank you. I should go now. If you need me, call me in your heart. No matter how far away, I will come. Dark Ligia said goodbye. Although it was full of endless power at this time, its heart felt so tired. It was time to take a good rest. Everyone waved goodbye to it, but what they didn't notice was that the whole scene was captured by the camera next to it. The reporter was so excited that she trembled all over. This news was worth more than Johto region. She could already imagine that she would definitely get a promotion when she returned. Sorry, I don't like to appear in front of the world. Unfortunately, Dark Ligia found it and immediately used confusion to break it into pieces, which made the reporter and the cameraman dumbfounded. But they didn't dare to say anything more. The other party was a divine beast. Wouldn't it be courting death to protest? After doing all this, Dark Ligia jumped and dived into the sea again, and Ash asked Professor Oak, Professor, it's your turn to find a way to stop what happened today. With Professor Oak's ability, it is not difficult to accomplish this task, and the residents of Asia Island don't have to worry about it, because they obey the words of the sea god. Leave it to me. Professor Oak patted his chest and agreed, but he had a small request. Ash, can you write me a document about the method you used to live in Moltres with prison just now? Hearing this, Ash felt a little headache. Writing documents was really too troublesome, and Professor Oak pleaded again. Actually, there's a reason why I asked you for information. Recently, an archaeological team discovered 2 ancient relics, and then a giant alakazam and a giant Jengar jumped out of them. Ash had some impression of this incident. It did happen in the original book, but he just didn't encounter it. Professor Oak continued. Fortunately, a giant Jigglypuff jumped out later, which made them go back, so I want to try if there is any safe way to study it. Okay, I'll tell you. You must be a magician to perform in prison. Ash began to make up stories. But how can you become a magician? Professor Oak asked hurriedly. It's very simple. Ash suppressed his laughter and said seriously, as long as a man remains a virgin at the age of 30, he can change his job to become a magician. Really? How can you do that? You're only 11 years old. Seeing that Professor Oak didn't seem to believe it, Ash quickly said seriously, I did it with the power of the King of the Sea. If ordinary people want to do it, they can only change their job to become a magician. But where can I find a 30-year-old virgin? Professor Oak looked very embarrassed and didn't realize that Ash was playing a trick on him. The people around him wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to laugh, and they were almost hurt. That's your problem. Ash shrugged his shoulders in a helpless manner, and at this moment, Manaphy suddenly called him. Mana! Mom, I remembered something. When I came here just now, I fished out some people in the water. It seems that some of them are people you know. After that, Manaphy asked the water Pokemon to carry those people over, and these guys are the 3 members of Team Rocket, Malwanghao plus a Gilyuda. They are really lucky. The 3 members will be fine, But Ash didn't expect that even Gilyuda was alive, but these guys looked a little bad, and their faces were completely blue. Not good. We have to send them to the hospital quickly. Professor Oak took a look and knew that they were dying. But it would take some time for the ambulance to arrive. Fortunately, Ash had an idea and said, "Lena, let Chansey out." Lena was stunned at first, and then hurriedly did as she was told. And when Chansey saw the four injured, she immediately took the initiative to rescue them. He took out the egg from his pocket, carefully made a small hole in it, and fed them the egg liquid in turn. Miraculously, after drinking the egg liquid, their complexion immediately improved a lot, and the three people with strong vitality even woke up slowly. After the ambulance took the rocket trio and Gilyuda away, Ash and the others were treated with great respect by the residents of Asia Island, thanking them for saving the Orange Islands. Early the next morning, Professor Oak, Professor Achiki, Delia, and others returned by helicopter. As for the GS ball, it was temporarily placed on Ash's body at his request. Through this Zhiye incident, Ash obtained a total of 80 pieces of fate fragments, plus the remaining ones before. The total number has reached 237 pieces, and the detailed information of the GS ball will soon be revealed. Professor Oak readily agreed. The mystery of the GS ball is not easy to solve, not to mention that he has a lot of research on hand, so he is not in a hurry. He just hopes that Ash can sort out the information of the imprisoned technique as soon as possible. After watching Professor Oak and others leave, Zhiye also came to say goodbye to them. "Ash, thank you so much this time. Without your help, Gilyuda would not have been caught." Mei thanked him solemnly. "You're welcome. You've helped a lot." Although Gilu was lucky enough to escape with his life, the 657th time he made such a big fuss that even if his family was rich, he would probably end up in jail. In addition, the Issue Alliance also needs to find a way to shut up the Kanto Alliance. After all, the Orange Islands are their territory. "No," Mei didn't want to take credit. "The main credit is still yours. When I go back, I will report the situation this time and strive for a reward for you." "No need." It's not that Ash didn't want it, but he felt it was not very reliable. After all, he had no relationship with the Issue Alliance, and this incident was classified as confidential. Would it be worth it for others to spend money to reward him? And then Mei seemed to have thought of this, and a difficult expression appeared on her face. She really wanted to thank Ash. "By the way, let me give this to you." As she said that, Mei took out a purple stone and handed it to Ash. He took it and saw that it was the very rare evolution stone. "This is too expensive. I can't accept it." Ash wanted to return it immediately, but Mei grabbed his hand and insisted. "It's okay. This was originally used on Duat, but the child has evolved now, and no one else needs it. You can give it to Pikachu." Ahem, ahem. Seeing that the two were acting somewhat ambiguous, Lena, who was standing by, pretended to cough, pulled Ash, and said with a smile, "Ash, since Mei wants you to accept it, you should accept it quickly. Yes, just think of it as a thank you for saving my life." Speaking of this, Mei suddenly remembered the situation at the beginning, and her face blushed, and Lena keenly noticed that something was wrong. But she was a smart Stephanie and did not choose to ask directly, but changed the subject. Mei, why did Duat suddenly want to evolve?" "Because of Ash." Mei smiled bitterly. "That kid has always been strong since he was young. I'm afraid losing to Sylvian was a big blow to him." "Is that so?" After chatting for a while, the three of them said goodbye to each other and left. Mei wanted to escort Gilyuda back to Issue region, while Ash and Lena started their journey again. Since there were not many places left in the Orange Islands that they wanted to go, the two decided to go directly to Johto region after buying present at 7 Grapefruit Island. The two sat on Lapras's back and sailed north. They soon found 7 small islands in a row, which is also the origin of the name of 7 Grapefruit Island. BDFJ, the most famous thing about 7 Grapefruit Island is pomelo, and this is the time when the fruit is ripe. The two decided to buy more so that their families can taste it. "Lapras, thank you for your hard work." Ash took out a blue energy cube, broke off a little, and put it in a Lapra's mouth, and Lapras shouted happily after eating it. This is a water energy cube that Ash made specially for Lapras. It contains a trace of sea energy, so you can't eat too much. Just a little bit is enough for each meal. When you arrive on the island, the first thing you see is the pomelo tree. The environment here is very suitable for the growth of pomelo trees, so the whole mountain is almost full of them. Wow, this is pomelo. The color looks good. Lena seemed to have seen pomelo for the first time. Looking at the big saffron-colored pomelo on the tree, she couldn't help but get excited. Well, don't touch it. It would be bad if people mistake it for a thief. Ash kindly reminded him. He remembered that he had been misunderstood in the original book, and it seemed that there was a Snorlax that came here to steal the pomelo. But it doesn't seem to be stealing. They are eating it openly. Just then, there was a noisy sound around, which seemed to be mixed with human shouting, and the two decided to go over to see what was going on. Too much. Lena frowned. How come even the branches were broken? Who did it? Along the way, there were bare pomelo trees everywhere. Not only were the fruits gone, but even the branches were broken, which looked terrible. What is that? The two followed the sound and immediately saw an astonishing scene. A huge Pokemon was waving its hands frantically to eat pomelo. Two strong men next to it wanted to stop it, but were slapped away. This Pokemon, I remember it's Snorlax, right? Lena remembered that she had seen information about Snorlax in Professor Oak's laboratory. This is a Pokemon with a big appetite, and it will not stop until it's full. Even as its strength grows, its appetite will become bigger and bigger, and normal people can't afford it at all. Everyone listened and picked the pomelo separately, and picked them before being eaten by Snorlax. Seeing that Snorlax couldn't be stopped, a young woman who seemed to be the boss organized her employees to rush to harvest the pomelo. Unfortunately, after a group of people were busy for a while, they made things easier for Snorlax. All the pomelo they picked went into its stomach, saving it from having to pick them. Seeing the heavy losses of this group of people, Lena's sympathy began to overflow again, and she consulted with Ash. If this continues, the pomelo will be eaten by Snorlax. Let's find a way to help them. Well, I'll take care of it. Ash had long wanted to tame it, not only because Snorlax is rarely seen, but in the original book, this Snorlax is very strong, even stronger than Charizard in the early days. And the information provided by the system also confirmed this. Name, Snorlax. Gender, male. Ability, fat. Attribute, normal. Strength, elite. Special moves, body slam, iron head, million-ton boxing rest. Information, born in the Orange Islands, because of living on the island, he learned to swim in order to get enough food, so his appetite and speed are higher than his peers. He is very talented, and he is elite level. But in this case, food expenses are a problem. After reading the information, Ash couldn't help but have a headache. Snorlax needs to eat at least 400 kilograms of food every day, unless he lets it rest more and move less. But since Ash has decided to tame Snorlax, how can he not train it? By then, this guy may eat more. Although Ash still had some savings in his bank card, but he didn't dare to spend money recklessly. After all, he only had expenses and no income. Fortunately, Ash suddenly thought of a solution. If it was feasible, then Snorlax's food would not be a problem at all. Thinking of this, Ash immediately walked forward, touched Snorlax's belly, and greeted it. Big guy, are you still not full? Unfortunately, Snorlax was very disrespectful and didn't even look at him. He kept grabbing pomelo and putting it into his mouth with both hands, almost several at a time. Seeing that Snorlax ignored him, Ash didn't get angry, but took out a few water energy blocks from his pocket. Come on, big guy, try this. This time, Snorlax actually reacted and grabbed it and put it into his mouth. If a stranger feeds food to a wild Pokemon, the other party will usually smell it with their nose first, but Snorlax doesn't need to do that. First of all, it is not picky about food and eats almost everything. Secondly, the digestive juice in its stomach can digest any poison, so there is no need to worry about food poisoning. Burp! To everyone's surprise, after eating those blue cubes, Snorlax actually burped a lot, and then lay on the ground and fell asleep. It's full. The employees on the island couldn't believe their eyes. Snorlax had eaten so many pomelos without any intention of stopping, but he was full after eating a few small energy cubes. Although the calories and nutrition in energy cubes are indeed higher than ordinary food, it is not good for Snorlax is not much different. In fact, how could they know that those energy cubes are not only made of tree fruits, but also contain the power of the King of the Sea, and the calories in them are much higher than other energy cubes? Therefore, Ash did not dare to let Lapras eat too much, only a little at a time to prevent it from being full to death. Fortunately, Snorlax is a normal Pokemon. This kind of attribute Pokemon can absorb any kind of energy cubes, otherwise, Ash really has no way. At this time, the young woman who commanded before ran over and bowed to Ash to thank him. "My name is Casey. Thank you so much for today's fact. Thanks to your help, otherwise we will definitely suffer heavy losses." Ash shook his head, indicating that she didn't need to care too much, and then Lena also came over. After the three of them reported their names to each other, Casey couldn't help but complain. "It is really hard to grow Pomelo to such a big size, but now it's all eaten by Snorlax, so that I have an unwelcome request." "What is it?" asked Lena. "Mr. Ash, you should be a trainer, right? Can you please capture this Snorlax and bring peace to our island?" Casey put his hands together and begged. "Sure, wait for it to wake up, and I will talk to it." Ash agreed without hesitation. "Please give me flowers." However, Casey was a little confused. "Well, Mr. Ash, why don't you capture it while it is resting? That way the success rate will be higher, right?" "That won't work. I have a habit of respecting their opinions when I capture Pokemon." Since Ash insisted, Casey did not ask any more questions. She invited the two into the house and took out the best Pomelo to treat them. The three of them ate and talked. After a while, an employee rushed in and reported, "Ms. Casey, the Snorlax woke up." Ash hurried over and saw that Snorlax was still standing there, with its big head turning around, as if looking for something. Oh! As soon as it saw Ash, it immediately stood up and walked in front of Ash with a smile on its face. "How is it?" Ash patted its belly. "Big guy, are you full now?" "Kirby." Snorlax nodded happily. In fact, eating is also very tiring. The hands and mouth have to move constantly. It is lazy by nature. If it is not to fill its stomach, it is too lazy to move at all. This time, it is the first time to experience the feeling of being full without eating too much. Seeing that Snorlax seems to like him very much, Ash took the opportunity to invite, "How about it? Do you want to follow me?" Kirby, hearing this, Snorlax tilted his head and thought about it, then jumped back suddenly, posing a fighting posture. "Haha, you are quite principled." Seeing this, Ash smiled. He thought Snorlax was a simple foodie who could be bribed with food. Now it seems that it is not that simple. "In that case, Lucario, please." A flash of white light passed, and Lucario's agile body appeared on the field. It observed Snorlax without saying a word, and then a trace of solemnity flashed in its eyes. This time rival is a super heavyweight, and it is estimated that it will not be easy to deal with. Thinking so, Lucario did not have a trace of fear in his heart. No matter how strong rival is, it just needs to play at its due level. "Lucario, do you want to take off the power belt before the battle?" Ash asked. However, this is not necessary. Lucario's strength is much higher than Snorlax. Even with the restraint of the power belt, he may not lose to the opponent. And Lucario refused. "No, master, I can do it." Understood. Since Lucario has made up his mind, Ash will naturally not persuade him, and immediately ordered, "Use Aura Sphere." After receiving the order from the trainer, Lucario immediately condensed a blue energy ball from his hands and blasted it towards Kirby. However, the Aura Sphere blasted on Snorlax's belly, but it did not have any effect. Snorlax patted his belly with a nonchalant look and slowly patted off the dust on it. 1-0-0. What a strong defense. Ash frowned slightly. This Snorlax not only has a lot of blood, but also has a strong special defense. It seems that he can only slowly grind it to death in the close combat. However, you still have to be careful of being attacked by Snorlax. Use Sword Dance. Ash ordered. Cancel it immediately when the opponent approaches and avoid the attack. Lucario received the order and immediately started rapid spin on the spot. At the same time, a sword floated around him out of thin air, quickly increasing his attack power. Snorlax rushed towards Lucario with its huge body, and its two short, giant feet stomped on the ground again and again, making a loud noise. It was quite fast. Although Ash knew it well, Lucario was slightly surprised. He thought that Snorlax was so fat that it would take a while, but he didn't expect that the opponent's speed was far beyond his expectations. Lucario quickly gave up Sword Dance, exerted force with both feet, and jumped a long distance back. The next moment, Snorlax fell down like a mountain. Feeling the strong vibration of the ground, Lucario couldn't help but swallow his saliva secretly. Fortunately, it dodged quickly, otherwise it would definitely be crushed into a meat pie. Quick attack. Ash issued another command. First go around the opponent's back, then use close combat and retreat as soon as the opponent turns around. Understood, Lucario replied briefly, and then his speed suddenly increased. In the blink of an eye, he went around behind Snorlax, and then waved his fists, hitting its back like raindrops. Kirby. This time, Snorlax groaned, and a trace of pain flashed across his face. It seems that Lucario's attack this time has a good effect. However, it quickly turned around, and its huge fists were slightly glowing white, and it swung towards Lucario. Fortunately, Lucario was prepared and retreated immediately, but in doing so, a nearby pomelo tree suffered and was broken in half by Snorlax's punch, which made Casey feel distressed. What a terrifying attack power. Lena secretly broke into a cold sweat for Lucario. If he was hit by such a punch, Lucario would be in trouble. However, Ash was not worried. Even though this Snorlax was faster than its peers, it was not much faster than other Pokemon. How could such a slow Pokemon hit Lucario? Lucario, encore the routine just now. Although it was a bit despicable, this was how battles were, and whatever tricks worked, Lucario obviously didn't care about these things and followed Ash's instructions without any worries. After several times, Snorlax was annoyed even with his good temper. This cunning little guy in front of him not only dodges, but also hurts his hand with his fist, which really makes Snorlax angry, but has nowhere to vent. However, when people are forced into a corner, they can always come up with new ideas, and the same is true for Pokemon. Snorlax suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and a plan immediately came to his mind. Lucario was naturally unaware of this, and was still working hard to consume Snorlax's physical strength. Just when it went around Snorlax again, and was about to punch, but it was surprised to find that the opponent actually fell on his back. This scared Lucario a lot, and he subconsciously wanted to retreat, but it was still a step too late, and half of his body was pressed down by Snorlax. Fortunately, Lucario was not knocked down by this blow, but it did not move. It pushed Snorlax with both hands in vain, but unfortunately the opponent did not move at all. Lucario, Ash frowned and quickly came up with a countermeasure. Aim at its head and use a back fist. Hearing this, Lucario gritted his teeth and raised his right fist with all his strength. A dazzling light flashed on the fist, and in the dull expression of Snorlax, he hit it heavily horizontally. Bang! This punch was really earth-shattering. It actually knocked the heavy Snorlax away with one punch, and even the pomelo tree next to it fell down in a large piece, which caused Casey, who was watching the fight, to feel distressed. Now she really wanted to shout, "Can you fight on the beach?" Unfortunately, she didn't dare to say it out loud. Well done, Lucario, Ash praised. It was thanks to Lucario that he was able to withstand Snorlax's body slam, and thus was able to use his counterpunch to turn defeat into victory. The weight of this Snorlax was really amazing, and the body slam it used was also extremely powerful. Fortunately, Lucario had the steel attribute and had a certain resistance to normal-type moves. No, I'm still a long way from that. Lucario shook his head, with a hint of annoyance in his eyes. Just now, he saw that the opponent couldn't hit him, so he couldn't help but relax a little, which was why he was suppressed by 2.1. It's okay, take your time. Ash patted Lucario's shoulder. He knew that this child had always been very strict with himself, and would review himself even if he won. After comforting Lucario, Ash came to the fallen Snorlax and asked, "How is it? Do you recognize my strength now?" Snorlax had actually woken up, but his head was still a little dizzy. After hearing Ash's voice, he shook his head quickly to make himself smell salt. "Kirby, I am convinced. I decided to follow you." Hearing this, Ash smiled slightly, took out the Pokeball from his pocket, and threw it to Snorlax, who immediately turned into a red light and was taken in, while the Pokeball just moved slightly and then stopped. After successfully conquering Snorlax and resolving the crisis on 7 Grapefruit Island, Ash and Lena were warmly entertained by Casey. After learning the purpose of their visit, Casey generously gave them a bunch of the best pomelo, which Ash gladly accepted. After all, if he hadn't helped, all the pomelo on the island would have gone into Snorlax's stomach. After a night's rest on 7 Grapefruit Island, the two set out again early the next morning, riding Lapras and swimming quickly towards Little Orange Island. Little Orange Island is an island located in the south of the Orange Islands. It is the largest island in the Orange Islands. There is a metropolis in the west of this island, Big City. It is the only place in the Orange Islands with international flights. Ash plans to fly directly to Johto region. After all, it is too far to go by water. At Lapra's speed, in less than 5 hours, the shadow of Little Orange Island was in sight. 13 Ash found a place to dock and planned to go to a restaurant with Lena to fill his stomach before heading to Big City. The two found a seaside view restaurant. The scenery here is really good, and you can see the beautiful sea in full view. Of course, the price is not cheap. However, after nearly a year of hard work, it's okay to enjoy it occasionally. "Ash," Lena suddenly pointed to the balcony outside. "Look who's standing there. It seems familiar." Ash looked in the direction she pointed and saw a beautiful woman leaning on the railing, with long red hair and a pair of frameless glasses, exuding 10 kinds of intellectual temperament. "That's Lorelei, one of the Elite Four, the Ice Elite Lorelei." Ash recognized her at a glance and answered. Lena suddenly realized, no wonder it turned out to be Master Lorelei. "I saw her on TV before, but I just couldn't remember her for a while." "But, Ash, aren't you excited to see Master Lorelei?" Lena asked curiously. "Why should I be excited?" Ash asked back. "That's the Elite Four." Lena emphasized again, they're the strongest trainers in the Alliance. Shouldn't they be the objects of admiration for all trainers? Hearing this, Ash rolled his eyes at her unhappily. "So what? I've even met Yolongdu and Bruno. What's the big deal about seeing Lorelei?" Ash has no interest in Lorelei and doesn't want to challenge her. He just wants to finish his lunch quietly and then set off for Big City. But since Lorelei appeared here, it means that Yolongdu and the others should have successfully captured Mutwo, which is a good thing. That's true. Lena then remembered that Yolongdu was also one of the Elite Four. But what about Zuba? "Ash, when did you meet Master Bruno?" "In the hills behind my house. He was practicing there at the time. So I went to see the excitement." Ash answered casually while biting a sandwich. "Oh, that's it." Lena thought about it and felt that she was not very interested in the Elite Four, so she stopped asking and talked to Ash about other topics. It's a pity that if the girl could persist, she might be able to kill a future rival. Until the two finished lunch, Lorelei stood there all the time, as if she could never get tired of the scenery in front of her. "Well, Ash," Lena suddenly suggested, "how about doing some after-meal exercise and challenging Master Lorelei?" "Why?" Ash looked at her strangely. "Because Ash is the most handsome when he stands on the field." As soon as she said that, Lena felt that her face must be red, but she still said, "And you haven't fought with anyone much along the way. You should exercise occasionally." Pikachu." Just then, Pikachu on the side suddenly shouted, and a trace of electricity came in and out of his cheek from time to time. Ember was obviously eager to challenge Lorelei. It couldn't wait to try the new power. 24. Seeing that Lena and Pikachu were so interested, Ash thought about it and compromised. "Okay, I'll try to ask her, but I can't guarantee that she will agree. After all, she is an Elite Four." Although Ash won the Indigo Plateau Conference Championship, it doesn't mean anything. After all, the 6 major alliances will produce a conference champion every year. Compared with the Elite Four, this status is far worse. What's more, Ash is the newly promoted Quartz Conference champion. Apart from those who are familiar with him, few people know him. At least in this Orange Islands, Ash has never encountered someone suddenly pointing at him and shouting, "Wow, isn't this the Quartz Conference champion? Please sign for me," and so on. "Excuse me." Ash walked over with a stiff face. "My name is Ash from Pallet Town, Master Lorelei. Can you invite me to a Pokemon battle?" However, Lorelei seemed to look at him, just looking up at the 057 sky, and said to herself, "The sun is very comfortable." Ash was speechless. The Elite Four all had some quirks like Yolanda. This guy had more than a dozen capes of the same style and color in his wardrobe, and he was photographed trying on capes in the Saffron City Mall more than once. To be honest, Ash felt that there were still people wearing capes these days. Yolanda was indeed an older middle school student. It seemed that Lorelei was unwilling. Ash naturally stopped forcing her and immediately said goodbye and was about to leave. But Lena came over and begged, "Master Lorelei, my friend really wants to have a battle with you. Please agree to him." Hearing this, Ash was speechless. "What? I really want to have a battle with you. It's obviously you who want to watch the game. Don't blame me. Pika Pika." Pikachu also looked pleading, but the sharp-eyed Ash found that this guy's eyes were clearly flashing with a strong fighting spirit, as if he wanted to defeat the Elite Four came to prove themselves. Lorelei looked at Lena, then at Pikachu, and finally at Ash, and smiled. "Well, in that case, I will accept your challenge." Lorelei led Ash and Lena to her villa on the island. The villa was very large. There was not only a battlefield in the backyard, but also a small pool in the middle. The rules are one-on-one, until one side falls down to decide the winner. Okay? Lorelei did not hesitate and announced the rules of the game directly. At this moment, Lorelei, standing on the battlefield, was like a sharp blade out of its sheath, exuding strong confidence and momentum, and was completely different from the innocent girl before. This feeling reminded Ash of May. The little girl was the same. She was usually a little confused, but once she picked up the Pokeball, her fighting spirit would burn all of a sudden. "Okay." Ash naturally had no objection. "Okay." Lorelei smiled lightly. "Then I will send out the Pokemon first, Dugong." "Dugong." "Pikachu, leave it to you." "Pikachu." Hearing this, Pikachu ran to the field happily, looking at his rival with burning eyes, and the electric ember burst out from his cheeks from time to time, looking extremely excited. "Well, Pikachu, this kid has a lot of momentum today." Ash thought to himself. Probably because the opponent is an Elite Four, Pikachu is trying hard to verify his strength. After the fusion degree of the electric ball reached 20%, after a few days of training, Pikachu gradually adapted and his strength was directly improved to the quasi-elite advanced. The opposite Dugong is an elite junior. Although he is a little weaker in strength, Pikachu has the advantage in attribute. It is hard to predict who will win or lose. Facing the aggressive Pikachu, Lorelei's attitude remained the same, and she replied indifferently, "Then you will attack first, Ash." "Pikachu, Thunderbolt." Ash was not polite and immediately used the wave guide to issue a command to Pikachu. Rival was the Elite Four, so there was no need to keep a trump card. Pikachu. After receiving Ash's command, Pikachu immediately condensed electricity and shot a powerful lightning gun, and Lorelei was slightly surprised when she saw it. "Is this telepathy?" Lorelei frowned slightly, but soon relaxed and ordered, "Dugong, use Freezing Ray." Thunderbolt and Freezing Ray collided in the center of the field, constantly canceling each other out, and it was difficult to tell the winner after a long time. This boy seems to be not simple. Originally, I thought that this young trainer should not be very powerful. After all, he was too young, but I didn't expect him to be a tough guy, and he easily blocked Dugong's attack with a Pikachu. Although Dugong is only the weakest of Lorelei's 6 main forces, it is enough for her to take this rival seriously. "Dugong, use Blizzard." Lorelei immediately decided to change the strategy. "Ah!" Dugong shouted immediately after receiving the order, and then a strong wind mixed with ice particles Ice Cirrus began to sweep across the entire battlefield. Wherever the cold wind passed, it was frozen soil. The pool in the middle of the venue was frozen into ice in almost an instant. Lorelei and Dugong's reaction was indeed fast, and their cooperation was quite tacit. They executed almost synchronously the moment the trainer gave the order. Faced with such a fast change of tactics, ordinary people might lose their composure. Fortunately, Ash has the power of wave transmission, which is not inferior to the opponent in the speed of transmitting instructions. Pikachu used agility and then used quick attack to increase the speed to the maximum. Such a long instruction, if spoken with the mouth, even if the speed is fast, it will take at least 1 or 2 seconds, and you have to pay attention to clear articulation to prevent Pokemon from not hearing clearly. But under the power of the wave guide, the command entered Pikachu's mind in the same second and was executed instantly. Blizzard's power is amazing, but it's useless if it can't hit. At Pikachu's highest speed, Blizzard didn't even touch the opponent's edge. However, Lorelei was not anxious, but just smiled meaningfully. Dugong forced Pikachu to the middle. Ah! Dugong responded, controlling Blizzard, and consciously forced Pikachu to the ice home in the middle. Although Pikachu wanted to avoid it, the scale of Blizzard was really large. In the end, it had nowhere to hide and could only run to the middle. At the same time, Dugong also stopped Blizzard and jumped onto the ice. There was undoubtedly the terrain that Lorelei was best at. As expected of the Elite Four, Ash said the first sentence since the battle began. What a great move. This is the first time I've seen such a large-scale blizzard. I'm afraid I'm going to lose this time. Pikachu doesn't know how to skate, and on the ice home court, not only is his speed greatly affected, but he can barely stand. Dugong, on the other hand, is lying steadily on the ice, looking very happy. However, Lena felt a little strange in her heart. Usually, Ash rarely talks nonsense in battles, especially when he is destroying his own prestige. This is the first time she has heard it. Haha, Ash, the winner has not been decided yet. Don't give up too early. Lorelei encouraged. Hearing this, Ash smiled and nodded, but Wang Zhao glanced at soaring in the sky in a very hidden way. The Orange Islands have a tropical climate, and this small orange island is located in the southernmost part of the islands. The sun is so hot that it burns people. As long as we can delay until the ice melts, it will be fine. After making up his mind, Ash was no longer in a hurry to attack, but stared at Lorelei nervously, lowered his head from time to time, pretending to be anxiously thinking about countermeasures, trying to paralyze Lorelei. Why not attack? Could it be? However, seeing that the other party seemed to be stalling for time, Lorelei suddenly thought of something and quickly ordered, Dugong, rush over. Use the freezing ray. Found it so quickly. Ash couldn't help but secretly say that it was bad. It seemed that he had acted too much, so that Lorelei became suspicious. This was really a big deal. Although Dugong has no legs, once on the ice, it slides very fast and closes the distance in almost the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Ash immediately used the wave guide to issue an order. Pikachu, insert the tail into the ice, and then use Thunderbolt to block the opponent from approaching. Pikachu quickly did as he was told, and the lightning-shaped tail slammed into the ice with a bang. This time, it was finally able to stabilize its body and use its special move. Unfortunately, on the ice, Dugong was fast and flexible and dodged all the lightning spears shot by Pikachu. Seeing that Dugong was about to approach, Ash decided to play along with him and pretended to be helpless so that Dugong could rush to Pikachu smoothly. Seeing that Dugong's mouth had begun to condense freezing light, Ash immediately aimed at the opportunity and ordered, Now, Pikachu, aim at his position and use electric shock. Pikachu immediately condensed the current and tried to guide the lightning in the sky, but almost at the same time, the freezing light hit it. Marowak Gela. Accompanied by a sour sound of freezing, Pikachu was completely frozen into an ice sculpture, but fortunately, its tail was not frozen. The frozen Pikachu did not lose consciousness. Unwilling to fail, it used all its strength to barely stand up its tail and continue to guide lightning. What is this? Lorelei was slightly startled and hurriedly wanted Dugong to retreat, but it was a step too late. Endless lightning fell from the sky, completely covering the area around Pikachu under a strong current. This trick is also Ash's usual trick. Using Pikachu's lightning rod ability, he used the thunder trick of indiscriminate attack, so as to get close to rival couldn't dodge. Ouch! Dugong screamed in pain after being hit by thunder, and the ice that originally trapped Pikachu was also broken by thunder, allowing it to escape successfully. Then use Orberg's tail to hit the ground with all your strength. Under the scorching sun, white smoke continued to rise from the ice surface, melting at a very fast speed. In addition, the ice layer was not thick to begin with, so under Pikachu's strong attack, a large piece of ice under the feet of the two Pokémon immediately shattered. BDFF. Instantly, Pikachu and Dugong fell into the pool together. Not good. Lorelei immediately cried out in her heart and hurriedly shouted, "Master by High, jump out of the water." However, how could Ash give her this opportunity? At the same time, he used the wave guide to issue a command. Solve it, Thunderbolt. Pika, Chew. Because it was in the water, Dugong had nowhere to hide and was hit by Pikachu's Thunderbolt was hit completely, and then fainted and floated to the surface. Ash won. Lena couldn't believe her eyes. After a few seconds of being stunned, she cheered happily. Yeah, great. Ash beat Master Lorelei. No. Ash shook his head and said modestly, Dugong should not be Master Lorelei's strongest Pokémon. I'm just lucky. Ash remembered that Lorelei's main force should be Jinx and Lapras. Although Dugong is not bad, it has too many limitations. It is good at fighting in water, but if it encounters electric Pokémon, it will undoubtedly have no room for development. After Lorelei took back Dugong, she walked towards Ash and stretched out her hand and said, No, winning is winning. Congratulations on your victory, Ash. At this moment, the elite's demeanor and style were fully revealed. Thank you. Ash stretched out his hand and shook hers, and then the three of them chatted for a while. It was not until then that Lorelei learned from Lena that Ash was the court's champion of this year. You are only 11 years old. Lorelei looked at him in surprise, and then smiled. I didn't expect you to be so young. You broke Mr. Lance's record. He won his first conference champion when he was 15 years old. It seems that just as Ash thought, the elite champions really don't pay much attention to the Alliance Conference. After all, each region will have one every year. Since Lorelei mentioned the Dragon Crossing, Ash also cared about it, and asked how the capture of Mutwo was going. When it came to this, Lorelei's face became a little ugly, but she didn't explain in detail, just said that things were going very successfully and let Ash relax. Seeing that Lorelei didn't want to talk, Ash naturally didn't ask more. After a rest, the two of them said goodbye and left, and continued to move towards Big City. And not long after the two set off, the phone in the villa suddenly rang. A few hours ago, Rocket Team headquarters. At this time, in Giovanni's office, all the senior executives of Rocket Team gathered, including the 4 generals, the 3 beast warriors, and the 2 detectives, Liline and Will. Do you know why you were called here this time? Giovanni asked first. The executives shook their heads together. Even if some smart people knew what it was, they pretended to be ignorant. After all, leaders don't like subordinates who are too smart. Giovanni smiled when he saw this, as if he was satisfied with their reaction, or just mocking some people, but he didn't say much and went straight to the point. There is only one thing, that is, I decided to launch an attack on Alliance. Hearing this, one of the green-haired young men shouted first, Boss, please give me your orders. No matter who it is, Proton, will definitely help you solve him. I want to solve Yolongdu. Can I ask you to do it? The eldest looked at him with a smile. This time Proton was speechless, and after a long time he stammered, Well, it will be difficult if I were alone. After all, that guy has a lot of investigators' lackeys protecting him. After hearing this, Archer, the leader of the 4 generals, felt embarrassed and scolded him. Proton, shut up. Just listen to the boss. Proton immediately dared not speak, and the 3 beast warriors on the side showed an attitude of watching a good show and Carr even couldn't help laughing, causing Proton to stare at him fiercely. Among the people present, only Liline and Will remained silent, seemingly indifferent to this, but his erratic eyes betrayed them, and he was obviously considering which side to take. Facing this group of subordinates who looked at each other in appearance, but were actually united, Mieshu showed a meaningful smile. Giovanni never cared about the fights among his subordinates, and even hoped that they would fight, as long as they didn't go too far beyond his heart. If his subordinates worked together, what would he need as the boss? Giovanni understood this point very well. This time it happened like this. Giovanni began to explain. According to reliable information, a few days ago, Yulongdu led dozens of elite investigators and successfully captured Mutwo. As soon as this was said, all the executives were shocked. Of course, most of them were pretending. Boss, Yulongdu, that jerk, actually beat that monster. Proton stuttered. He had heard about the horror of Mutwo. It was simply beyond human power, and even the champion might not be able to deal with it. Of course, he was not the only one who succeeded. He joined forces with 3 other elites, and with the help of Master Ball. Speaking of this, Giovanni showed a contemptuous smile, but even so, they still paid a heavy price, a bunch of brainless guys. That's right, compared to you, boss, Yulongdu is still young, just a little brat. Carr took the opportunity to flatter him. This made Proton almost laugh out loud, and he couldn't help cursing in his heart. This idiot doesn't even look at what he looks like, and he actually calls others a little brat. Your body shape is really called a little brat. Not only Proton, but everyone else also has this idea, but no one said it out loud. As the saying goes, don't expose someone's shortcomings when scolding him. Although Carr is over 20 years old, his body shape is like a child. This is the eternal pain in his heart. Because of this, he was bullied by other children in his childhood, but he was also an extremely smart genius, which led to his twisted personality and finally joined Team Rocket. Giovanni ignored Carr's flattery and continued to talk about business. This time, the operation personnel are divided into 3 teams. 4 generals lead a team to attack the Dragon Tribe in Blackthorn City, and 3 beastmen are responsible for attacking Flow Island. Blackthorn City is the hometown of the Dragon Fairy, and Flow Island is the 4th island of the 7 islands, and it is also the hometown of Lorelei. The executives all know this and understand Giovanni's intentions, and Proton asked in confusion, "Then what about the other 2 gods, boss?" "Don't worry about them." Giovanni smiled slightly. They were injured in the battle to capture Mutwo, especially the old woman Agatha, who is only half dead, who will attack Indigo Plateau and take Mutwo back. Proton continued to ask. Hearing this, Liline and Will's eyes lit up slightly. At present, only the 2 of them were the most suitable, and the others thought so too, with a hint of jealousy in their hearts. That was to take back Mutwo, which was undoubtedly the greatest contribution of this operation. However, Giovanni's answer was beyond everyone's expectations. "I will go in person." "What?" As soon as this was said, all the executives were surprised. Except for these senior executives and a few loyal team members, no one knew Giovanni's true face. In the outside world, Giovanni is a successful businessman and a great philanthropist who has invested heavily in building a large number of orphanages. Of course, this money is not spent in vain. In addition to winning a lot of good reputation for Giovanni, he also selected suitable candidates from those orphans to join the Rockets. This is also one of the reasons why the Rockets are very loyal. Brainwashing has been going on since childhood, and the effect is naturally beyond doubt. But now, Giovanni is actively breaking his image as a good man and exposing his identity as the boss of Team Rocket, which makes everyone confused. "Boss, isn't this a bit inappropriate?" Archer hesitantly persuaded. "I have my own considerations." Giovanni's attitude was very firm. "But there are many guards at Indigo Plateau. It is too dangerous for you to go there yourself. Why don't we 3 beast warriors do it for you?" Carr also persuaded, and he also had his own selfish motives. "No need." Giovanni looked at him with a smile. "For this operation, I will divide all the team members into 3 levels of strength. The highest level will be led by me. the 4 generals will lead the lowest group. What? Boss, we are going to attack the Yulong family's base. Proton immediately shouted. The Yulong family is not a vegetarian. Asking them to lead the weakest teammates to fight is undoubtedly a futile move. Don't worry about that. In the operation to capture Mutuo, most of the investigators died, and a large part of them were from the Yulong clan. Giovanni was in a good mood when he talked about this. In order to capture Mutuo, Yulongdu had exhausted all its capital this time. The elite clan members who had been trained for many years suffered heavy casualties, and there was no hope for them to become elite trainers. As for Yulongdu, you don't have to worry about it. I will deal with him personally. Even if his father is killed, that guy will not leave Alliance alone and run back. Although he is a gangster boss, Giovanni is not a rough man who only knows how to fight and kill. In fact, he is also a top student. When he was young, he studied at the famous Rainbow University in Kanto and even got a psychology professor degree. According to Giovanni's analysis of Yulongdu, this person is upright and kind. The Grand Duke is selfless, and he hates evil elements very much. If justice and family are placed in front of him, he will definitely choose justice. Therefore, Giovanni never thought of asking the 3 beast warriors to lead Yolanda back, but just hoped to distract him in the battle. You all understand the mission this time. If there is no problem, get ready to go. As he said, Giovanni stood up and walked to the door first. Before leaving, he left another sentence. By the way, there are Li Lin and Will. You two are responsible for guarding the base. Yes. The two responded, then looked at each other and saw a trace of sadness and unwillingness in each other's eyes. They were marginalized. After Giovanni left, the 3 beastmen and the 4 generals also left separately. After walking a distance, Proton suddenly smiled and said, "How about it? Archer brother, I, a young man, acted well." Before Archer answered, Ariana said first, Do you need to act? Hey, what do you mean by that? Proton shouted dissatisfiedly. Don't quarrel. Archer frowned. If you have the energy to quarrel, you might as well think about how to complete the task better. This time, there must be no mistakes. Archer is very prestigious among the 4 generals. Once he speaks, others dare not disobey him. But even he himself can't care about the living affairs this time. Neither the 4 generals nor the 3 beastmen are the core of this operation. The key is whether Giovanni can solve the 5 dragon crossings. In the headquarters of the Indigo Plateau Alliance, in a spacious office, Yulongdu was carefully reading the report in his hand. His face was gloomy and his brows were furrowed. He had a slight headache. Just now, Yulongdu and several counselors argued for several hours about the ownership of Mutuo, but in the end, the 2 sides could not reach an agreement and left unhappily. His request was very clear: to hide the master ball holding Mutuo in the Holy Land of Dragons, which was undoubtedly a real dragon's den and tiger's lair. But the bigwigs in Kanto disagreed. After all, that was Mutuo. After learning about the specific casualties of this operation, they already had a clear understanding of the horror of Mutuo. Although Mutuo is still hostile to humans at this stage, if it is persuaded and becomes the killer of the Yulong clan, the people of 427 present may never be able to rest in peace. Although the Yulong clan is the main force in this operation, it will definitely not succeed without the help of the other 3 elites. Yolanda didn't dare to risk the antagonism with several major forces in Kanto and forcefully take Mutuo away. It is estimated that in the end, the Master Ball will be left at the Alliance headquarters. Thinking of this, Yolongdu felt a little uneasy. The Alliance headquarters was indeed well guarded, and this plan was in the interests of most people. But he just felt unsafe. The value of Mutuo lies in its strength and research, but both of these require its cooperation, and its attitude towards humans means that it is destined to be unable to be used in the short term. We can only send psychology experts to slowly persuade and guide it, and gradually dispel its hatred and prejudice against humans, which will become a sharp sword in the hands of the Alliance. However, there is a difficulty in this. That is, the Master Ball is a special Pokeball. Not only can the sound outside not be transmitted into it, but the Pokemon will also be forced to enter the sleep contest condition. In other words, if you want the experts to contact Mutuo, you must first release it from the Master Ball. But with Mutuo's temper, it is destined not to communicate with people obediently, and the first thing it does after coming out is definitely to kill people. Therefore, the Alliance has sent a commissioner to negotiate with the Silph group, hoping that the other party can build a prison that can trap Mutuo. However, these are things for the future. At this time, Yolongdu is most concerned about the long list of names written on the report. This is the list of members who unfortunately died in the operation to capture Mutuo. Looking at those familiar names, Yolongdu's heart seemed to be bleeding normal, like a knife stabbing his heart again and again. Whenever he thought of what happened that day, Yolongdu couldn't help but close his eyes painfully. He suddenly began to complain about the disarmament treaty signed more than 10 years ago. The treaty stipulates that all existing military organizations should be disbanded. This is nothing. The key is that even missiles and other weapons have been destroyed. If the entire island can be plowed with missiles before the operation, perhaps this will not hurt Mutuo, but those clone Pokemon will definitely die. In this way, the casualties of the search officers will definitely be much smaller. This doesn't mean that Yolongdu is cruel. He also loves Pokemon very much, but compared with the lives of his subordinates, he would rather give up those cloned Pokemon. In fact, the cloned Pokemon fought until the end and none of them surrendered. They were all brainwashed by Mutuo and extremely hostile to humans. No one dared to take such a risk to release them into the wild. So the clone Pokemon were annihilated, leaving only Mutuo. They must be given the highest pension. Yolongdu secretly vowed that although the money could not buy back the lives of those subordinates, it could at least make their families live a better life. This was the only thing he could do. Just as Yolongdu was thinking about how to ask those stingy congressmen for more funds, a subordinate rushed in a panic. Oh no! Elite! Team Rocket is coming. Team Rocket! Yolongdu almost thought he had heard wrong. Are they crazy? How dare they come here? Admittedly, Team Rocket did cause a lot of trouble for Alliance. But where is this place? It's Indigo Plateau, the headquarters of the Investigation Bureau. It's also where Yolongdu is in charge. How many people are there? And what color uniforms are they wearing? Yolongdu asked calmly. There are about 100 people, all wearing black clothes. More than 100? Yolongdu frowned slightly. According to the testimony of Carr in the previous interrogation, the number of senior members of Team Rocket was exactly this number. Is Team Rocket going to fight to the death for Mutuo? Although he had imagined that Team Rocket would come and take back Mutuo, he didn't expect it to be so soon. It seems that there are quite a few rats in the team who leak information. However, Yolongdu was not afraid at all. He strode out of the office and came to the hall below. He saw that the guards and investigators had already fought with Team Rocket, but they were obviously at a disadvantage. Come on, friends, go and defeat them. Yolongdu waved his hand, and 3 Pokeballs were thrown out. Dragonite, Charizard, and Aerodactyl all appeared with their fangs and claws bared. These 3 Pokemon all have elite-level strength, especially Dragonite, which has reached the peak of elite and is only 1 step away from the champion level. Their joining instantly reversed the situation. No one on Team Rocket could stop these 3 fierce Pokemon, and they were forced to retreat step by step. What are you doing? Yolongdu laughed contemptuously and shouted, Why doesn't your Rocket team's executive come out? Are you only sending some trash to die? I'm coming. Suddenly, a deep male voice suddenly sounded. His voice was not loud, but it overwhelmed the noise and uproar 1.8 in the hall. Everyone stopped fighting and watched him slowly walk in from outside. You actually came to my door in person, Giovanni. Yolongdu didn't seem surprised to see the person coming. Even if he was, it was not because of the other party's identity. In fact, he already knew who the boss of the Rocket team was. However, due to the pressure from all aspects of the upper level and the lack of solid evidence, Yolongdu could only bide and wait for the day when the other party would show his feet. Facing Yolongdu's taunt, Giovanni did not respond, but gently rubbed the ring on his thumb and then released a Beedrill. Beedrill. His voice was like the announcement of the god of death. Mega Evolution. Mega Evolution? When they first saw the mighty appearance of Mega Beedrill, everyone on the Alliance side was shocked, but they soon became indifferent. Send out a Beedrill? It is estimated that Dragonite of Dew Elite can kill it with one move. This is the real thought in most people's minds. As we all know, Beedrill is not a particularly powerful Pokemon, and there is no comparison between it and the Quasi-God Pokemon. Even if the level is the same as Dragonite, the combat power is not at the same level, because Dragonite species strength is much higher than the other party, which is a natural advantage. However, people who have this idea do not include Yolongdu. His intuition tells him that the Beedrill in front of him is not simple. To be on the safe side, Yolongdu whispered to a brother beside him, "Call Lorelei to come for reinforcement and call the tribe as well." However, before the man left, someone suddenly rushed over in a hurry and whispered a few words to Yolongdu, which immediately caused his face to change drastically. "What's wrong, Yolongdu? Is 13 feeling unwell?" Giovanni asked with a smile. Yolongdu did not say anything, but just looked at him coldly. At this time, Yolongdu had learned that Blackthorn City and Lorelei's hometown were being attacked by the Rocket Team, and Bruno and Agatha had not recovered yet. In other words, he was now completely isolated and helpless. In fact, there was another way, that is, to ask for help from the forces of other counselors, but their trainers were more in number and less in expertise, and they could not get here in a short time. However, Yolongdu was a world-famous dragon messenger after all, and after falling into a disadvantage, he did not panic, but instead a strong fighting will broke out in his heart. "Dragonite, use Flamethrower." Yolongdu launched the attack without saying anything. "You didn't even say hello." Giovanni smiled faintly. Beedrill, dodge, and use Twine Needle. Seeing that the flame was about to spray on him, Beedrill's eyes suddenly glowed red. Everyone on the Alliance side felt that they were flashing before their eyes, and Beedrill on the opposite side had already rushed to the side of Dragonite. So fast, Yolongdu was shocked, but he reacted quickly and said almost subconsciously, "Dragonite, use Lightning Palm and Fire Punch." Dragonite immediately changed his moves. His right palm flashed a dazzling spark, his left palm ignited a blazing fire, and his two fists swung out at the same time, hitting Beedrill hard. Awesome! All the Alliance members cheered in unison. Dragonite could use Lightning Palm with one hand and Fire Punch with the other. He was indeed the strongest trump card of the elite. However, Mega Beedrill didn't care about that at all. The two spears were like real Western spears. The tips of the spears shone with terrifying light, and he stabbed Dragonite with unswerving momentum. Bang! The two fists and the two spears collided with each other, but Mega Beedrill didn't even pierce Dragonite's skin. Instead, lightning and fire spread to his body along the spears. Suddenly, Mega Beedrill groaned, and a trace of pain appeared on his face, but he held on and maintained this posture, as if he was determined to wrestle with Dragonite. "That's it!" Giovanni waved his right hand and shouted loudly, "Beedrill, use the stinger." Not good. Yolongdu thought it was not good. With the current distance between Dragonite and Mega Beedrill, there was no time to dodge the attack. After receiving the trainer's order, Mega Beedrill immediately raised its tail and fired several sharp needles towards Dragonite's heart. The needles flashed with a faint purple light, which obviously contained poison. Puff, puff, puff. Unprepared, Dragonite was hit by the poisonous stinger, but the severe pain aroused its ferocity. It roared, then used both hands to throw Mega Beedrill out. However, Mega Beedrill's movements were very sensitive. It adjusted its posture in midair and flew back to Giovanni. Although Dragonite's fist successfully hit Beedrill, causing considerable damage to the opponent, it was not good for itself. The vitals were hit by the poisonous stinger, not only doubling the damage, but also directly poisoning. What a strong attack power! At this time, Yolongdu's expression instantly became extremely solemn. He knew Dragonite's defense power very well, but now was obviously seriously injured. Even though Dragonite tried to hide his injuries, Yolongdu had been with it for many years, so how could he not see it? With one blow, Dragonite almost lost. Such a gap. Yolongdu's heart suddenly jumped, and a very absurd idea came to his mind. Could it be that Giovanni's Beedrill had been trained to the champion level? Normally, this is difficult to do, because the lower the species' strength of Pokemon, the fewer potential and talent there are, especially so far, humans have not had a good way to accurately test these two data. In other words, unless Giovanni is very lucky, he will have to spend a lot of time and resources to train a large group of Beedrills so that it is possible to train a champion level. In fact, Giovanni is really lucky, but his Beedrill's potential is not champion, but elite, and its strength is only 657 steps at the advanced level of elite. Even if it is Mega Evolution, it is only promoted to the peak of elite. However, there are some differences in Beedrill's Mega Evolution. Under normal circumstances, Mega Evolution can improve the various abilities of Pokemon, but Mega Beedrill reduces special attack, thereby greatly enhancing physical attack and speed. This allows Mega Beedrill to exert strength far beyond the peak of elite, and its combat power is close to the champion level. In addition, the ability is changed to adaptability, which makes the stinger cause great damage to Dragonite. At this time, a guard of the Alliance saw that Dragonite was poisoned and wanted to secretly throw a bottle of antidote over, but he was discovered by the Rocket team members. Suddenly, a melee was ignited, and Yolongdu and Giovanni did not stop it, but just stared at each other. After a while, Giovanni spoke first. Yolongdu, you are an experienced trainer. You should be able to infer the final result. How about just admit defeat? I promise to let you leave safely. Giovanni did not want to fight Yolongdu desperately. It was not in his interest to go to war with the Yulong clan. In addition to taking back Mutuo, the more important thing for this action was he wanted to have a say in the alliance. Giovanni is a businessman. Although he is also a gangster boss, he is still a businessman at heart. Everything he does is for profit. This means that the nature of Team Rocket is completely different from that of underground organizations in other regions. The former is a sharp sword that Giovanni holds to make money, while the latter is a terrorist organization established for various reasons. They are completely different things. Therefore, he wants to use this victory to make the Alliance members begin to face up to the strength of Team Rocket and conduct various negotiations and transactions. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that creating Mutuo cost too much money, Giovanni would never have attacked the Alliance headquarters, let alone personally. However, his persuasion to surrender made Yolongdu furious. Who is Yolongdu? He is the Dragon Messenger, the trainer who drives the dragon. As we all know, Dragon-type Pokemon are very arrogant, and Yolongdu, who can drive them, is even higher than them. Ask him to surrender? He might as well die. At this point, Yolongdu simply went into battle himself. He jumped on Dragonite's back, pointed at Giovanni, and shouted, "Dragonite, go! Charizard, Aerodactyl, you guys support me." This is not a Pokemon battle, but a real battle. The condition for victory is not to defeat rivals' Pokemon, but to kill Trainer directly. Yolongdu is making such a plan to capture the thief first, kill Giovanni, and all these events will be settled. But in fact, this is not a good idea, because Giovanni is far more experienced than Yolongdu in life and death battles. In the blink of an eye, the two sides started fighting. Dragonite rushed to the front first and fought with Mega Beedrill at the top of the hall. Next came Aerodactyl. It avoided the obstruction of a Rocket team member, and then its two sharp wings seemed to be able to cut through the air directly, rushing towards Giovanni fiercely. Stop it! Giovanni threw a pokeball casually, and then Tyrant Banhila appeared in the hall. The huge body completely protected Giovanni so that no attack could hurt him. Zhiye. While Aerodactyl and Banhila were fighting, Yolongdu's Charizard also launched an attack, and flames began to condense in his mouth, ready to spray Giovanni at any time. Persian used Power Gem. Giovanni was not in a hurry and threw another Pokeball. A Persian jumped out of it. The gem on its forehead emitted a white ray and blasted against Charizard. Dragonite, destroy the Death Ray. After receiving the order, Dragonite first endured a Twineedle attack from Mega Beedrill, then dived down. The light, golden light, quickly condensed in its mouth, and it spit up a powerful, destroying death ray at Giovanni on the ground. Unfortunately, Banjira was like the strongest shield, standing firmly in front of Giovanni and endured the destroying death ray without even blinking. What a terrifying defense! Yolangdu's eyelids twitched. Even Dragonite's destroying death ray couldn't hurt Banjira, let alone Aerodactyl, which was simply tickling the opponent. It's time to end. Giovanni smiled confidently. Banjira, Stone Edge, Beedrill, Pin Missile, Persian Power Gem. Target quick. Giovanni issued 3 orders in a row, and all of them were aimed at Dragonite, obviously intending to knock Yolangdu to the ground with one blow. However, Yolangdu immediately calmed down and ordered, Charizard, interrupt Beedrill's attack. Aerodactyl, attack Persian with the Destruction Ray. Mega Beedrill's Pin Missile can be continuously released, provided that it is not interrupted. So after only one shot, it has to get into a fight with Charizard. And Persian is not Banhila, and dare not take the Destruction Ray head-on, so he has to dodge to the side. At this time, Banhila has begun to attack, and can be seen that there are pieces of sharp gravel floating around it. Then it pushes its arms, and pieces of rags are whistling and shooting towards Dragonite in the air. Dragonite, use Protect. Yolangdu made a prompt decision. There is no way to hide from so many gravels, and Dragonite also immediately put up a light blue shield to block all the rubble. Giovanni, Yolangdu suddenly started chatting. Aren't you known as the Earth Giovanni? Why don't you send out any ground-type Pokemon? This doesn't seem to be worthy of a name. Well, what about you? Aren't you a dragon messenger? Why is there only one Dragonite that is a dragon type? Giovanni asked back with a smile, and added, but they are all flying types, so why don't you change your name to Flying Type Elite, that is, Burr Messenger, in the future? Yolangdu was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He originally wanted to delay some time so that he could come up with a countermeasure and laugh at Giovanni, but he didn't expect that he would be ridiculed in the end. Fortunately, he was so angry that the blood rushed to his head, which made Yolangdu suddenly open his mind. His 3 Pokemon can fly in the sky and have relatively strong mobility, while Giovanni only has 1 Mega Beedrill that can fly. Although Mega Beedrill is very fast, it can't withstand the pursuit and interception of 3 Pokemon. As long as he can find a way to deal with Mega Beedrill first and eliminate Giovanni's mobility, the next battle will be easy. Unfortunately, Yolangdu's idea is good, but the reality, good, is cruel. The main reason is that his Dragonite is already shaky and can't hold on. He was seriously injured by Mega Beedrill before, and then he fought a series of battles. The most fatal thing is that the toxins in his body have not been eliminated. Even with Dragonite's strong physical strength, it is difficult to continue fighting under such circumstances. Meow. At this moment, Persian suddenly launched a sneak attack, unexpectedly used Power Gem, and directly knocked Dragonite down. Charizard and Aerodactyl were stunned for a moment, and then hurriedly wanted to rescue, but were blocked by Beedrill again. Good job. Giovanni smiled and rubbed Persian's head to praise him. Persian was not Giovanni's strongest Pokemon, but he was definitely the smartest one. Even if Giovanni didn't give any instructions, it would seize the opportunity and make the right judgment. Giovanni slowly walked towards the Dragonite who was lying on the ground, with Persian protecting him. Seeing this, the other members of the Alliance wanted to rush over to support him, but they were entangled by the Rocket team members. Dragonite was not flying high, so Yolangdu was not seriously injured, but his body was pressed down by Dragonite's tail, and it was difficult for him to get up for a while. Yolangdu, you lost. Giovanni's face did not show the joy brought by victory, and his tone was extremely calm, as if he had expected this result. If the other party laughed loudly and wantonly, Yolangdu might be happier, but it was this attitude that made him feel extremely embarrassed. If you want to do it, hurry up. In this case, saying more would only bring humiliation to himself, and Yolangdu just hoped to be freed as soon as possible. He was not afraid of death, and he had even prepared for death. Investigators have always been at the forefront of fighting crime, and even elite trainers are bound to encounter unexpected events. A bullet, a drop of venom, or even a brick could take their lives if they are careless. Do it. Giovanni looked at him in surprise, then laughed. Ha, Elite, you misunderstood. How could I kill you? I just want to invite you to our rocket team as a guest. After hearing Giovanni's last words, Yolangdu's pupils suddenly dilated, and he immediately understood the other party's plan. This is to take him as a hostage. Once Giovanni succeeds, the Yulong clan will be afraid to make any big moves against the rocket team. And the other forces in the alliance are fence-sitters, and they are expected to turn to the rocket team completely. No, never let this happen. Yolangdu would rather die than suffer such humiliation. There happened to be a sharp piece of gravel on his right hand. He quickly grabbed it in his palm and then smashed it towards his head. Giovanni was startled and quickly ordered, "Persian, go stop him." Meow. Persian dodged and jumped over, using his body to protect Yolangdu's head, and then flicked his tail to knock the stone in his hand away. Dien. Seeing that Yolangdu was fine, Giovanni was relieved, and then pretended to be relaxed and asked with a smile, "Do Elite, why are you in such a hurry to die? I won't abuse you if you go to my place, and I will even feed you well." Giovanni knew very well that if Yolangdu died here, the rockets would definitely attract the Yulong clan and even the major forces of the entire Kanto and Jado region alliance. At that time, the rockets would undoubtedly suffer a devastating disaster. At this time, the resistance of the alliance had gradually weakened. Many people chose to surrender when they saw Yolangdu being captured, and only a few stubborn elements were still facade. But this is no longer important. Giovanni decided to have his men take Yolangdu back to the base and keep him under strict supervision. "You guys," Giovanni pointed to the 5 most reliable men in the team. "Please invite the elite to the headquarters. Remember, don't be rude." "Yes." 5 Yolangdu looked ashen and could only watch those people coming over. However, at this moment, a shout suddenly came. "Executor, use stun spore." Hearing this, the team members were all stunned, and then they quickly covered their mouths and noses. Some smart ones even ordered some Pokemon to flap their wings to try to blow away the powder. This time Giovanni brought elite team members, and their reaction and processing speed were very fast. Unfortunately, they were fooled. In fact, there was no stun spore at all. The rocket team members were always nervous, so after hearing someone attack, they subconsciously ordered Pokemon to take action. Then, the real attack came. Moon Pokemon, Spiritomb, Strange Light. At this time, the team members' attention was focused on the previous feint, so the purple light successfully hit their Pokemon, immediately caused a big chaos. Think of a way to calm them all down. Giovanni frowned and shouted. Although he couldn't hear it clearly, he vaguely felt that the 2 voices sounded familiar. Who is it? Then, Giovanni's heart moved, and he quickly turned back to look at Yolangdu, but he saw that a man wearing a mask and gorgeous clothes appeared there at some point. And that man was Will, and his Pokemon, Xatu and Bronzong, were also with him. Banhila, destroy the Death Light. Seeing Will appear inexplicably, Giovanni immediately understood that something was wrong, and launched an attack without saying a word, showing his decisiveness and ruthlessness. Bronzong, use Light Screen. Fortunately, Will was well prepared, and he immediately asked Bronzong to block the attack, and ordered, "Xatu, teleport." Not good. Giovanni hurriedly wanted to ask someone to stop it, but it was a pity that he was a step too late. In the blink of an eye, Will, Yolangdu, and their Pokemon disappeared from the spot, and even Aerodactyl and Charizard took advantage of the chaos to escape. Damn, these 2 bastards. Giovanni rarely lost his composure and roared, "Everyone listen. Send out all the flying Pokemon. They can't go far, go." The subordinates hurriedly followed his instructions, and groups of Pokemon flew out of the hall and began to search for Will and Lilene's traces, and Giovanni gradually calmed down. "Aha!" Giovanni smiled bitterly and patted his forehead. "It's really worthy of the talent I've set my sights on, but he betrayed so decisively. He is also a person who can take it or leave it. Since the important chips have been lost, he simply ignores it and pays attention to other things. Giovanni first ordered his men to keep an eye on the surrendered alliance personnel, and then came to the conference hall with familiarity and began to contact each member of the parliament. After a while, the figure of the congressman appeared in the conference hall. Of course, it was not a real person, but a holographic image. Giovanni, you are so brave that you dare to sucker punch the Alliance headquarters building, an old congressman asked sternly. Giovanni smiled disapprovingly. I just came to get my things back. What's wrong with that? You are slapping us in the face. Another person said coldly. No, my people will not leak anything about today's matter. And with your ability, it is very easy to block the news. Alliance will still be the powerful alliance in people's minds. The congressmen looked at each other, and then the old man said, What do you want? I don't want much, just two things. Giovanni pointed his finger. First, Mutuo. That's originally mine. Okay. The congressman agreed readily, but this did not surprise Giovanni, because he knew what these people were thinking. It's nothing more than Mutuo will not listen to human instructions, and even has anti-human tendencies. If you're not careful, you will suffer the consequences. But Giovanni doesn't think so. He knows Mutuo. In his opinion, Mutuo's IQ is not inferior to that of humans, which means that it cannot be regarded as an ordinary Pokemon, but should be treated the same way as humans. Because of this, Giovanni used the condition of conquering the world to captivate Mutuo before, but failed, and he later figured out the reason for the failure. That is, although Mutuo has a high IQ, its EQ is only equivalent to that of a human child in his teens, which is just in the rebellious period, that is, the so-called middle school boy. Ordinary middle school boys naturally don't care. No matter how much they make trouble, they can't make anything, but Mutuo is different. It is a middle school boy with great power. This power is so great that people think it wants to destroy human civilization. In fact, it just wants people to pay attention to it and recognize its existence, that's all. Now that the reason has been analyzed, Giovanni is naturally confident that he can convince Mutuo to return to Team Rocket. This is also one of the reasons why he is willing to take huge risks to get Mutuo back. Second, Giovanni continued to talk about his conditions. I require Alliance to recognize the legal status of Team Rocket, and I will also register Team Rocket and establish a private armed company. Plus, at first, the congressmen almost thought they had misheard, but some of them who were quick to react had already guessed Giovanni's intention. This guy wants to clear himself. Although Giovanni is a legend in the underworld, he also understands that it is impossible for a gangster boss to do this for a lifetime. Sonya must obtain an orthodox status to allow the business and family to continue for 10 generations. And he was reluctant to give up the rocket team that he had worked hard for many years. So he planned today's action. Defeat Yolanda head-on and take back Mutuo, so that the major forces of the Alliance will weigh whether to confront the rocket team head-on or cooperate with it, so that everyone can make money. How? How have you considered it? Giovanni asked with a smile. He believed that the other party would not disagree. If this incident is publicized, the Kanto Alliance will definitely not be able to serve as the leader of the 6 major alliances, not to mention that the price they need to pay is just signing a few documents. What about the crimes committed by the rocket team before? One of the congressmen asked. Just say it was done by temporary workers. Giovanni said indifferently, hiring some online trolls and the media beautifying it, isn't it? You are deceiving the public, another person said coldly. Giovanni sneered in his heart. How could these congressmen care about civilians? They just want to get more political bargaining chips in this matter. It seems that a long negotiation has to begin. I didn't expect that you would come to save me. At this moment, with the rescue of Will and Lilin, Yulong-Du successfully escaped the pursuit of Team Rocket, and the 3 were heading toward his hometown Blackthorn City. That's all thanks to your kindness, Du Elite. Lilin's tone was full of sarcasm, but Yulong-Du didn't get angry after hearing it. He just smiled and felt very lucky. I didn't expect that the impulse at the time would actually resolve his crisis today. This has to start from the Indigo Plateau Conference. In order to rescue Carr, Giovanni used Will and Lilin, 2 quasi-elite masters, as bait, and Yulong-Du did bite. But this was not the reason why the two betrayed Giovanni, but because they were caught by Yulongdu. Although Carr was rescued, the capture of two high-ranking executives of Team Rocket still made Yulongdu feel that this deal was very cost-effective. However, during the interrogation of the two, Yulongdu found that they had received special training. The investigators almost tried their best, but only got some irrelevant information. What was even more frustrating was that through investigation, it was found that the two were orphans since childhood, and they had used dozens of identities. This made everyone feel that they had no idea where to start. At this time, Yulongdu made a bold decision, which was to deliberately create some small flaws to let the two escape. He was gambling on whether Giovanni would be suspicious, and it turned out that he was right. The Johto Region Investigation Bureau, known as the most elite investigation bureau of the Alliance, so far, no 10 criminals have been able to escape from it. Even Carr was rescued by Yulongdu's team after he left. Team Rocket only rescued him after suffering heavy casualties. But Liline and Will escaped by their own strength, which made Giovanni, who was suspicious by nature, couldn't believe it at all. He suspected that the two had been turned against by Yulongdu. Please give flowers. Therefore, the two were gradually alienated, although it was very slow, but Will and Liline were both people with a keen sense of smell. They could clearly feel that they were moving away from the core of the Rockets. Both of them knew Giovanni's character very well. Once they were suspicious of someone, no matter how hard they tried, they could not eliminate it and would never be important again. However, Will and Liline were ambitious people. They were unwilling to be a small executive in the Rockets for the rest of their lives, and immediately decided to start a new business. And now was a great opportunity. Instead of adding icing on the cake, it was better to help in times of trouble. Saving Yulongdu was undoubtedly a great achievement. Fortunately, they succeeded greatly with the spirit of gamblers. 0. A few days later, Yulongdu returned safely to Blackthorn City, allowing Dragonite to rest and recuperate in the tribe, while Charizard and Aerodactyl also flew back by themselves. This was undoubtedly the best news for him. But the news on TV made him feel irritated, as it was all about Team Rocket. Team Rocket was a pure organization of trainer enthusiasts, and occasionally there were black sheep who snatched other Pokémon, but they were dealt with immediately. Team Rocket successfully rescued several lost trainers in the mountains and was presented with a banner by the local police station. Giovanni Group held a press conference, stating that it would launch a series of cooperation with Team Rocket, establish Rocket Security Company, and provide anti-terrorism armed forces for each region. There were countless news stories like this, all of which were positive news about Team Rocket, but Yulongdu was very sure that 99% of them were fabricated. He wanted to expose these lies, but he couldn't do it. Due to the failure of the Indigo Plateau battle, the Yulong clan's status in the Alliance plummeted and could no longer withstand the tossing of others. All this was caused by me, Yulongdu said to himself viciously in his heart. He hated it, gnashed his teeth, and clenched his fists so hard that he didn't even notice that his palms were broken. However, he calmed down and decided to retreat after making a few phone calls. In the same week, the Kanto Elite Four announced its disbandment, and Yulongdu quietly left Blackthorn City and stepped into the vast ocean. Somewhere in the ocean, there is a mysterious island where only dragon Pokémon live, and the people of the Yulong clan call it Arii. Dragon Holy Land Corps. Hey Ash, do you know? Kanto Elite Four seems to have disbanded. I heard that several members seem to be seriously ill, so they decided to regroup. Oh, Lena was a little dissatisfied with his indifferent attitude, and said coquettishly, "What oh? This is a big news, Ash. You're not interested at all? Why should I be interested? And you're a little weird. Shouldn't a Stephanie girl like you be more concerned about beautiful clothes?" Ash asked helplessly to agree. That, Lena suddenly became shy. I heard someone say that a knowledgeable Stephanie girl will be more popular with boys. No, that person lied to you, Ash retorted calmly. At this moment, Ash and Lena passed through the big city of 910 in the Orange Islands, took a plane to New Barktown in the Johto region, and were heading towards Violet City. Ash really had no interest in the news that Lena said. The Elite Four had nothing to do with him. He just wanted to improve his strength as soon as possible and make a lot of money. Moreover, it was useless for him to care about it. If something happened that even the Dragon Fairy couldn't handle, wouldn't it be a waste of life to get involved? The two of them were not in a hurry to get to Violet City, because Ash decided to give the Pokemon some special training before challenging the Violet Gym. The trip to the Orange Islands was too casual, and they were just playing all the way. When in Cherry Grove City, Ash specially asked Professor Oak to adjust the team. This time, he planned to bring Pikachu, Lapras, Snorlax, Sylveon, Lucario, Charizard, and 3D Dragon 2 in Pokédex to the Silver Conference. The rest of the Pokemon stayed in Professor Oak's laboratory for the time being. Ash gave most of his remaining savings to Professor Oak and asked him to prepare the best energy cubes and Pokemon food for the Pokemon. Metagross, Onix, and Aerodactyl all valued strength. Even if Ash was not around, they would train hard as usual. Okay, let's set it here. Ash looked at the map for a long time and decided to set the training location next to a lake. There happened to be a small town called Happy Town nearby, and there was a Pokemon Center in the town. You can stay there at night. Come out, Sylvie and Lapras. After releasing the two little guys, Ash told them, now start the actual combat training. The two of you form a team to fight against Pikachu. Woo! Lapras nodded obediently, but Sylveon screamed, Bunny, Boony, let us team up with this little brat. And fighting with Xiaopi, won't we be abused for sure? Woo, woo, you are the little brat. You're a little one. Little one, Lapras shouted with dissatisfaction. In fact, they were not wrong. Although Lapras looked big, he was actually very young, while Sylveon was just the opposite. No quarreling, Ash said sternly. Instead of having time to quarrel, it is better to think about how to win. Pikachu can't hold back. Yes, everyone practice well, and I will make delicious puffs for you later. Lena smiled at the side. Hearing this, Sylveon and Lapras looked at each other, and then stayed aside to discuss quietly. Sylveon looked back at Pikachu from time to time, and the weird eyes made Pikachu's hair stood on end, and his heart was about to stop. This bad guy, Sylveon, will definitely do something bad. However, at this moment, a human shout suddenly came from the side. Those two over there! Run! Run! Ash and Solation turned their heads and saw a purple-haired girl wearing a yellow coat, a white baseball cap, and a trumpet hanging around her neck, running towards them. The girl's face was full of panic, and she shouted at the two of them, Big Beedrill! There are many Beedrills chasing behind. Jump into the water. After that, the girl jumped into the lake first and fell into the water with a splash. DJB, Ash, and the others looked at each other, not knowing what to say, and soon, more than a dozen Beedrills rushed out of the woods aggressively. Lapras, Sylveon, drive them away. Asholation said, this kind of Pokemon can only be used against rookie trainer posed a little threat. B. What? Let us deal with this kind of scum again. Sylveon curled his lips helplessly, but still started to move. Shooting pink rays from his mouth, City Lapras also spit up a fierce water column. This group of unlucky Beedrills obviously didn't know that they had offended the wrong person. They were beaten to pieces by the attacks of Sylveon and Lapras, and fell to the ground with crackling. At this time, the girl's head had emerged from the water. After seeing this scene, her eyes immediately sparkled with little stars. What a beautiful home run. Home run? Ash felt that this person's words were a bit strange, but he didn't say much, just stretched out his hand to her. Get out of the water and change clothes first, otherwise you will catch a cold. With the help of Lena, the girl changed into a clean set of clothes, but the style was the same, still the yellow coat. To be honest, Ash felt that she would not wake up at 10 o'clock. Then, after the two exchanged names, Ash learned that her name was Casey, and she was a rookie trainer for New Barktown. Wow, Pikachu. It's Pikachu. This is the first time I've seen a live Pikachu. I love its saffron skin. 1.1 Casey seemed to like Pikachu very much, and he refused to let go of it. Seeing this, Ash quickly advised, don't hug it suddenly like this, or it will be thunder-shocked. Although it has been traveling for more than a year, Pikachu is still a little afraid of strangers. Once it is touched by a stranger, It will become nervous and unable to control the electric sac and send out a strong thunder shock. However, I don't know if Casey doesn't believe it or is a masochist, but he said excitedly, Okay. I want to taste the feeling of being thunder shocked by Pikachu for a long time. I seem to have met an incredible pervert. It was the first time Ash heard someone make such a request, and he was stunned, but he didn't dare to let Pikachu do it. With Pikachu's current strength, if it really electrocutes a human, it is very likely to be fatal. Don't talk nonsense, give it back. Ash snatched Pikachu back without any room for negotiation. It was Casey's own business to like to die, but Ash didn't want to become a murderer for no reason. What? Casey shouted dissatisfiedly. Letting Pikachu shock me won't lose a piece of meat, stingy. Okay, since Casey wants to try it so much, why not let my Pika do it? Lena started to act as a peacemaker and released the little Piku she had captured before. As soon as Casey saw Piku, he immediately jumped on it. So cute. Come on, thunder shock me. In fact, Casey didn't need to say anything. The little Piku was so nervous that it subconsciously released thunder shock the moment it was hugged by a stranger, and it made her whole body numb. Casey was completely frozen, but fortunately Piku's electricity was not strong. She quickly recovered and shouted with full momentum, "This feeling is really great." And the yellow pattern. I will also capture a Piku in the future, then evolve it into Pikachu, and finally evolve it into Raichu. Seeing that Casey was fine, Lena finally felt relieved and asked with a smile, "It seems that you like yellow Pokemon very much. Why is that?" "Because I'm a fan of the Electabuzz team," Casey said excitedly. "Do you watch baseball too?" "Our family has been watching baseball since my grandfather's generation. I'm a loyal fan of the Electabuzz team." "Sorry, I don't pay much attention to baseball," Lena apologized. However, Ash has heard of it. Electabuzz team? Is it the team that once lost 10 games in a row and is about to disband? In this world, baseball is the standard first sport. Although Ash is not very interested. In the early days of his journey, due to lack of funds, he used the fate system to predict the score and then bought baseball lottery tickets to win money. Therefore, he has an impression of various baseball teams, and the worst one is undoubtedly the Electabuzz team. "What did you say?" Hearing this, Casey jumped up suddenly, and Ember with rage in his eyes shouted, "The Electabuzz team will not disband. You must be a fan of the Magikarp team or the Starmie team." "No, I'm a fan of the Yongjila team," Ash replied calmly. The Electabuzz team often scored unexpected results in the game, and he could make a lot of money every time, so he was emotionally inclined to this team. "I see. There's nothing we can do about it." Casey's shoulders were shaking, as if he was suppressing some emotions, and then he burst out, "We'll use Pokemon to fight to decide the winner." What's your attitude?" Casey was very dissatisfied. "Don't think I look down on me just because I'm a rookie. In the world of battle, there is no distinction between rookies and old experience. If I meet someone who looks down on the Electabuzz team, I, Casey, will never lose to them. Is it necessary to be so excited?" Ash really doesn't understand the psychology of these fans. Not to mention that he didn't say anything bad about the Electabuzz team. He was just stating the facts. "Casey, Ash is the champion of the Indigo Plateau Conference, and you just became a trainer, so you should wait until you have accumulated some experience before challenging," Lena advised kindly. "It doesn't matter. Casey, will never lose. What does it mean that a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger? This little girl in front of me is just like that. Okay, I promise you." Ash estimated that if he didn't fight her, this little girl would definitely not give up. Instead of being entangled, he might as well play with her. Just treat it as a warm-up. Each side sends out a Pokemon. After the two found an open space and stood in their respective positions, Casey took the lead in proposing the rules of the game, and Ash naturally said that there was no problem. "You will suffer if you underestimate me too much." Seeing Ash's indifferent look, Casey couldn't help but feel a little annoyed, and then took out a Pokeball from his arms and made a pitcher's gesture. "My starting pitcher uses this. Go, Chikorita." Jigu. Chikorita has a yellow headscarf tied on her head. It seems that Casey tied it on purpose based on his own interests. Sylvian, you go first. Peony, no problem. We will teach them what the law of the jungle is. Sylvian was not dissatisfied with Ash letting it bully Rookie, but was eager to try, causing Pikachu to look at it with contempt. It was precisely because of this that Ash sent it out. After all, some Pokemon don't like to bully the weak. For example, Charizard, if it is forced to play, it is likely to make it dissatisfied. Ash, Sylvian, the opponent is just a rookie. Remember to hold back. Lena reminded with some concern. Don't worry, I have a partition. Hey, now is not the time to chat. Casey took the speaker on his neck and put it to his mouth. Chikorita, first a fastball. Use Razor Leaf. Chikorita. Chikorita responded, swung the big leaf on his head, and shot 2 rotating leaves at Sylvian. Only 2 leaves were fired at a time, and the speed was 877, which was very slow. Sylvian was completely stunned when he saw such a shabby razor leaf for the first time, and the 2 leaves hit him. Great! First ball. Good shot. Although Casey cheered happily, the attack did not have any effect. Sylvian scratched the place where he was hit with a ribbon, but it just felt a little itchy. It seems that the opponent wants to pretend to be indifferent, so that we are careless. Casey still held the speaker and shouted energetically, but I won't be fooled. Then use a straight ball to decide the outcome. Chikorita, use tackle. Chikorita immediately took 4 short legs and rushed towards Sylvian. When the distance was shortened, she suddenly jumped up and used all her strength to hit her head. However, facing Chikorita's seemingly fierce attack, Sylvian just flicked the ribbon lightly and knocked it away. Jigu. Chikorita rolled on the ground several times before stopping. She tried to get up, but in the end, mosquito coils appeared in her eyes, and she fell to the ground again. At this moment, the world fell into a dead silence. Ugh, I was struck out. Casey seemed to have lost all her strength and knelt on the ground helplessly. I lost miserably. Come back, Chikorita. Don't be so exaggerated. Ash saw that Casey was a lively girl and thought she was the type who didn't care about losing. But he didn't expect her to behave like this, and it looked like she might cry. I shouldn't have agreed to her. In fact, Ash didn't consider one thing. That is, from the beginning to the end of the game, let alone issuing instructions, he didn't even say a word, and Sylvian didn't use any tricks. It was just a swing of the ribbon. This situation undoubtedly caused a huge blow to Casey, and it's no wonder she was so depressed. Casey, don't lose heart. Lena hurried forward to comfort her. In fact, for a beginner, you have done very well. I didn't even know how to give orders at the beginning. As she said this, Lena desperately winked at Ash, signaling him to come over and persuade him, so as not to make this rookie lose confidence. Peony, if you are so weak, don't be a trainer. Sylvian on the side made a big yawn and put on a bored expression. Fortunately, Casey didn't understand the language of Pokemon, otherwise he would probably collapse directly. Shimbu, you idiot, shut up. Ash glanced at it, then walked forward and said to Casey, in fact, your Chikorita talent is good. As long as you train well, you will definitely become stronger. However, I don't know if Ash's words stimulated her or something else. I saw Casey's lips flattened, and then she burst into tears. Woo-woo, don't bother me. Casey stood up suddenly and ran away. Casey, wait. Lena wanted to chase her, but Casey ran very fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. No one knew where he ran to. The field fell into silence again. Ash was a little surprised. He didn't laugh at her, but this energetic girl couldn't stand losing just one game. It was too much of a blow. But then he noticed that Lena, Pikachu, and Lapras seemed to look at him strangely, and they were filled with the message, "You made her cry." What made Ash even more angry was that even Sylvian looked at him with such eyes. As a result, Ash finally lost to their eye offensive and said helplessly, "Okay, you stay here first. I'll go see her." But before leaving, he suddenly stopped and pointed at Sylvian and said, "And you, come with me." Peony, why do we have to go too? Sylvian was not very happy. Humph. Ash glanced at it with dissatisfaction. It's because you're too pretentious that you made me cry. Although a little reluctant, Sylvian still followed obediently, and relying on Ash's wave power, he easily found YY's location somewhere in the forest. However, when they got there, they found something speechless. Casey was attacked by Beedrill again. Sylvian, go help her. Ash was a little puzzled. Is this girl born to be in conflict with Beedrill? She was attacked twice on the same day. It's too unlucky. Beauty, why is it us again? Complaints aside, this person still needs to be saved. Sylvian stretched out a few long ribbons and slapped the Beedrills away with 2 snaps. Are you okay? Ash hurried over to check and found that she was not injured by the Beedrill, but just fell down and looked a little embarrassed. I'm fine. Thank you for saving me. Casey thanked him first, but then seemed to realize something and turned his head away from him. What are you doing here? Who asked you to save me? Oh, I didn't realize you were still at Sundara. Ash didn't take Stephanie's anger seriously, but just warned her solemnly. Don't wear a yellow coat into the forest in the future, or Beedrill will mistake you for an enemy. How can that be? Casey immediately protested loudly. This cheering uniform is the symbol of the Electabuzz team's fans, and it cannot be taken off. You are really an enemy of the Electabuzz team. Alas, you are really a brain-dead fan who is incurable. Ash sighed helplessly. What? I'm not a brain-dead fan. Casey was furious. Why aren't you? Ash looked calm and asked, It's true that the Electabuzz team has not performed well in recent years. We will definitely win this year. Casey shouted, but her confidence seemed a little lacking. Isn't that enough? To Casey's surprise, Ash did not refute her words, but agreed. Since you have confidence in the Electabuzz team, why bother about what others say and make yourself so nervous? What's more, I have never said anything bad about the Electabuzz team, and on the contrary, I think it is a great team because even if the results are bad, they can still go all out and refuse to give up. Looking at Ash's serious expression, Casey suddenly felt a little dazed. She was about to say something, but a blue Pokemon suddenly appeared in the river next to her. It's Chinchou. Casey's eyes were immediately attracted. It's so beautiful. I want to hug it. Don't you only like yellow Pokemon? Ash asked curiously. But the light bulbs on its tentacles are yellow. Especially when they are lit. Don't you think it will be beautiful? Cha Shermian was intoxicated and fell into fantasy. I don't think so. Ash really didn't see anything beautiful about it, but he didn't refute it, just encouraged. Since you like it so much, why don't you go and capture it? Okay, watch me. Casey stood up with full energy and ran to the river to challenge Chinchou. Because Chikorita was not strong enough, she sent Pidgey. However, Pidgey was a Pokemon she had captured not long ago, and with its unfavorable attribute, it was defeated by Chinchou in a few moves. How could this happen? Casey collapsed on the ground again. It's fine that I can't beat Ash, but I can't even beat a wild Pokemon. If this continues, how can I become a Pokemon master? Casey, don't worry. Seeing that the girl was about to cry again, Ash had to pat her on the shoulder and comforted her. Think about the Electabuzz team. What should they do when they encounter setbacks? Should stand up again. Keep fighting. When mentioning the Electabuzz team, Casey lived up to her status as a crazy fan and jumped up as if she had been injected with chicken blood, but Ash just held his fingers. No, the right thing to do is to change people, quickly change Chikorita out. Hearing this, Casey was stunned at first, and then hurriedly said, No, Chikorita can't fight. The grass-type Chikorita is very effective against Chinchou, but it has exhausted its physical strength in the battle with Ash just now. But it is not injured. It doesn't matter, it just doesn't have the physical strength to fight. I have a special effect potion here, which can make it recover immediately. Due to the guilt caused by bullying Casey before, Ash decided to help her subdue Chinchou. Anyway, these potions were reimbursed by Professor Oak, and he didn't spend a penny. Under the effect of the special effect potion, Chikorita quickly recovered her physical strength and became energetic. During this time, in order to prevent Chinchou from escaping, Ash also specifically ordered Sylvian to watch it. After a battle, Casey finally subdued Chincho as she wished, which made her very happy. She immediately became excited and prepared to sing 10 victory songs. Riding the wind of MT Mortar, Quick Attack is coming, Light Screen Trick, Lightning Palm Trick, Lear's Electabuzz. Casey waved the megaphone in his hand and sang happily, and Chikorita also excitedly swung the big leaves above her head to follow the song. But Ash felt that this girl has no talent to be a singer. It's not that she is tone deaf, but there's always a very subtle feeling in her singing, probably because of her strong local accent. Come on, Electabuzz. After singing, Casey looked at Ash with expectation and asked, "How is it? The Electabuzz team song I sang is very nice, right?" "Beauty. We all want to vomit," Sylvian said sarcastically, causing Chikorita to stare at it. "Not bad." Ash decided not to tell the truth out of politeness. After all, we have to give young people some confidence. No. Casey touched his head embarrassedly. "Thank you so much this time. If it weren't for your help, I would definitely not be able to capture Chincho. It's nothing, just a little effort. Remember to train Pokemon well and strive to become a Pokemon master as soon as possible. The road to becoming a master is both unattainable and unclear." Ash is just learning from Yolongdu and giving a casual encouragement. However, Casey took it seriously and promised with a serious face, "I will. I must get good results in the Silver Conference." Looking at the girl's bright smile, Ash felt for the first time that he was already a senior, and for a while he had an indescribable feeling in his heart. After saying goodbye to Casey, Ash took Sylvian back to Serena and continued training. During the training, he found two big problems. That's Lapras and Snorlax. These two guys have character flaws. Snorlax eats and sleeps all day long. What's more annoying is that once he falls asleep, he can't be woken up no matter how you call him. Lapras is even worse. He often can't bear to attack other Pokemon. Even if he is told that this is training, he still can't do it. However, Snorlax's problem is relatively better. After being fooled several times, Ash has figured out a solution. That is, Song just doesn't let this guy eat enough. Therefore, Ash deliberately have the food specially provided to Snorlax, especially before training, and he couldn't give it a single energy block. In order to fill his stomach, Snorlax had to intensify his training and strive to complete the training volume of the day as soon as possible. Not to mention, the foodie grudge is indeed extremely powerful. Sometimes, Snorlax completes training even faster than Lucario. Then there was the issue of Lapras. Ash thought about it, and felt that he still had to rely on actual combat. So after a week of training, he continued his journey. In a forest that he passed by later, Ash finally found a wild Pokemon suitable for Lapras' rival. It was a sturdy maple tree, with a trunk so exaggerated that more than a dozen adults could not surround it, and it was covered with Butterfree and Heracross. Ash's target was Heracross, a Pokemon that looked like a rhinoceros beetle, with a hard dark blue shell, a gentle personality, but great strength, and was a famous strongman. This kind of Pokemon that was powerful but not ferocious was undoubtedly very suitable to be the target of Lapras' battle. Ash immediately released it and ordered, "Lapras, use Water Gun." However, Lapras looked at Heracross and the others, with an embarrassed expression on his face. "Woo-woo. But they are eating. It is not good to disturb them when they are eating." Just as Lapras said, this group of Heracrosses were lying motionless on the tree trunk, sucking the sap. But Ash was speechless about Lapras' words. "What does their eating have to do with you?" "Lapras," Ash taught it earnestly, "you should know that Pokemon like Heracross spend 16 hours a day lying on the tree trunk licking sap in 24 hours. Ming, what about the other 8 hours?" Lapras asked with his head tilted. "Of course it is rest." "Woo, isn't that the same as Snorlax?" "That's right. Anyway, it's almost the same. You hurry up and use Water Gun on them. We can't wait forever," Ash urged. Seeing that Ash was a little impatient, Lapras had to open his mouth and spray a small stream of Water Gun at the Heracrosses. However, I don't know whether Lapras' Water Gun is too weak or this group of Heracross have high defense. Anyway, they all ignored Lapra's attack, still licking the tree dog happily. Lapras, you see these guys are looking down on you. Why don't you work harder? Ash took the opportunity to fan the flames. Unfortunately, what Lapras thought in his heart was, look down on them, they don't care. However, in order not to disappoint Ash, Lapras still increased the power of the water gun, but the result made Ash dumbfounded. This group of Heracross actually stretched out their wings and flew away in the blink of an eye, abandoning their food source without hesitation. Ash stood there in shock, looking at the empty maple tree in front of him, not knowing what to think for a moment. They just ran away like that. There were more than a dozen Heracrosses in this group, and their rival was just a little Lapras, and they only used one move, water gun. Was it necessary for them to run away in one breath? There should be a limit to being cowardly. It seems that although Heracross looks very strong, it is a peaceful Pokemon. Don't bully them, Lena said to Ash Charm. In fact, she didn't need to say anything. Ash himself gave up the idea of letting Lapras and Heracross fight. Both sides didn't have a heart to fight, so what's the point of fighting? Originally, Ash wanted to try to capture a Heracross, but he immediately gave up the idea after seeing their performance. This kind of Pokemon is too gentle, which is too different from his style. Since Heracross is not suitable to be Lapras' rival, Ash has to find new wild Pokemon. After crossing a valley connected by a bridge, the two came to the other side of the forest. There is also a huge maple tree, but on this tree gathers another bug-type Pokemon, Pinsir. The two just approached the maple tree a little bit, and the group of Pinsir immediately stopped eating, turned their heads and stared at the two fiercely, and the two big pincers on their heads collided from time to time, making warning sounds. Wow, they are so fierce. Lena was a little scared when she saw this, and subconsciously hid half of her body behind Ash, but Ash was very happy. The group of aggressive Pinsir in front of him is undoubtedly the most suitable to be Lapras' rival. Lapras' temper is indeed very good, but it depends on the target. Lapras naturally couldn't bear to attack a harmless creature like Heracross, but since Pinsir looked so fierce, Lapras would probably put aside his unnecessary sympathy. Go ahead. Ash took out the Pokeball from his waist and threw it out, but the next situation was far beyond his expectations. After seeing Lapras, the Pinsers were stunned for a while, then lazily turned their heads back and continued to suck the sap. Lapras looked at Ash innocently, looking a little at a loss, and Ash was even more puzzled. Although Lapras looked like he could be easily bullied, he was still a Pokemon after all. How could he be completely ignored by the Pinsir like this? Ash just didn't believe it and tried to get closer to the maple tree. As soon as he moved his feet, the group of Pinsers immediately turned their heads again and stared at him fiercely. Well, it seems that Lapras really has no deterrent power, or this group of Pinsers are very good at distinguishing enemies. Helplessly, Ash had to admit this fact, but he was unwilling to give up. After thinking for a moment, he sent out another Pokemon. Come out, Snorlax. With a bang, a white light flashed, and Snorlax's huge body appeared in front of the Pinsers. But like Lapras before, the Pinsers still chose to ignore it. The reason is that Snorlax is sleeping soundly and has no idea that he has been sent out. But this time Ash is not in a hurry, because he knows very well that Snorlax will definitely be attracted by the sweet sap and wake up. Kirby, as expected, Snorlax's nose moved first, and then a large pool of saliva flowed from the corner of his mouth. After shouting excitedly, he immediately ran towards the maple tree. Crack! Crack! Seeing this big guy rushing over, the Pinsers quickly issued a demonstrative warning sound, but Snorlax, whose appetite was aroused, didn't care about that and just hugged the tree trunk and started licking it. The Pinsers were angry now and immediately waved their big pincers to beat up Snorlax, the guy who stole the food. But what was surprising was that Snorlax was completely dominated by appetite at this time, and was not happy to fight back at all. He just used his two hands to resist the attack, and his big fat face was tightly attached to the tree trunk, licking the juice desperately. Oh my God, this is a typical case of eating without caring about life. Please give me flowers 0. Ash was helpless and could only remind him loudly, "Snorlax, you idiot, can't you defeat them first and then enjoy them slowly?" Kirby, hearing this, Snorlax scratched his head in confusion, then showed an expression of sudden enlightenment, and without saying a word, he used a million-ton punch on a pincer next to him. Bang! With a muffled sound, the pincer was directly knocked out and hit the tree trunk heavily, making its companions dumbfounded. This fat guy is so powerful. But the pincers are not weak shrimps like Heracross. Snorlax's strength not only did not make them retreat, but they rushed up again in a swarm. 0. Snorlax. Ash decided to try out the trick he had just learned. Rest first, then use snore. When sleeping, Pokemon cannot hear the trainer's instructions, so before ordering it to rest, the next instructions must be given first. After receiving Ash's instructions, Snorlax immediately closed his eyes, lay on the ground, and began to snore, and then suddenly made a snoring sound like thunder. The surrounding pincers were immediately startled and involuntarily stepped back a few steps. Some of the less courageous ones even fell to the ground. Lapras, go help Snorlax. It won't last long under the beat-up of Pinsir. Ash took the opportunity to let Lapras join the battle. In fact, he was lying with his eyes open. These pincers had no fighting power at all, and it was completely painless to hit Snorlax. However, Lapras was not aware of this. It thought that Snorlax was really in trouble. After hesitating for a moment, it opened its mouth and fired a freezing ray at the big Snorlax. Suddenly, several pincer insect ice sculptures appeared, and Ash also encouraged them in time. Well done, Lapras. You have relieved a lot of pressure for Snorlax. Woo! Lapras was still a child after all. After being praised by Ash, he immediately smiled happily and attacked more vigorously. After a while, all the pincers were knocked down. Ash, I always feel that this is not a good idea. Looking at the pincer lying on the ground, Lena felt a little sorry, but Ash said nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter, it's not fatal anyway. By the way, you can use Chansey to treat them, and you can also let Chansey upgrade her level." Ash suggested, "Good idea. Chansey, please." Lena immediately released Chansey, and Chansey saw the wounded on the ground and took the initiative to start treating them without Lena's instructions. "What are you doing?" Just then, a voice suddenly came from the side, and the two turned their heads and saw that it was a mountaineering uncle with a beard. "Excuse me?" Lena asked. 593, my name is Woodruff, and I'm a member of the Forest Guard." The uncle introduced himself. "The pincer here are very good, and trainers often come to subdue them. But I want to remind you that each person can only capture one at most, otherwise it is illegal." While speaking, Woodruff also looked at the pincer on the ground from time to time, and his tone was gradually filled with warnings. "Well, it's not like that. We just want to—" Lena hurriedly wanted to explain, but was interrupted by Ash halfway through. "I'm not interested in pincer. I just want to knock them down. This is not illegal." "Why is that?" Woodruff didn't understand. "Of course it's for leveling up." Ash pointed at Lapras. "My Lapras is too sympathetic, so in order to change it, I specially chose the vicious pincer as rival." It turns out that Ash's idea is undoubtedly correct. Lapras can't attack Heracross and the others, but he is merciless against Pinsir and has accumulated a lot of experience. What's more, wild Pokemon have to face various dangers. I'll let Lapras and Snorlax fight them. Not only are they not in danger of their lives, but they can also upgrade their levels. In fact, they should thank me." Ash added seriously. "DB, it is obvious that this is the first time that Woodruff has met a guy like Ash. It seems that he is wrong, but what he said makes sense. It is impossible to refute him." In desperation, Woodruff had to skip this matter and turn to take care of Pinsir. Ash and Lena continued to move forward after a short rest. The ecological environment here is great. While rushing forward and observing the surrounding environment, Lena couldn't help but sigh. There are forests everywhere here, which is even better than Kalos. Although the economy of Johto region ranks the lowest among the 6 major alliances, its ecological environment ranks the highest, with undeveloped trackless forest everywhere. However, because of this, trainers often get lost or killed in the forest, so they have to be careful. In this way, the two rushed for 3 days, until the evening of the 4th day, they suddenly found a shrine with a warning sign on it. This is the enchanted forest, where there are wild Pokemon that use illusions to harass travelers. Those who want to pass through the forest need to rent a Hoot Hoot that can use the foresight illusion at the Hoot Hoot Shrine before they can pass safely. After reading the warning sign, Lena asked Ash for advice. What should we do? Should we rent a Hoot Hoot? Of course not, Ash said categorically. I'm a trainer. I'm not afraid of wild Pokemon's pranks. Just go in. Lena hesitated, but didn't want to oppose Ash's words, so she had to discuss. Then let's do this. It's getting late now. Let's rest here for a night and set off tomorrow morning. Why can't we try to pass through the forest today? As long as we pass the forest, we will reach Dongmen Town, and we don't have to go out to buy. Ash doesn't like to procrastinate, not to mention that he has been staying in the forest for several days and hasn't even taken a shower, so he smells a little. Well, okay then. Although Lena was very scared, she didn't want to embarrass herself in front of the person she liked, so she had to bite the bullet and follow Ash into the confusing forest. However, they didn't walk out of the forest until it was completely dark, and Lena realized that something was wrong. I always feel like, are we lost? Lena hugged Ash's arm tightly and asked anxiously. Of course not. I don't have a directionally challenged attribute. How could I get lost? Ash answered seriously. Then he added, we just can't find the way. Isn't this the same idea? But at this moment, Lena was in no mood to complain. Looking at the dark forest around her, she always felt that something terrible would come out. Hee hee, hee. Suddenly, a strange laugh came from nowhere, which seemed particularly eerie and terrifying in this environment. Lena was frightened and screamed, and threw herself into Ash's arms. It's Ghost. Ash, a ghost is targeting us. DB. Ash really wanted to say that compared to Ghost's laughter, your sudden scream really scared me. But considering that the timing was not right, he had to hold it in his heart and comfort it softly. Don't be afraid. Lena, there are really ghosts in this world, so there is nothing to be afraid of. 1.0. I don't understand what you are talking about. Actually, Ash meant that the reason why ghosts are scary is that people are not sure whether they really exist. But once they can be confirmed, there is naturally nothing to be afraid of, but Lena is obviously not in the mood to think about these things now. Alas, Ash sighed helplessly. Pikachu, please turn up the light to the maximum. Pikachu. Pikachu responded, and then the light emitted from his body became brighter, and the surrounding environment suddenly became brighter, and Lena finally calmed down gradually. However, at this moment, a faint mist quietly floated over, and then the surrounding trees twisted, and hideous ghost faces appeared on the tree trunks, with 2 red eyes, looking extremely scary. This time, Lena didn't scream out of fear because she had fainted and fell limply into Ash's arms. Really, Ash was a little puzzled. Although he had known that Lena was not very courageous, he didn't expect this girl to be so timid. However, these should be the work of ghost Pokemon. Thinking of the warning sign before, Ash soon had an idea in his mind. Most ghost Pokemon like to play pranks, but they are not malicious. This is just their nature. But being fooled and not saying anything is not Ash's style. Since the opponent is a Pokemon, it is natural to use Pokemon to deal with it. Pikachu. Pikachu also thought of the same thing as Ash. It immediately stood up and launched an attack, and directly hit it with a thunderbolt. Seeing that the opponent was not panicked, but took the initiative to attack, the group of ghost Pokemon immediately disappeared into the darkness. But they didn't give up. After Pikachu stopped attacking, they moved to another place to get out. Kohei, Kohei, Kohei. The strange laughter sounded again, as if mocking Pikachu for doing useless work. Pikachu. Pikachu was angry now, and immediately increased the current and released Thunderbolt attack again, but the opponent just didn't fight it and circled around in the forest, playing guerrilla tactics. Do you think you could just hide? Ash whispered to himself. Come out, Lucario, use foresight, find all these guys for me. Lucario's eyes suddenly lit up with a red light like a searchlight normal, and after shining on a tree, a black and purple Pokemon was immediately forced to show its body. And Pikachu seized this opportunity well, and quickly hit it with a thunderbolt, knocking the opponent down from the treetop, with black smoke all over his body. It's Gengar. Ash was a little surprised to see this. He didn't expect that there would be such a high-level Pokemon in this forest. But then, something even more unexpected happened. Under Lucario's red light scan, Gengar and Haunter appeared in front of them one by one. There were more than 20 of them. Could it be that all the ghost Pokemon in the forest came to play a prank on me? Ash couldn't help but think of this. If it was a few Pokemon playing a prank on him, it would be understandable, but what does it mean for so many Pokemon to come together? They are not a group to fight the boss. Looking at the group of ghost Pokemon around him who obviously had bad intentions, Ash's hand had quietly pressed on the Pokeball on his waist, and Pikachu and Lucario were also staring at them vigilantly. However, at this moment, one of the Jengars spoke. Koja, those over there, find a way to tell your master that as long as you hand over what we want, we will let you pass through the forest safely. Hearing this, Ash was stunned, and then subconsciously asked, "What do you want?" Seeing that Ash could understand what they said, the group of ghost Pokemon were also stunned, but the Gengar who spoke before was the first to come back to his senses. Koja. I don't know what it is. Anyway, it's a very powerful thing. Koja. Yes, a very powerful thing. The Jengars and Haunters on the side echoed, but Ash and Pikachu were just confused. A very powerful thing. God knows what it is. However, Ash suddenly thought of something. If it is something that is very attractive to ghost Pokemon, he does have it. Is this what you're talking about? Ash took out the Millennium Curse amulet he had obtained in Maiden Gorge from his backpack, and upon seeing this, the eyes of the ghost Pokemon lit up immediately. Kuhai. Yes, this is it. Give it to me quickly. After confirming that the other party was really coming for the amulet, Ash was relieved, and then suddenly threw out several Pokeballs. Pikachu uses Thunderbolt, Lucario uses Close Combat, Sylveon uses Moonblast, Charizard uses Flamethrower. After using the Wave Guide to issue a series of commands in an instant, Ash's 4 Pokemon used their special moves at the same time, catching the Jengars off guard. These 4 Pokemon have been following Ash for a long time, and their levels are far higher than the other party. With just one round of attack, they almost killed most of the Jengars and Haunters in the field. The remaining few did not dare to resist, and left their companions and ran away without loyalty. Looking at the Jengars who were fleeing in panic, Ash curled his lips in disdain and used a famous saying of Fat Tiger, "What's yours is mine, and what's mine is still mine." It was good enough that he didn't rob others. So how could he allow these wild Pokemon to take advantage of him? After driving the Jengars away, Ash began to try to wake up Lena, but he couldn't wake her up no matter how hard he tried, and the girl looked a little weird. It seemed dreaming? Now Ash was speechless. She was obviously scared to death, but 387 could still dream. Lena didn't seem to be such a thick-skinned person. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt that something was a bit strange, and it was very likely that Pokemon was playing tricks. Ash quickly expanded the power of the Wave Guide to the maximum range. After detection, he found a small figure hiding behind a big tree. "Come out!" Ash shouted at that place. "Don't let me go to find you. Don't blame me for being rude when the time comes." No, don't." This little guy seemed to be very timid. After being frightened by Ash, he immediately floated out from behind the big tree and looked at him timidly. With big eyes, dark green body, and a string of conspicuous red beads hanging around his neck, it turned out to be a small and cute Miss Drevis. "Did you do this?" Ash asked it. Miss Drevis shook his head quickly and said in defense, No, I just let her have a good dream and didn't hurt her." From the Wave Guide reaction, this Miss Drevis did not lie, but Ash couldn't understand why it did this. No, because I want that amulet, but I can't beat you, so I want to try to exchange labor for rewards." Miss Drevis answered truthfully. "Hey, this little guy is quite interesting." It was the first time that Ash heard the term labor in exchange for reward from a wild Pokemon. While Pokemon normally follow their instincts when it comes to what they want. In other words, whoever has the bigger fist gets it. Of course, it is also possible that Miss Drevis saw that Ash and his team were strong, so he didn't dare to rush up to grab it, but it was much smarter than that group of Jengar. At least it knew to observe the enemy first. Since this Miss Drevis was so reasonable, Ash was naturally polite to it. Sorry, the labor you put in was not enough to get this amulet. And we didn't ask you to do this, did we? No, I saw that she was very tired, so I did this completely out of good intentions. Miss Drevis explained in a panic. After it said this, Ash realized that he seemed to have ignored Lena's feelings. They have been traveling in the forest these days, and the ecological environment in the Johto region is particularly good, so there are wild Pokemon that will attack them along the way. Although these wild Pokemon can't hurt them at all under the protection of Ash's Pokemon, Lena is always nervous, fearing that they will be attacked by accident. If I had known this would happen, I would have promised her to set off again tomorrow morning. Ash couldn't help but feel a little guilty, so he decided not to wake her up and let her have a good sleep. At this moment, Miss Drevis suddenly called him, Sir, can I follow you? If I perform well, can you give me the amulet as a reward? Follow me. Hearing this, Ash was suddenly a little surprised. He didn't expect that the attraction of this 1,000-year-old curse amulet would be so strong. But makes sense. After all, the curse energy on the amulet is a great supplement for ghost Pokemon, which can nourish their souls and make them stronger. Ash still has some ideas about taming Miss Drevis. After all, there is no ghost Pokemon in the team at present, but he has to see what its qualifications are first. Then Ash contacted the system and displayed the specific information of Miss Drevis. Name, Miss Drevis. Gender, female. Ability, float. Attribute, ghost. Strength, intermediate. Special move, strange light, black eyes, doom, destiny bond, memento. Information, born in Johto region. Lived in human society for a period of time. Both parents are powerful Pokemon, inherited their skills and qualifications, very talented, potential is quasi-elite level. As Ash thought before, this Miss Drevis is so smart, his talent must not be bad, although the potential is only quasi-elite level, but this is already very good for wild Pokemon, and it is worth cultivating in a cage. Okay, then please give me more advice in the future. Great. Thank you, sir, Miss Drevis cheered, then took the initiative to touch the free Pokeball on Ash's waist with his head, and turned into a red light and was collected, as if he was afraid that Ash would regret it. Ash originally wanted to give the amulet directly to Miss Drevis. After all, he only had that one ghost Pokemon, and other Pokemon were useless. But because the team was full, Miss Drevis's Pokeball was automatically locked on. If you want to release it, you have to adjust the position on the computer in the Pokemon Center first. After taking Lucario and the others back to the Pokemon, Ash carried Lena on his back and continued on his way. Fortunately, the Jengars had been driven away, so nothing strange happened along the way. He passed through the Enchanted Forest very smoothly and arrived at Eastgate Town. Although Eastgate Town is nominally a town, it looks more like a modern city with high-rise buildings everywhere. Even though it was late at night, the square was still very lively. Many people were practicing Pokemon performances, which attracted cheers from the audience. However, Ash didn't have time to care about these things now. He first went to the Pokemon Center to settle Lena, and then began to adjust the team on the computer. After hesitating for a while, he decided to send Sylveon back to the laboratory. Then, Ash released Miss Drevis and handed it the amulet. Since you like this thing so much, I will give it to you now. But shouldn't it depend on my performance? Miss Drevis just looked at the amulet eagerly, but didn't reach out to take it. Seeing its performance, Ash was more satisfied. Compared with Sylveon, who was causing trouble everywhere, Miss Drevis was simply a good baby. It doesn't matter. Ash stuffed the amulet into it. Since you have joined my team, I will naturally give you any good things. The Millennium Curse Amulet can increase the effect of Ghost-type special moves by 50%. It is not an exaggeration to compare it to a rare treasure. Ash knows that this thing will definitely greatly improve Miss Drevis's combat experience. Thank you, sir. I will definitely train hard to repay you in the future. Miss Drevis no longer pretended. After thanking him, He swallowed the amulet into his mouth, and his eyes narrowed into slits with joy. But speaking of it, sir, is really amazing. He dared to carry this kind of amulet with him. Miss Drevis suddenly said. What? Ash didn't understand, but he had a bad feeling. Huh? Don't you understand, sir? Miss Drevis was a little surprised. This is a curse amulet. It curses others all the time. Only a person with such good luck as you can be safe and sound. Is there such a thing? Ash was stunned. No wonder his luck has been so bad all the time. He has never won a rock-paper-scissors game. It turns out that it is because of this curse amulet. However, the 1,000-year-old Ghastly and the Ghost Girl, Manua Zhao, have gone nowhere. Even if Ash wants to care about it, he can't do anything, so he has to give up. After a good night's rest in the Pokemon Center, and after experiencing the beautiful dream specially created by Miss Drevis, Lena is completely refreshed. However, she feels very embarrassed about her performance yesterday. However, Ash advised her not to think too much. After all, everyone has things they're not good at, not to mention that it is normal for Stephanie to be afraid of ghosts. During this period, a large event happened to be held in Dongmen Town. The Lawful Pokemon Performance Conference was held in the square. Ash simply invited Lena. Lena went to watch the performance to relax. I won't mention the content of the performance. It may be exciting in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of Ash, a trainer, it was just so, nothing surprising at all. However, Lena watched it with great interest. Ash patiently accompanied her, and she spent a rare relaxing day. Finally here, after a few days of travel, Ash and Lena finally arrived at Violet City, a megacity built on a hill. Violet City is completely surrounded by mountains and forests. Due to the special geographical environment, the flying Pokemon here are very popular among local trainers. Influenced by this, the Violet Gym is naturally a flying gym. Is this the Violet Gym? It looks so strange. Looking at the cylindrical tower building in front of her, Lena couldn't help but feel ashamed. She followed Ash on his journey and saw many gym buildings, but it was the first time she saw such a strange one as the Violet Gym. The tall tower is spiral-shaped, and there's a large platform on the top floor. From a distance, the whole building looks like a big mushroom. Don't worry about it, go in. Ash didn't have any feelings about the building and was the first to step into the gym. He just hoped that the gym trainers in the Johto region would not be too weak. After entering the gym, a boy in a white training suit in the hall asked, "Hello, what are you doing here?" "I am Ash from Pallet Town in Kanto region, and I am here to challenge the gym." Ash replied, "Okay, please follow me. Master is training upstairs at 517. The two followed the man into an elevator and went all the way to the top floor. They found that the platform on the top floor was the battle site, and a blue-haired young man was training Pokemon. Those Pokemon were all flying, and one of them was particularly noteworthy. According to Ash's visual estimation, the head was almost 2 meters long, and it was very well trained. Then, the boy who led the way walked forward and whispered a few words in the blue-haired young man's ear, and then the blue-haired young man instructed, "You go and gather the disciples here. This will be a good opportunity for close learning." The boy nodded and left immediately, and the blue-haired young man walked towards Ash and introduced himself. "Hello, I am a trainer of Violet Gym, and I welcome you to the Tiaozhan Gym." One Faulkner was wearing a retro samurai outfit, with long bangs covering half of his face. The one eye exposed was as sharp as a bird, which really fits his identity as a trainer of the flying gym. After the two sides chatted for a while, Faulkner suddenly said seriously, "Ash, when we fight later, I hope you can send out Pokemon that can restrain flying, Dag type." As he said this, Faulkner glanced at Pikachu intentionally or unintentionally, and his thoughts were immediately exposed. But Ash and Lena were surprised. This was the first time they heard someone make such a request. It was too strange. And Faulkner's explanation for this was, there's a common saying that flying-type Pokemon cannot withstand Thunder Shock and will be finished in an instant, but I will not forgive those who underestimate bird Pokemon. So I want to prove that even if the attributes are mutually restrained, bird Pokemon will not be defeated so easily. "Oh, then you do your best." Ash did not comment on Faulkner's words. The biggest advantage of flying Pokemon, such as Pidgey and Fiero, is their speed. But how fast can they be faster than lightning? But Ash was not happy to refute him. Everyone has different ideas. Why do we have to refute others? As he was talking, a group of teenagers in retro training clothes walked out of the elevator and stood in 2 rows on both sides of the battlefield, waiting for the game start. The atmosphere here is so tense. Ash, are you okay? Seeing the other party's posture, Lena couldn't help but worry a little. But after seeing Ash's calm expression, she immediately put her mind at ease and began to cheer for Ash loudly. So from now on, Violet, gym trainer Faulkner, and the challenger, Ash from Pallet Town, will start a formal competition with badges as the stakes. A disciple acted as a referee and read out the rules of the game loudly. You can use there are 3 Pokemon. Both players, please prepare yourselves. Then my number 1 player is it. As a gym trainer, Faulkner was the first to take out the Pokeball from his arms and throw it out. The Pokemon he sent out was a Dodrio. Dodrio? Ash's expression suddenly became a little strange. Although Dodrio is indeed a flying Pokemon, it can't fly at all. Or to put it bluntly, does this Pokemon have wings? Faulkner smiled lightly and explained, Dodrio is the origin of bird Pokemon for me. I want to fly to soaring in the sky one day in the future, which is exactly the same as mine. Gah! Hearing Faulkner's words, Dodrio's 3 heads nodded in unison, but Ash only wanted to complain in his heart. So, you want to be a birdman? But he didn't say these somewhat nasty words after all. Just threw a Pokeball. Go, Snorlax. Snorlax. After seeing the Pokemon sent by Ash, Faulkner couldn't help but frowned. You should know that bird Pokemon are very fast. Can you deal with Snorlax's slow speed? This is the problem I want to solve. Ash gave a soft nail. Hearing this, Faulkner was speechless, and then the drums on the sidelines were struck, announcing the start of the first round. Okay, come on, Faulkner said confidently. Ash was not polite and ordered immediately, Snorlax, use the defense scroll. Kirby, Snorlax responded and then curled up into a ball, looking like an oversized football. Are you planning to defend and counterattack? Faulkner saw Ash's thoughts at a glance. In that case, Dodrio, use agility. Dodrio immediately spread his long legs and circled around Snorlax at a very fast speed, which was so fast that it almost left an afterimage. Go Dodrio. Use crazy attack. Faulkner shouted loudly. On Dodrio's 3 heads, a faint white light appeared on the long beak, and it rushed towards Snorlax's back. Snorlax continued to maintain the defense scroll. However, Ash resolutely implemented the policy of keeping unchanged in the face of changes, and just let Snorlax improve the physical defense and ignored Dodrio's attack. After waiting for the opponent's attack to slow down, Ash ordered again, Snorlax, use rollout. As soon as Ash finished speaking, the rolled-up Snorlax started to roll and rolled over in the direction of Dodrio. Normally, the rollout trick has no effect on flying Pokemon, because they only need to fly to the sky. However, Dodrio is an exception, it can't fly. Seeing that Snorlax was about to crush Dodrio, at this time, Faulkner suddenly shouted loudly, Dodrio, fly. This sentence immediately scared Lena. Could Dodrio really fly? Zhiye. Dodrio made an unpleasant bird cry, and then he pushed his feet hard on the ground and jumped high into the air, avoiding Snorlax's attack. Dr. Lena was stunned for a moment, feeling a bit amused. Is this called flying? Although it jumped quite high, it still felt like a lie. However, even though the attack missed, Snorlax did not stop. After making a big circle, it rushed towards Dodrio again. Boom! It must be said that the huge Snorlax gave people a fierce feeling when using the rollout trick, and it was a veritable meat bomb tank. Dodrio, it's coming again. Be careful to avoid it. Faulkner shouted hurriedly. In fact, Faulkner didn't even need to say anything. Dodrio had already taken the initiative to run to avoid Snorlax's attack. After all, if he was hit by such a large meatball, the result would definitely be beyond doubt. Can't hide like this anymore. Faulkner's face was solemn. He had to find a way to stop Snorlax. Otherwise, if he let it continue to roll out like this, the speed and power would only get stronger and stronger. Dodrio, Aim at the ground in front and use a triangle attack, Faulkner ordered loudly. Gah! After receiving the trainer's order, Dodrio's 3 heads opened their mouths at the same time, and then 3 energy balls of different colors connected into a triangle, and a colorful energy ray condensed in the middle and shot towards the ground. With a bang, a big hole was blasted on the ground, which immediately puzzled Lena and Faulkner's disciples who were watching. What is this for? They can guess that Faulkner's plan should be to use the hole to hinder Snorlax and stop it. Although this method is good, there's one thing that cannot be ignored. That is, Snorlax is too big, and the speed of rollout has been increased, so it is not such a small hole that can stop it. At most, it can slow it down a little. However, Faulkner's next order shocked everyone. Dodrio, prepare to face it head-on. Use the drill. So that's it. It seems that Faulkner wants to give a try. Ash understood, but he was not afraid at all. On the field, Dodrio's 3 heads were wrapped with spiral energy shields like drills on their beaks, and then his neck stretched out and flattened, rushing towards Snorlax quickly. Dodrio, show your courage. Don't lose to rival. Faulkner cheered Dodrio loudly, and his disciples also shouted, Show your courage. Show your courage. Unfortunately, neither the cheering nor the pit that was blasted before had much effect. Dodrio was defeated by Snorlax, after all. Bang! With a muffled sound, Dodrio was knocked out and fell heavily to the ground. Mosquito circles appeared in his eyes, and he lost his ability to fight. The disciples' cheers suddenly stopped. No one expected this result. The disciple who acted as the referee was the first to react and announced, Dodrio cannot fight. Snorlax wins. Come back, Dodrio. Faulkner took back the fainted Dodrio, looked at the pokeball, and smiled. Thank you for your hard work. I have seen your courage. Now take a good rest. Okay, I will use you next. Faulkner took out another pokeball from his arms and threw it out. Let them see how powerful bird Pokemon are. Go. With a bang, a 1-legged brown owl appeared on the field with a flash of white light. This is a Pokemon called Hoot Hoot. Although its attribute is normal plus flying, it can use various psychic special moves. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Ash knew all about this. He took Snorlax back to the Pokeball and then sent out the newly captured Miss Drevis. This was Miss Drevis's first time to play in a battle, but it didn't look nervous, just smiled at rival. Violet Gym Challenge, 2nd round, start, the referee announced loudly, and at the same time a disciple hit a drum on the side of the field vigorously. Hoot hoot, fly up and use N headbutt. Faulkner was not polite and took the lead. Goo, get trainer's command. Hoot hoot immediately spread its wings and flew into the air, then dived down with a blue light on its crown and charged towards Meng Mei. This speed doesn't seem to be very good. Ash shook his head secretly in his heart. Although Hoot Hoot is a bird Pokemon and can fly, speed doesn't seem to be its forte. However, he didn't rush to order to dodge, but waited until Miss Drevis was hit by the opponent, and then ordered, Miss Drevis, share the pain. Nah. Miss Drevis responded, and a strange red light flashed in his eyes, and then Noctowl groaned, as if he was hurt. What a spineless move. Faulkner commented with some dissatisfaction. Sharing the pain can add up the remaining physical strength of both parties and then divide it equally, which means that Faulkner's attack this time is completely useless. It's none of your business. Ash replied bluntly. Miss Drevis, use Phantom Light. Yeah. Miss Drevis immediately sent a purple light towards Hoot Hoot, and after the opponent was illuminated, golden stars suddenly appeared in his eyes and began to fly aimlessly in the air. Hoot Hoot, show your courage, smelling salts. Faulkner clenched his fists and shouted, and his disciples shouted in unison like a repeater. Show your courage. Show your courage. If courage is useful, then there is no need for regular training. Ash almost laughed out loud. Faulkner's disciples shouted, show your courage, all day long. Could it be that some company is brainwashing them? Damn it. Faulkner was very angry after hearing what Ash said, and shouted, Hoot Hoot, show him your courage. Use confusion. However, under the chaotic contest condition, Hoot Hoot couldn't use his special move properly. Confusion hurt itself instead and almost fell from the air. Miss Drevis. Ash's tone was a little impatient. Solve it. Use revenge. Nah. After receiving Ash's order, Miss Drevis immediately emitted purple light and then floated into the air, slamming into Hoot Hoot fiercely. Hoot Hoot still couldn't recover from the previous self-injury and was hit by Miss Drevis' attack and fell directly from the air. Have some courage. Stand up. Hoot Hoot. Faulkner shouted anxiously, but it was useless. Hoot Hoot tried to get up several times, but failed every time. Finally, after a reluctant cry, he fell to the ground with a thump. Hoot Hoot can't fight. Miss Drevis wins. The referee raised his hand and announced loudly, "Come back, Gigi." Faulkner took back the Hoot Hoot and first said something about backbone to the pokeball, as usual, and then looked at Ash with a serious expression. "Ash, from your tone, it seems that you look down on the backbone of bird Pokemon." Faulkner asked very impolitely. "That's not the case." Ash shook his head gently. "You are too weak. I didn't even look down on you." "Good. Good. Very good." Faulkner laughed in anger and took out the third Pokeball from his arms. "Next is my trump card. I will let you see the true strength of bird Pokemon. Go, Hanwi." It was indeed Pidgeot. Ash had guessed that Pidgeot should be Faulkner's strongest Pokemon before, and it seems to be true. From the information provided by the system, Pidgeot's level is much higher than Miss Drevis. It is as high as Elite Primary. However, he did not plan to replace Miss Drevis. In a Pokemon battle, the higher-level party will not necessarily win. Fly. Pidgeot. Use Air Slash. Faulkner seemed eager to teach him a lesson. Ash, as soon as the match was announced, could not wait to give the command to Pidgeot. Chew. Pidgeot let out a long cry, and then flapped its wide wings vigorously, and its entire body rose from the ground and rushed into the air in the blink of an eye. Then it quickly flapped its wings, sending out a series of air blades towards Miss Drevis on the ground. Miss Drevis, dodge and use Illusion Wave. This time, Ash didn't dare to use the same trick again and let Miss Drevis take the attack. Pidgeot's attack was fierce and continuous. If there was a mistake, Meng Mei would be killed instantly. Fortunately, Miss Drevis was also floating. Although it was not as fast as the flying Pokemon, it was not slow. After trying its best to dodge, it managed to dodge the opponent's attack. Then, Miss Drevis's eyes emitted purple light, and then a visible purple wave spread from its eyes and pressed towards Pidgeot in midair. "It's useless!" Faulkner shouted. "Pidgeot, use agility." At the moment when it was about to be hit by the illusion wave, Pidgeot disappeared with a whoosh, and the next second, it appeared on the other side of the air. Pidgeot's flying speed can reach Mach 2 at most. Only Dragonite can be faster than it. Your little elf can never catch up, Faulkner said proudly. "Maybe." Ash looked contemptuous. "If it's really that fast, you have the ability to hit us." As you wish." Faulkner was immediately annoyed by Ash's taunt and shouted, "Pidgeot, use wing attack." Chew. Pidgeot let out a long cry and then dived straight down towards Miss Drevis with a pair of wide wings stretched straight, and there was a faint white light on them, just like two sharp samurai swords. Seeing that Miss Drevis was about to be cut, Ash was not in a hurry and said calmly, "Miss Drevis, use the same trip." Miss Drevis responded happily, and a layer of light dark white mist immediately appeared on the surface of his body. Then he did not move anymore, just looking at Pidgeot with a smile. Although Pidgeot felt a little strange, his body did not hurt or itch, and nothing strange happened around him suddenly. So he did not think much about it, and just launched the attack. However, Faulkner was shocked when he heard what Ash said, and hurriedly shouted, "Pidgeot, stop attacking. Stop now." "Dex." Pidgeot was very puzzled. Why did he want him to stop attacking? But after all, it was the order of the trainer. Although he was reluctant, he still stopped obediently. "What's wrong?" Ash asked knowingly. "Why don't you continue to attack? Show some courage. You are so mean. You actually used this kind of move that would kill both of you." Faulkner gnashed his teeth in anger. In fact, the trick of the same trip does not necessarily work to kill both of you. especially when the level gap between the two sides is too large. The probability of success is extremely small. There is no meanness in Pokemon battles, only victory or defeat. And why don't you try it? Maybe the same trip won't work. Ash began to say sarcastic words to Gust. Faulkner is not an instrument, and there is no system in his body, so how can he know the specific level of Miss Drevis? What's more, Miss Drevis has a 1,000-year-old curse amulet, which has a great amplification effect on ghost-type tricks. In this way, the chance of the same trip being successful is still very high. The most important thing is that Faulkner dare not gamble. He only has the last Pokemon left, and failure means the end of the game. In fact, Faulkner is not afraid of failure. In his opinion, winning or losing is not a big deal, but he doesn't want to lose so badly. He must prove that birds how powerful his Pokemon. Well, Ash, I have a favor to ask. After thinking it over, Faulkner decided to speak. If you win this game, the Zephyr badge will be given to you, but I hope you can have a good fight with my Pidgeot. Am I not fighting you now? Ash asked back. No, Faulkner retorted excitedly. Doing this will not reflect Pidgeot's strength at all. What I want is a fair fight. By the way, you're Pikachu. I hope you can send Pikachu to the field. Huh, what a paranoid maniac. Ash doesn't understand why Faulkner has to be obsessed with the issue of attribute restraint. What's more, if Pikachu is really sent, the other party will just be asking for trouble, right? Are you sure? I'll remind you in advance that it's meaningless for you to do this. Ash looked at Faulkner with a strange expression on his face. The situation now seemed to be reversed, making him the gym trainer and Faulkner the challenger. However, Faulkner's disciples were not surprised. They probably saw this situation many times. Of course, I'm sure, Faulkner said loudly. For me, this is of great significance. I want to prove to the world that bird Pokemon are not afraid of electric type. As long as you have the courage, attribute restraint is not a problem at all. Okay, courage. Ash suddenly felt speechless about Faulkner's words. It was not that he couldn't argue with the other party, but that he was too lazy to talk more. He planned to prove it directly with his actions. Miss Drevis, you've worked hard, come back first. Ash took out the Pokeball to take back Miss Drevis, and then said to Pikachu at his feet, since they specifically asked you to fight 13 games, you can't live up to their expectations. Pikachu. Hearing this, Pikachu was stunned for a moment, then revealed an understanding expression, nodded confidently to Ash, and then jumped into the venue. Are you ready? Faulkner asked. He couldn't wait. You can start any time. Okay, let Pidgeot fly high. Faulkner knew the strengths and weaknesses of flying Pokemon very well. So as before, he let Pidgeot distance himself from the opponent at the beginning, waiting for an opportunity to attack and soaring in the sky. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Ash ordered calmly. Although Faulkner's idea was good, Pikachu's lightning could not be avoided by simply keeping a distance. Pikachu. Because of Ash's hint before, Pikachu went all out at the beginning, and the light ball in his body was running at high speed. Under its amplification, the lightning spear he shot was fast and urgent, and rushed to Pidgeot in the blink of an eye. Pidgeot. Agility. Fortunately, Faulkner reacted quickly and issued the command almost at the same time as Ash issued the command, which made Pidgeot narrowly avoid the first attack. However, just as Pidgeot appeared, Pikachu's lightning came again and hit the target directly. Dex. Pidgeot let out a wail, fell from midair, and landed heavily on the ground, and Faulkner was stunned when he saw it. Father's Pidgeot was knocked down with one hit? Both the position of gym trainer and Pokemon were inherited by Faulkner from his father, and he has always cherished them. But now, his father's cherished Pidgeot was directly knocked down by a thunderbolt, which made him a little difficult to accept. Pidgeot, stand up with courage. Faulkner was unwilling to fail like this, and cheered for Pidgeot loudly, hoping that it could continue to fight, and the disciples also shouted along. For a while, the cheers of "Take out the Tookie" echoed everywhere. I'm talking to you. Ash couldn't bear to watch it any longer. Why don't you let Pidgeot learn Roost? You should know this trick, right? Roost can make flying Pokemon temporarily lose the flying attribute, thus avoiding being restrained by electric and other tricks. It is a very practical trick. Of course I know, but bird Pokemon are most proud of their speed. Can they still be considered bird Pokemon after using Roost? Faulkner asked seriously. As he said, Roost has a disadvantage. That is, once used, Pokemon can no longer fly, otherwise the Roost contest condition will be lifted. For most bird Pokemon, walking on the ground with 2 claws is too slow, not much different from a moving target. Unfortunately, the speed you are proud of did not win you the victory. Ash shook his head secretly. Faulkner had obviously entered a misunderstanding. The role of a trainer is not to prove anything, but to find ways to make his Pokemon complement each other's strengths and weaknesses. But whether he can figure it out depends on himself. In the end, Pidgeot still failed to stand up and declared the battle failed. After Ash got the Zephyr badge from the disappointed Faulkner, he turned around and left the Violet Gym without hesitation. After getting the first gym badge in the Johto region, Ash and Lena did not stay here for long. Song left Violet City after a night's rest. The next destination for the two was Azalea Town, where there was not only a bug-type gym, but also a famous Pokeball maker, Mr. Orberg. He can use different round orange fruits to make Pokeballs with special effects, and they are all handmade. But this did not attract Ash. He has the power of wave conduction and can communicate effectively with wild Pokemon. As long as he can convince the other party, even with ordinary Pokeball, the effect is the same. On the way, the two passed through a continuous mountain. Lena wiped the sweat from her forehead, and her expression looked very tired. As the saying goes, a horse will die if it runs to the mountain. The two walked from morning to noon without stopping, passing through one valley after another, and could not see the end. Even though Lena had been traveling with Ash for more than a year, and her physical strength had improved a lot, she was almost unable to hold on. Ash noticed her tiredness, stopped, and suggested, "Let's take a break and wait until it's cooler before going." "Yeah, okay." Lena smiled sweetly. She liked the feeling of being cared for by Ash. The two found a shady place to sit on the ground and started chatting. "Ash, do you know where this is?" Lena asked. "Let me see." Ash flipped through the Pokédex and replied, "This seems to be a nature reserve park called Charizard Valley, with many powerful wild Charizards." "Hey, Charizard, who is better than Ash's Charizard?" Lena asked curiously. "Of course my old one is better," Ash answered without hesitation. "Young man, don't be too confident." At this moment, a sudden female voice came over and poured cold water on Ash. Ash and Lena turned their heads to look at the sound and saw a green-haired woman in red standing on a rock above. "Excuse me, who are you?" Lena asked. "I am Jiku, the Charizard trainer, and I am also the person in charge of this nature reserve. My duty is to prevent the invasion of poachers." Jiku jumped down from the rock, walked up to smell Ash's scent, and then asked happily, "You also have Charizard, right?" "You smelled it." Ash was slightly stunned, then stretched out his arm and smelled it, but strangely found that there was no special smell on him. Could it be that this woman was born in the year of the dog? "Yes." Jiku smiled. "I can smell that you have the smell of being with Charizard." "Wow, so amazing. Ash does have a Charizard, and you can tell just by smelling it, you are worthy of being a Charizard trainer." Lena exclaimed, "Thank you for the compliment. By the way, can you please let me see your Charizard?" Jiku's eyes were filled with anticipation. "Of course, come out, spray it." Ash agreed without hesitation. He also wanted to see what kind of evaluation his Charizard would have in the eyes of this Charizard trainer. "Rex!" However, Jiku stared at Ash's Charizard, frowned slightly, then shook his head and sighed. "No, although your Charizard is indeed very well trained, it can't be called the most powerful Charizard." "Why?" Ash was immediately dissatisfied, and his Charizard also snorted in dissatisfaction. It is no exaggeration to say that the money Ash spent on Charizard is enough to buy a house in the city center. He has put a lot of effort into Charizard's training. Because of this, Charizard's 2 Mega Evolutions can be successful at once, which is inseparable from the efforts of Ash and Charizard in daily life. However, after paying so much, how can people be satisfied with such an evaluation from Jiku? Only a little bit. Jiku stretched out a finger. Whether it is the body shape or the muscles, This Charizard could be said to be quite perfect, and there is a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. It seems that he has killed people. Jiku is indeed a Charizard trainer, with a very experienced eye, and detected Ash's Charizard at a glance. Kill people? Lena was immediately shocked, and Ash proudly admitted, "Yes, my Charizard and I have killed many pirates." "Have your wild Charizards ever seen blood?" "Very rarely, usually just chasing away poachers." Jiku shook her head, but from her words, it could be heard that some guys who are really too much will also be punished, and the result of that group of guys is naturally self-evident. However, she didn't seem to want to talk about this, and continued, "The only shortcoming of your Charizard is that it lacks wildness." "Wildness?" Ash was stunned at first, then said disapprovingly, "What's wrong with lack of wildness? Trainer's Pokemon only needs a strong bond between the two to win." Ash naturally knows about the so-called wildness. Just like the lions and tigers in the zoo, they will lose their wildness if they're kept in cages, so they have to adopt a semi-free-range breeding method. However, Pokemon are not ordinary animals. They have to train and participate in battles constantly. Therefore, Ash feels that even if they may not be as wild ones, their combat effectiveness may not be the same. Seeing Ash's indifference, Jiku did not explain much, but just raised the scepter and shouted, "My little Lisa, come here." The crisp voice immediately echoed in the valley. After a while, a Charizard with a bow on his head and a hot air balloon behind him flew from a distance and landed in front of everyone. "This is little Lisa, my pet." Jiku introduced them, and then invited, "How about it? Young man, do you want to go to Charizard Valley with me to see the wild Charizard? You will understand after seeing it with your own eyes." I couldn't ask for more. Ash was also very curious about the Charizard Valley. He wanted to see whether the wild Charizards were better or his old ones were better. Lena sat on Sarah's hot air balloon, while Ash rode on his Charizard and followed Sarah closely. After flying over countless valleys, Ash and Lena, led by Jiku, came to a clear river valley, with rows of huge Charizard stone statues standing on both sides, full of ancient majesty. Welcome to Charizard Valley, where Charizard is regarded as the guardian of luck, especially those who have not been trained. In other words, the wildest Charizard is respected by everyone. Jiku explained, "Have all the Charizards here not been trained by humans?" Lena asked curiously. That's right," Jiku said proudly. "These Charizards do not rely on human power to become stronger, and they will compete with each other to improve their strength. Charizard Valley is the valley where Charizards train themselves." "Boring. What's the point of Charizards fighting each other? If they encounter water types, they will be finished," Ash criticized disapprovingly. Hearing this, Jiku was not angry, but showed a mysterious smile. "In this case, do you want to try to fight the Charizards in Charizard Valley?" "Of course. I came here with you for this." Ash agreed without hesitation. He was very confident in his Charizard. "Okay, then come in." Jiku took out a remote control and pressed it, and then the heavy iron door with flame patterns slowly opened, and the appearance of Charizard Valley was immediately revealed to everyone. "Wow, the Charizards here are all well developed," Lena said in surprise. "Each Charizard here is extremely large. Some are even a head taller than Ash's Charizard, with strong muscles, broad wings, and thick and long tails. Every day proves the terrifying nature of these Charizards. How is it, seeing the size of these Charizards, do you still have the confidence to challenge them now?" Jiku asked with a little pride. "Humph," Ash snorted disdainfully. "Charizards don't grow bigger, the better. For example, that one, who is so tall, looks like a big fool. The height of an ordinary Charizard is about 1.7 meters, while Ash's Charizard is 2 meters tall, which he thinks is the most suitable size. If Charizard is short, his strength will definitely be insufficient, but if his body is too big, his speed and reaction ability will undoubtedly be slowed down. Only through scientific calculations by humans can the most suitable height ratio be obtained. And today, Ash will prove this with facts. Oh, since you said it's a big fool, why not let her be your Charizard's rival?" This time, Jiku took the initiative to challenge. Go ahead, Charizard. Ash's face was grim. Defeat it head-on, and let all the Charizards here know how powerful you are. Ash knew his Charizard's temper very well. He didn't even need to ask to know that this guy couldn't hold back and was eager to try after seeing so many Charizards. Roar! As expected, Ash's Charizard roared, then strode to the big Charizard and snorted heavily. This is the way Charizard uses taunt rival, especially between Charizards. Almost no male Charizard can stand it. The big Charizard immediately stood up and glared at Charizard with anger, and Charizard did not show any weakness and glared back fiercely. That one is considered to be in the upper reaches of this valley. If your Charizard can defeat it, it means that its strength is already very good. Zhiye pointed at the big Charizard and said, "My Charizard will prove it to you." Ash replied lightly. On the field, the two Charizards have already started fighting, with foreclaws tightly clasped together to compete with each other, purely competing in strength. At the beginning, the two were evenly matched, but soon, Ash's Charizard began to be suppressed by the big Charizard and gradually fell into a disadvantage. "Ash, is it really okay?" Charizard seems to be unable to hold on. Lena asked worriedly. "It doesn't matter." Ash's expression remained calm. This is not a strength competition, and Charizard is not a fool. It knows what to do. In fact, Charizard is very experienced in dealing with the powerful rival, which is mainly due to Snorlax. The usual training is to form a team with these two big guys. In terms of sheer strength, Snorlax is much stronger than Charizard. At first, Charizard suffered a lot from Snorlax, but later, Snorlax figured out a way on his own. Show the enemy weakness and catch them off guard. That's right. The situation in front of him was all pretended by Ash's Charizard. He pretended to be inferior to him in strength so that the big Charizard would relax his vigilance. In fact, if the big Charizard could think carefully, he should have found that something was wrong. Rival was defeated too quickly. After all, although Ash's Charizard was not as big as the other, it was not much worse. It was impossible for him to fail so easily. Unfortunately, most of the Charizards here don't have much brains because they are all wild and have never entered human society. Instincts prevail in their behavior patterns. This is also the biggest difference between trainers' Pokemon and wild Pokemon. Many wild Pokemon can torment, but trainers' Pokemon rarely have such a situation. The reason is that one is taught by someone and the other is not. Soon, Ash's Charizard was pushed to the bottom, but when it was about to fail, it suddenly roared and then exerted force with both arms, pushing the big Charizard away. Then it opened its mouth wide and blasted a flamethrower directly at the opponent. But the big Charizard did not choose to avoid it, but opened its mouth and took a deep breath and actually sucked all the flames sprayed by the opponent into its stomach at once. Haha, how about it? Many of our Charizards can swallow the flames directly into their stomachs. It's amazing, right? Zhiye said with some pride. In fact, this is a very correct approach. The inner cavity of fire Pokemon is very heat-resistant because they spray flames from their bodies. Therefore, normally, swallowing flames into the stomach is much better than being hurt by the flames on the skin, but is very difficult to succeed, and it requires a lot of practice in this regard. It's really powerful. Ash nodded. It seems that the wild Charizard here is still good at this trick. At least his Charizard doesn't know this trick, because there is no other fire Pokemon in the team to help it practice this trick. However, after swallowing the flame, the big Charizard didn't look very good. His whole face was a little blue. It seems that the temperature of Ash Charizard's flame exceeded its tolerance. After all, those top-level fire energy cubes are not fed in vain. The wild Charizard here don't have such good conditions. However, this did not make the big Charizard retreat. On the contrary, it aroused its ferocity. It opened its mouth and spit up an unusually thick pillar of fire towards soaring in the sky, and the flame on its tail suddenly jumped up and turned blue and white. It seems that it has completely raged. Now Ash finally saw the wildness that Zhiye mentioned. If Charizard fights alone, the result may be unpredictable. Of course, if Ash were to command, even without using Mega Evolution, he would definitely be able to beat the big Charizard. But Charizard's pride did not allow this. It wanted to defeat rival under the same conditions, and Ash also understood what it meant. So Song watched quietly from the side. In the end, Ash's Charizard barely won, but its body was scratched with blood marks, which looked horrible, and the timid Lena couldn't bear to watch. However, Ash found that Charizard seemed very excited, which he had never been when he won. It was obviously an easy battle, but it was so difficult to win. But Eruption was so happy. Why? For a while, Ash's mind was only thinking about this matter, and he didn't even notice that Jiku and Lena called him. In the end, Pikachu slapped him with his tail to come back to his senses. What's the matter? Ash's expression was still a little confused. I mean, do you want to let Charizard take a challenge? Jiku repeated her previous words. What challenge? Ash asked. Charizard Leader's Challenge. Jiku's voice was a little excited. If you want to become the leader of Charizard Valley, you must defeat all Charizards in a row, and no Charizard has ever been able to accomplish this feat. Defeat all Charizards in a row. Ash knew as soon as he heard it that his Charizard would definitely not be able to do this. At least not at this stage, and there is still a long way to go. In fact, let alone challenging the leader position, in my opinion, your Charizard is not the best in this valley. Jiku said, raised the scepter in his hand and pointed it at the center of the valley, and said solemnly, there's a volcano area there, where the strongest Charizards in the valley stay. They practice in the magma all year round, and even Dew's Charizard is not their rival. Really? Lena covered her mouth in surprise. Mister, Lance is an elite. Even elite Pokemon can't beat those wild Charizards. Yes, but this is when Dew is not in command. Jiku added with a smile. For a moment, Ash was in a dilemma. He knew very well that if Charizard wanted to improve his strength, staying in Charizard Valley to practice was undoubtedly the best choice. But he was worried. Charizard Valley was not Professor Oak's laboratory. If Charizard stayed here, he had to rely on himself for everything, even food. To be honest, I really hope your Charizard can stay. Jiku persuaded earnestly. Among all the Charizards I have seen, this Charizard has the best qualifications, even better than the one in Dew. Normally, such a Charizard is difficult to be tamed, and only a strong trainer can do it. But in this way, the trainer's strength also suppresses its wildness. Hearing this, Ash was silent. He understood that everything Jiku said was true. Among the three families of the Kanto Alliance, Charizard can be said to be the strongest, but it is also the least chosen because the powerful Charizard can easily become disobedient. Only a strong trainer like Ash can calm them down, but this also makes Charizard's personality gradually become docile and less aggressive. Even though Charizard's strength is far beyond the original, it is much less aggressive. At least without Ash's permission, it will not take the initiative to taunt others. This creates an awkward situation. The docile Charizard is not fierce enough in battle, and the fierce Charizard is not willing to obey orders. How to balance these two aspects is a big difficulty. How about it, Charizard? Do you want to stay and practice? After hesitating for a long time, Ash still asked, but he knew that he was asking nonsense. With Charizard's competitive personality, he would definitely want to stay. Sure enough, Charizard nodded silently after a while. Really, although Ash already knew the answer in his heart. After he really confirmed it, an indescribable feeling suddenly surged into his heart. If I had to say it, it was a feeling of happiness, worry, and something else mixed in. Charizard, Ash patted its neck gently. Be sure to do your best, and take care of yourself. Ash is not a person who is good at expressing emotions, and he can't say anything touching. Charizard is the same as him, just nodded silently, with reluctance in his eyes, but also full of determination. One person and one Pokemon looked at each other for a long time, and finally Jiku broke the silence. In fact, you don't have to worry too much. Everyone in the valley will help each other, and your Charizard has proved his strength and has been recognized by everyone. As Jiku said, many of the Charizards who gathered at this time expressed goodwill to Ash's Charizard. Even the big Charizard did the same. Pokemon are much simpler than humans in some ways, especially Pokemon like Charizard. They implement the idea of winner is king and respect strength. By the way, If you miss Charizard, I can take it to the nearby Pokemon Center to contact you. And if you don't mind, you can give me its Pokeball for safekeeping, so that it can be sent to you at any time. Jiku suggested. Then I'll leave it to you. Ash immediately handed Charizard's Pokeball to Jiku, and then said sincerely, "Sorry, Miss Jiku. What I said before was a bit too much. I am a frog in the well." After becoming the champion of the Indigo Plateau Conference, although it was not revealed on the surface, Ash's heart inevitably became proud, especially after defeating Lorelei. This feeling became even stronger. Although Lorelei did not show her full strength, she is an elite after all. If she were an ordinary trainer, defeating an elite would be enough for him to brag about for the rest of his life. "Please give me flowers?" And what he saw and heard in Charizard Valley today really taught Ash a lesson, reminding him of the truth that there are always people outside the sky and people outside the people. Even wild Pokemon cannot be underestimated by anyone. "No." Jiku smiled and shook her head. "I am also wrong. Charizard must be a Pokemon you have worked hard to cultivate. I should consider your feelings."
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.